Chapter 956, Priceless Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Inside the tattered hotel, aside from a man dressed and cloaked in black sitting on a windowsill and the two dark guards standing beside him, there were no players inside the establishment. There were only two NPCs inside the hotel, a bartender and a waiter. It was difficult to call this establishment a hotel from the moment he entered to the moment he stopped before the black-cloaked man. The two dark guards watched Feng's every movement. If he made any sudden movements, they would eliminate Feng immediately. They both felt like well-trained bodyguards. This is their hotel. Why are they so nervous? The dark guard behavior confused Feng. Their behavior furthered his interest in the man named Bloodfang in his previous life. Bloodfang had never once revealed his true appearance to the world. He had been a complete mystery, even more secretive than the legendary Flower of Seven Sins. Although many people had looked into Bloodfang's background, no one ever learned anything. Bloodfang's identity was so obscure that nobody even knew whether he was a man or a woman. After all, there were many items in God's domain that could disguise a player. Moreover, Bloodfang wore a black cloak constantly. Even if one used an advanced identification skill, they would learn nothing. The only thing everyone knew was that Raven's members referred to their guild leader as Bloodfang. Care for a drink? Bloodfang asked after Feng's Saturday. The beverages here are very good. Unlike the Dark Guards, Bloodfang's voice was not void of emotion. Only, his tone was somewhat gravely. No need. Just tell me what you want. You didn't invite me all this way just for a drink, right? Feng declined, shaking his head. Indeed. Just as Bloodsucker had said, you really are straightforward. Bloodfang chuckled. Pointing to the town outside the window, he continued, I'll just get straight to the point. What do you think of this town? It is very shabby. However, the fact that your guild has captured this town shows that there must be something of great interest to your guild here. Feng said, honestly, the Dawn Empire was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting from Starmoon Kingdom to the Dawn Empire cost 4 gold, 24 silver. Even current expert players would be reluctant to pay this price. In the past, Feng's activity had always remained centered in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, other than knowing their general location, Feng did not know much about distant kingdoms and empires. Of course, he still had some knowledge of major incidents, although he had never personally visited these countries. The Secret Pavilion often reported major incidents that occurred in God's domain's various kingdoms and empires. However, as far as he could remember, nothing significant had occurred in the Dawn Empire at this stage of the game. Your senses are sharp. Indeed, as you've said, this town is quite shabby. However, Raven has paid a huge price to capture it. We've almost invested everything we've accumulated since joining God's domain to do so, Bloodfang said, sighing. I'm ashamed to say this, but although Raven has accumulated a lot of resources so far, constructing this town is too expensive. Feng revealed a surprised expression as Bloodfang explained the situation. He was very familiar with the town's construction. The construction's early stages required a hefty investment. However, to a power like Raven, it should not pose a problem. I don't expect you to believe me. However, I am not lying. This town is somewhat special. Although it looks like this now, this town was initially flourishing. What you're seeing is our second reconstruction. Helplessness tinged Bloodfang's voice as he spoke. The second time? Had the town been destroyed? Feng's shock grew. It was common knowledge that a newly constructed city could hire NPC guards to protect it for 15 days. To current players, level 150 NPC guards were invincible. Even if the surrounding level 40+ monsters sought to cause trouble, Raven could take care of them easily. This town was indestructible, that's right. This town has been destroyed once before. Even after hiring so many guards, in the end, we failed to defend it. Raven has invested too much into this town during its early stages. As a result, we can't afford the reconstruction. Hence, I sought to cooperate with Zero Wing, hoping to convince your guild to invest into this town and develop it with us, Bloodfang said, nodding sternly. Confidently, he continued, no other guild knows about the town's true value. I only discovered it after reading through an ancient document. If Zero Wing invests 100,000 gold, Your guild will receive 20% of the town's income. Guild leader Feng, you're talking about 100,000 gold, not 100,000 copper. With that kind of money, you can rebuild this town 6 or 7 times over, or construct 6 or 7 other towns, yet you're only offering 20% of this town's earnings. Even if there were a literal gold mine here, this town would never be worth that much money, Feng said, shaking his head after hearing Feng mentioning the words ancient document. Feng more or less understood that this town was different, however. He could construct a city's basic structure with 100,000 gold, much less a town even if this place had a gold mine. Harvesting would require tons of resources and manpower. Furthermore, they would have to smelt the ore into actual gold before they could sell it. Even if the harvest were high, if he only got 20% of the profits, who knew how long he would have to wait just to earn back his initial investment? He could not afford to throw what coins he currently possessed at this town elder Feng. Don't reject the offer so quickly. I have yet to explain why this town is so special. Feng's refusal did not seem to surprise Feng special. What's special about this place? Feng asked. There is a manatite vein here. One can also obtain magic crystals alongside the manatite Oregon. Although the vein does not yield much, I believe that it does yield more than Stone Forest Town's daily income. This could certainly benefit the Candlelight trading firm, Feng said, chuckling. How about it? Do you think my offer is worth consideration now? It's no wonder why guild leader Feng is so confident. However, why Zero Wing? Wouldn't it be better to work with super guilds? With the financial strength and manpower of a super guild, you would have more than enough to develop the town, Feng said. He had to admit that the offer was tempting. Manatite was one of God's domains, particularly rare minerals. As manatite ore contained dense mana, magic crystals formed as a byproduct in a manatite vein. Although one could collect more mana crystals by grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was one benefit to harvesting magic crystals from a mine: the absence of danger. As long as they had a sufficient mining level, any player could mine magic crystals. Moreover, the higher their mining level was, the greater their chances were of obtaining magic crystals. Chapter 957, Defense Turret. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 957, Defense Turret. In God's domain, many players used mining and herb gathering to get rich. Ordinary players had very few income options. Generally, players relied on quest rewards, as common monsters rarely dropped coins. Only elite rank and higher monsters had any chance of dropping money. Even so, the chances were only around 2 or 3%. Moreover, they dropped copper coins. As for monsters dropping materials, the chances were even lower. After first joining God's domain, players could mostly afford their repair fees with their earnings from grinding common monsters. However, as their levels increased and the quality of their equipment rose, the money they earned from common monsters wouldn't be enough to maintain their items. Usually, they had to grind elite monsters to cover their costs. If they were lucky and obtained a bronze weapon or piece of equipment, not only could they afford a day's worth of repair fees, but they might also have something to save. Unfortunately, that had only been the case after God's domain had first launched. Every time God's domain evolved, the main God system lowered weapon and equipment drop rates. Now that the game had undergone its 4th evolution, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze weapons and equipment. One usually had to obtain such items from field bosses or dungeons. It was precisely this reason that lifestyle classes have become popular. Meanwhile, the lifestyle classes' development relied on various materials. As players moved through maps, they usually paid attention to their surroundings. However, they were not only doing so to avoid player or monster ambushes, but to find ores and herbs. A gathering player who was familiar with the environment could earn more money by selling the raw materials they gathered than what guild elite members could earn from fighting monsters in the past. Feng had frequently heard about gathering players obtaining excellent weapons and equipment solely by gathering ores and herbs. Many guilds and trading firms had signed contracts with expert gathering players. As long as these players fulfilled their monthly quota, not only could they sell their materials at market price, but they would also gain bonus credits. Hence, for players in God's domain, Both mining and her-gathering were usually very high-leveled. If there truly were a manatite vein beneath this town, they only needed to hire players with high-level mining skills. They could certainly earn far more magic crystals than Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town only earned magic crystals from players' repair and hotel fees. The town didn't earn nearly as much as players did in the Stoneclaw Mountains. My initial plan was to earn a large sum in the Dark Arena. However, Zero Wing's abilities have surpassed my expectations. While I have considered cooperating with super guilds before, they're simply too powerful. They might just take the town from Raven. Moreover, even if we form a partnership with super guild's appetite, Raven won't obtain much. Although there are a few more powers aside from super guilds that we could approach, these powers cannot provide as many coins as Zero Wing. How about it? By cooperating with Raven, not only would Zero Wing not lack magic crystals, but the Candlelight trading firm would also have plenty of manatite ore. You will certainly earn more than 100,000 gold. Bloodfang believed that the conditions he had proposed were quite generous. There was simply no reason for an upstart guild like Zero Wing to reject his offer currently. Zero Wing did not have many assets in God's domain. However, it was extremely difficult to invest in the real estate in other kingdoms and empires. The local guilds had long since claimed the available lands. As for kingdom and empire's main cities, although some golden lands were still available, without sufficient reputation in those cities, purchasing those lands was impossible. By the time someone from Zero Wing obtained the required reputation, others would have claimed those lands. In other words, Zero Wing should have a lot of money lying around right now, yet it could not effectively utilize the coins. Spending money to make money, however, this cannot be helped. After all, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. Its income couldn't even compare to a veteran second-rate guild, much less a super first-rate or super guild. If Zero Wing continued to hold on to its funds, it would eventually depreciate. This was also why, despite earning boatloads of gold, super guilds had very little liquid funds. This was because these super guilds had long since invested the money into something more valuable, particularly various cities' lands with high potential. If Zero Wing invested its excess coins into Raven, it could kill two birds with one stone. Guild leader Bloodfang. As I've said before, 100,000 gold coins are not 100,000 copper coins. Even super guilds can't hand over such a large amount. Not to mention Zero Wing, Feng said, shaking his head. And again, you're only offering 20%. It will take ages to earn back our initial investment. God's domain changes each day. Zero Wing cannot make such a huge gamble. Why don't we change our method of cooperation? Bloodfang shook his head, responding, if you wish to invest manpower, forget it. Current players cannot defend this town. With the number and level of monsters attacking this town, we can only rely on NPCs to defend it. In fact, we need a small army. We also need to construct extremely powerful magical arrays and defense turrets before the 15-day protection period is over, all of which requires a large sum of coins. If not for his urgent need for money, he wouldn't have considered cooperating with Zero Wing at all. He very much preferred to have the town's profits to himself. There was not a single power in God's domain that would complain about having too much money, not to mention an essential item like the magic crystal as expected. These monsters must be unusual. Hearing Bloodfang's words, Feng could faintly discern the true reason the town had been destroyed, and he could not help the corners of his lips curing up. In the past, towns with rare mineral and herb fields nearby were often harassed by the local monsters. Needless to say, a town with manatite would be assaulted once every few days during God's domain's early stages. The various large guilds had headaches over these towns. After all, most of the money they earned had to be spent on the town's defense, with some towns needing additional investment. As Bloodfang had said, constructing one Tier 3 defensive magic array to defend a town would cost 32,000 gold. Although the magic array would block any monsters below Tier 4, level 200, it required a lot of mana to operate. As for the defense turret, each one cost 7,000 gold to construct. Generally, monsters would come from all directions when raiding a town. Even if they placed only one defense turret at each of the 4 cardinal points, they needed at least 4 defense turrets. Moreover, the turret's artillery shells were very expensive. At market price, Each shell cost 5 gold, with higher quality ones costing dozens furthermore. A single defense turret at each corner wasn't nearly enough. They would need at least 2 with this. The total cost was around 88,000 gold. It was no wonder why Feng won a 100,000 gold investment, however. Players' wisdom was infinite. In the past, after the various large guilds had experimented countless times, they had finally found a method to not only save on the high construction cost, but also resist against the swarms of invading monsters. Chapter 958, Inconceivable Zero Wing. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. If you can't make a decision right now, you can return after discussing it with your guild leader. However, I can only give you a day to consider. Feng did not believe that there was another option for cooperation. He believed that Zero Wing could not afford to hand over that much money in such a short time. 100,000 gold is no small amount. I do not believe that Zero Wing can collect that much money in so little time, either. You can pay 40,000 gold up front and the remaining 60,000 in the next 5 days. Raven was currently broke. They had used almost all of their money to reconstruct the town and hire the necessary NPC guards, however. These NPC guards were still not capable of standing against all those monsters. If they wanted to defend the town, they needed to construct the defensive magic array. With the magic array and the NPC guards, they should survive through the 15-day protection period. As long as they constructed the defense turrets during the protection period, they could begin mining the manatite vein without issues. Guild leader Feng. 100,000 gold is just too much. Even Zero Wing can't spend that much money. Feng again rejected Feng's offer. Why don't we try a different method of cooperation? Zero Wing will be responsible for protecting the town. However, you will pay us 30% of the vein's income. He still needed a large sum to construct his own city. How could he possibly give Raven his coins? Moreover, even without the defensive magic array and NPC guards, it was possible to prevent monsters from trampling the town. He could simply head to Blackwing City and purchase a monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll was an item that could disperse monsters within a certain area, preventing low-intelligence monsters from actively approaching. Although the effect was temporary, the scroll was very cheap. Each scroll only cost 5 gold. It was much more cost-effective than constructing a defensive magic array or defense turrets in God's domain. The defensive magic array and defense turrets were mainly used during monster raids. When dealing with players, however, they were not as effective as NPC guards. Yet they cost far more. Rather than wasting money on that particular plan, Feng would be better off investing his money into his own guild or somewhere else generally. The monsters that raided towns and cities possessed very low intelligence, so the monster repellent scroll could chase them away. As for using the scroll against the Abyss invasion, very few abyssal monsters possessed low intelligence. Hence, the scroll wouldn't be as effective. Let Zero Wing defend the town. Feng could not help but laugh at Feng's proposal. It's not that I'm looking down on Zero Wing, but rather, these monsters are over level 100. There are thousands of them. With players' current strength, it is impossible to defend against such an onslaught. And even if you succeed, why should I give you 30% for defending the town when I can ensure its safety for 100,000 gold? Wouldn't that be more of a loss? If this is your offer, I would rather contact several other major powers. I believe that they will be more than willing to cooperate. Zero Wing was not Feng's only option. The only problem was that none of the major powers could afford a 100,000 gold investment. However, he did not necessarily need 100,000 gold. As long as he had the initial 40,000 gold, he could construct a sufficient number of hotels during the 15-day protection period. With a place to replenish their stamina in, his subordinates could mine from magic crystals continuously. He could earn enough money to construct the required defense turrets before the protection period ended. However, Raven would have to be particularly frugal during this period if so. I have another suggestion. For each monster raid Zero Wing stops, Raven will pay 6,000 magic crystals. What do you think of that? Feng casually suggested, "Are you serious?" Feng asked in surprise if they utilized this method. The town's income would belong to Raven fully. As long as they could begin their mining operation, Raven wouldn't have any financial problems. They could quickly construct a powerful defense. Only, the initial period would be the most difficult. He hadn't expected Feng to be interested in such an exchange. Had Feng simply handed over 100,000 gold, he could have received 20% of the town's income. As time passed, he would earn far more than 100,000 gold. Yet for short-term profit, he had given up on a future gold mine. Bloodfang found it hard to believe that a large guild's upper echelon would make such a rash decision. Of course, I'm serious. I've already discussed this with my guild leader, and he has approved. Now, it is up to you whether or not to accept this condition. Feng chuckled. All right, I agree to work with Zero Wing. I just hope that you don't regret this decision, Bloodfang said. Even after watching Feng for a long time, he did not understand the man's thoughts. He could not figure out what Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, was thinking. Either the only reason he had agreed to offer Zero Wing share the town was because he had worried the guild would not be willing to fork over the money. That Zero Wing had refused the shares, only asking for some magic crystals, was good news for Raven. The monster raids did not occur every day. Generally, they only attacked every other night. Even if Zero Wing defended the town from 10 attacks, he would only spend 60,000 magic crystals. When the town's defenses were complete, he would not need Zero Wing's assistance based on the current market price. Each magic crystal was worth 25 silver. Even if Zero Wing defended the town for 20 days, he would only spend 15,000 gold. No matter how he looked at it, he would profit from this trade, following which Feng signed a contract with Bloodfang. As long as Zero Wing helped Raven defend against a monster raid, Raven would pay 6,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the payment could only be made in magic crystals. If Raven could not pay up, it would have to pay 5 times the value of the magic crystals with coins or other products. Aside from that, Raven must also allow Zero Wing to construct a guild residence in the town so that Zero Wing's members could travel here easily. Of course, if Zero Wing failed to defend the town, it would have to pay Raven a reconstruction fee of 30,000 gold. It is highly likely that the next raid will happen tomorrow night, but I can't say for sure. I hope that you will be prepared before then. Although Bloodfang had signed a contract with Feng, he was still worried. Could Zero Wing really defend against that many monsters? Rest assured, once Zero Wing's residence has been constructed, you won't have to worry about monsters. Feng replied confidently now that they had signed the contract. He was in a great mood, although it seemed as if Raven had just secured Zero Wing's help. Dealing with the Dark Guild's biggest concern, Zero Wing would gain far more than 20% of the town's income. However, Bloodfang didn't know this. While the monster repellent scroll was very convenient, it also had a huge flaw. The scroll could only chase monsters away, not exterminate them. As they fled, the monster army would grow. When players stopped using the monster repellent scroll, the subsequent raid would be intense, even horrific. As long as the army grew 4 or 5 times, the town would fall even if they had 30 turrets. Chapter 959, Spirit Seal. Feng had no intention of telling Bloodfang about the monster repellent scroll's flaws. They were collaborators, not friends. They were simply obtaining what they needed from each other. Whether or not Raven could fend off the monster army was none of his concern. After all, he only needed to pay a small price for Raven to endure through the early phases of the town's construction. Moreover, it would be a waste if he did not rip off a magic crystal tycoon like Raven. White River City's teleportation house urgently needed magic crystals. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could turn them into coins. Once Zero Wing had its first city, it would have a safeguard of its own, as the main god system had administered the contract between them. Both parties felt reassured. Feng had initially planned to leave using a return scroll. However, Bloodfang suddenly stopped him a moment. Bloodfang held Feng back. Smiling, he continued, I still have information that I think will be of use to Zero Wing. Saying so, Bloodfang took out a black envelope and passed it to Feng. Feng raised his brows when he saw the envelope. Although the envelope looked normal, it was actually an encrypted message. No one would be able to read the message aside from the intended player. Moreover, after the message was read, it would self-destruct. Even recording the message would not be possible. A video message? After opening the envelope, the message came in the form of a video file. Following which, Feng clicked to open the file when he finished watching the video. However, he was shocked in the video displayed numerous players encircling a one-horned humanoid creature that loomed over 3 meters tall and wore a black robe. Numerous crimson runes, resembling flames, decorated this humanoid creature's body. Moreover, the humanoid creature exuded black fog from its body, and players shuddered when its crimson eyes turned towards them aside from this monster's level and HP. The video showed nothing about it neither. The monster's level nor its HP was very high at level 40, with just over 1 million HP. With a rough guess, Feng surmised that the monster was only chieftain rank, yet even it had massacred several hundred elite players. However, rather than the deaths of several hundred level 35-plus elites players, the one-horned monster's extraordinary actions were the key points of the video. The monster's combat style was similar to a player's. Moreover, whenever this monster killed a player, not only did it recover some HP, but its attributes also rose slightly. Most importantly, Feng noticed something familiar on the monster's body: the spirit seal, used to absorb immortal souls. Charlin had only marked the spirit seal on the back of his hand so that he could complete his quest, and this spirit seal would only shine silver when absorbing an immortal soul. The same spirit seal had been imprinted on the humanoid monster's chest. Every time the monster killed a player, the spirit seal radiated a faint silver glow. From an outsider's point of view, the glowing spirit seal throbbed like the monster's heartbeat. A passing expert assassin had recorded this video. As this assassin had maintained his distance from the battlefield and stayed in stealth, they had been hard to detect. Hence, this video was a record of the entire battle. After the one-horned monster finished killing the elite players, something even more astonishing happened. Usually, monsters didn't pay attention to the items players dropped when they died unless they were quest-related items. Yet after killing the players, the one-horned monster looted the drops before the monster left the area. Several other figures appeared. Among these figures, a few looked like the monster. Not only were they tall, but a single horn also grew from their foreheads. Surprisingly, a player stood among them. However, as this scene had been recorded from far away, and due to the player's black cloak and mask, Feng could not even discern the player's gender, much less their identity yet. Feng was certain that it was a player due to the green diamond marker about their head. The marker was unique to players. The assassin expert had tried to follow the monsters. However, he had been discovered. Although the level 38 assassin expert tried with all his might to flee, in the end he failed to escape the one-horned monsters. How can there be such monsters? Feng inwardly shuddered as he watched the monsters kill the assassin. In terms of combat techniques, the assassin could reach the trial tower's 6th floor with his standards. He would be a considerably powerful expert, even in a first-rate guild. After all, the general public recognized players as experts once they had reached the 4th floor. Yet, the monster's combat standards were stronger than the assassin's. Unfortunately, due to a lack of combat footage, Feng could not discern the one-horned monster's true capabilities. Even so, Feng roughly guessed them to be near the half-step refinement realm at the very least. If they had been NPCs, Feng would not be surprised if they had reached this standard. After all, he had encountered NPCs with much higher combat standards than that. However, for God's Domain's monsters to fight like this, their intelligence must be extremely high. Even great lords didn't fight like this. The assassin who recorded this video is a red player, and a slightly famous one at that. It had been 2 days since he had died, but even now he cannot log into God's Domain. Feng informed Feng. Very few people know about this. For what this player has said, these monsters are extremely powerful. Before these monsters dealt with that elite team, they were roaming the area, killing field bosses. These monsters were also capable of increasing their attributes by killing both monsters and players. Moreover, their intelligence is very high. The assassin reported that when he had faced those one-horned monsters, it had felt as if he had been fighting expert players. They were so intelligent that they could easily predict his movements and implement the appropriate countermeasures. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Feng asked. Although he agreed that these monsters were extraordinary, there were many bizarre situations in God's Domain. It might be some sort of in-game event. Furthermore, he was already swamped with his own matters. He did not have the time to concern himself with someone else's business. This video was taken in Starmoon Kingdom, only a short distance from Stoneforest Town. Although these monsters are not yet a threat to the NPCs protecting the town, I believe that the town's safety will be a problem once the protection period ends. After all, nobody can say for sure just how powerful those monsters can become, Bloodfang said, chuckling. Chapter 960, Evil God Appears. They're near Stoneforest Town. Feng fell quiet as he pondered the situation. He could not remember such monsters in Starmoon Kingdom in his previous life. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. If they were mutants, they wouldn't let any creature live, and they might allow a payer to tag along. They were somewhat similar to mutants in that they could grow stronger by killing other monsters and players. Indeed, just as Bloodfang had said, while there was nothing to worry about right now, as the monsters grew stronger, they would become very dangerous. Before I sent Bloodsucker to negotiate with you, I sent him to investigate. Based on Bloodsucker's report, not only was every field boss in the area dead, but he couldn't find a single common monster either. Moreover, he discovered a similar situation in the nearby level 60 map, Bloodfang said. He then shared several pictures with Feng. Bloodsucker took these images in the level 60 area. With the monster's growth rate, it won't be long before they're a threat to Stoneforest Town or NPC towns. When Feng saw one of the pictures, he could not believe his eyes. The originally lush forest had become a scorched land pocketed with craters. Bloodsucker had also captured the corpse of a level 63 Great Lord that had been over 30 meters tall. The corpse had withered like a mummy. What was more frightening was that common monsters stopped spawning in the locations the one-horn monsters had visited. This was the equivalent of crippling an entire map. Although the effects were barely noticeable right now, if this continued, there wouldn't be any leveling spots left in Starmoon Kingdom. Thank you for your information, Guild Leader Bloodfang. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Feng frowned deeply as he finished looking through the pictures. After saying his goodbyes, he retrieved a return scroll and activated it. After Feng transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared, Bloodfang turned towards one of the dark guards beside him and commanded, "Tell Bloodsucker to pull out our men from Starmoon Kingdom and relocate them in the Black Dragon Empire temporarily." Guild Leader, our business is doing relatively well in Starmoon Kingdom. If we pull out of the kingdom now, we will lose a significant amount of income. Moreover, those monsters are only around Starmoon City right now. Do we need to be this cautious? The Dark Guard asked in surprise. Do you really think those monsters are that simple? Bloodfang eyed the Dark Guard. There's one thing that I didn't mention to Zero Wing. I recently received a report from the Thorn Shadow team, stating that they've discovered the one-horn monster's whereabouts. Do you know what else they discovered? The Dark Guard shook his head. Those monsters are currently based in an NPC town in a level 50 map. They have nested in the town. The previous reports counted less than 10 monsters, yet now there are hundreds. Moreover, the lowest level among them is level 50, while the highest are over level 80. With their development speed, something is bound to happen in Starmoon Kingdom sooner or later. It is best if we bow out now. Don't forget that every player that those monsters had killed still can't log into God's domain, Bloodfang said. Chuckling, he continued, "Moreover, I've received news that the bastards from the Blackwater Corporation have decided to make their move in Starmoon Kingdom. It is best that we avoid them for now." What? Blackwater Corporation has finally joined God's domain? Why are they starting with Starmoon Kingdom? When the Dark Guard heard Bloodfang mention the Blackwater Corporation, his indifferent expression changed as fear flashed in his eyes. I'm not sure. However, my guess is that it is likely due to this new class. After all, throughout God's domain, it is the easiest for players to obtain the new class through Starmoon Kingdom. A batch of players with this new class would benefit their development in the game, Bloodfang said, shaking his head. Among the many major corporations, I hate Blackwater the most. They always use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, and they never follow the rules. Zero Wing will have to rely on its own power to weather this coming storm. Shortly after Bloodfang issued his command, Although the command confused Bloodsucker, he began to move the several hundred Raven members hidden throughout Starmoon Kingdom, shifting their operations to the Black Dragon Empire. As for Feng, rather than traveling to Blackwing City to purchase the monster repellent scrolls, he visited Starmoon City. Instead, Starmoon City had visibly changed over the past few days. Many of the players roaming the streets were from other kingdoms and empires, all hawking their weapons and equipment. The city had also experienced an increase of their non-combat players. These players were relatively low-leveled, with some even below level 20. However, they were all very rich. These people were merchant players in cities. It was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain their own shops. There were also fixed times when players could set up stalls in the free market. As for using the auction house, the handling fees were too high for ordinary merchant players. Hence, these players generally peddled their items on the streets. If they found an interested buyer, they would conduct a trade, although doing so was somewhat time-consuming and strenuous. Every coin an ordinary player earned counted. Merchant players who dealt weapons and equipment, in particular, could earn a nice income after reaching level 10. Merchant players roamed between various cities and countries, purchasing items from players in one city and reselling those items elsewhere. After all, every city and country's prices were different. Merchants could earn a lot of money due to this difference, as these players had chosen the merchant class. They received a discount on teleportation fees as they traveled across God's domain. Moreover, like lifestyle classes, merchants were divided into ranks. The higher their rank, the higher their discounts were on teleportation fees in the past. Many players had earned enough capital from their travels to construct shops in NPC cities. Otherwise, if one relied on an ordinary combat player's income, they could never afford a plot of land, even after a lifetime of saving following which, Feng followed the main street to Grand Duke Hartfield's mansion. NPCs guarding the mansion didn't stop Feng, allowing him to enter the Grand Duke's home. However, Feng had not come here for the Twilight treasure chest this time, but for the one-horned monster. Feng had not initially recognized the one-horned monster's origin. However, from what he had learned from the pictures in Bloodfang, he was certain of one thing: those one-horned monsters were somehow related to the evil God's temple across the continent of God's domain. Abyssal monsters weren't the only threat to humans. There were other dark powers at play. Among these dark powers, the most dangerous was the evil God's temple. Unlike the war God's temple, which specialized in resisting abyss invasions, the evil God's temple focused on destroying God's domain. Moreover, the temple thirsted for the destruction of all life, unlike the abyssal monsters, who only aimed to conquer. Chapter 961, Sword Emperor Ryan. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin Chapter 961, Sword Emperor Ryan. In the garden-like mansion, Feng followed the level 150 NPC steward to the mansion's observation deck as Starmoon Kingdom's only Grand Duke. Hartfield's status was only beneath the King's naturally. His mansion was astonishing. The observation deck was awe-inspiring. Not only did it float high in the air, but its floating elevator had also been crafted from 7 luminaries crystals. Even Starmoon Restaurant's rooftop view could not compare to the view from this observation deck. Furthermore, only the palace and Starmoon auction house were higher up than the Grand Duke's observation deck. Feng felt as if he were standing atop the clouds as he looked out. He had an unobstructed view of Starmoon City. The gentle breeze touching his face relaxed him. Despite the relatively normal mana density, he felt utterly carefree. Enjoying a meal here would be the epitome of luxury. In the past, many major guilds had attempted to construct similar observation decks in their own cities, not excluding Shadow. However, only after the attempt did people realize how expensive it was. The floating deck required incomparably precious materials. Although they were not as rare as the 7 luminaries crystals, the floating stones were rare throughout God's domain on the market. A fist-sized floating stone would sell for dozens of gold. One could imagine just how much it would cost to construct an observation deck the size of a basketball court. Crafting the necessary floating elevator also required 7 luminaries crystals. Those crystals were the core components of mind spaces, and players were more than reluctant to part with them. Very few people could afford to use them to craft a floating elevator. Moreover, the moment the floating elevator was complete, other players would likely attempt to steal it. Next to the level 200, Tier 3 Grand Duke Hartfield stood a middle-aged man in silver armor. A white mantle had been draped over the man's back, and a sword with a gem-encrusted hilt hung from his waist. Golden, divine runes had been engraved on the sword scabbard, giving it both a sacred and magnificent appearance. Seeing this treasured sword, Feng had no doubt that, when this man walked down the street with that blade, he attracted a lot of attention. Countless female players and sword enthusiasts would hover around him like flies. Oddly enough, Feng recognized this man's name was Ryan Ryder, and he was the captain of Starmoon Kingdom's Royal Guard. He was also a level 200 Tier 4 Sword Emperor. He was even stronger than White River City's powerhouse, Weissman, and was known for being the closest person to becoming a Sword Saint in Starmoon Kingdom. Although there were Tier 5 NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom, none of these NPCs were affiliated with the kingdom. They originated from the several major NPC organizations in God's domain. Eucharis, the Temple Lord of Starmoon Kingdom's War God's Temple, was one such example. Even the king had to show Eucharis respect. There was also the incomparably mysterious Charlene. Although Feng did not know which NPC organization Charlene belonged to, he was certain that she did not belong to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, aside from the Grand Marshal Adolf Serret, one could say that Ryan Ryder was the strongest NPC in Starmoon Kingdom. In front of the Grand Duke and the Royal Guard captain standing side by side, any ordinary player would be petrified. Surprisingly, Feng approached them casually. The NPC steward respectfully moved to the side. Two of Starmoon Kingdom's VIPs are here together. It seems that something serious is really happening in the kingdom. Seeing the two NPCs before him, Feng was more confident of his assumptions. The appearance of the evil god's temple hinted that something major would happen soon. This was practically a natural law in God's domain. Feng could remember that nearly half of Lion's Heart Empire had been destroyed in the past due to the evil god's temple's appearance. Even a ruling super guild in the Lion's Heart Empire had suffered severe losses, not to mention the Empire's smaller guilds. This incident had shocked all of God's domain. No one had expected an NPC dark organization to be so powerful. After that incident, players exploded into action to remove the evil god's temple the moment any related issues occurred. Even so, every country in which the temple appeared suffered heavy damages. After all, when the evil god's temple appeared, all life and land were forfeit. Even after the threat was eliminated, the area took a long time to recover. Such situations' impact on local players and guilds was massive. Hence, Feng had hurried here. It was very difficult to gain entry into Starmoon Palace. Meeting with Grand Duke Hartfield, however, was easier. Everything would be fine as long as he reported the matter regarding the evil god's temple to Hartfield. The Grand Duke could then travel to the palace and inform the king. With the power of the kingdom's army, eliminating the one-horned monsters should be easy. Young adventurer, we meet again. Grand Duke Hartfield greeted Feng as he approached. Caressing his goatee, Hartfield chuckled lightly before continuing. Weissman has told me much about you. I would never have imagined that, despite being so young, you were capable of helping Lady Charlene with various matters. If my two sons were as outstanding as you, I could retire without worry. As Hartfield finished his praise, Ryan Ryder could not help but look at Feng. This made Feng feel somewhat strange. He had not expected his fame to spread to NPCs. Moreover, these two influential characters in Starmoon Kingdom had heard of him. Lord Hartfield, I have come with an urgent message that must reach His Majesty the King. However, I cannot enter the palace. I was hoping that you might transmit the message for me. Feng requested respectfully. Right then, if your news is as important as you say, I will pass on the message. Hartfield nodded, sternly agreeing to Feng's request. I have found traces of the evil god's temple in the Starfield Forest. The forest is currently devoid of life. If we don't stop the evil god's temple in time, it will quickly become a threat to the capital, Feng said after considering his words. As for the validity of my claim, Lord Hartfield simply needs to send someone to investigate Starfield Forest. High-ranking NPCs in God's domain were incredibly intelligent. Oftentimes, players were not required to present proof when reporting an incident. The NPC would take action as long as they reported the facts, initiating their own investigations. Once the report was verified, players would receive a reward. If the report were proven false, players would be punished. However, players needed to earn these NPCs' trust before they could report various issues. If a player lacked credibility, NPCs wouldn't bother to investigate the situations even if the player told the truth previously. Feng had gained some favorability with the Grand Duke. His words alone could prompt an investigation. If he were dealing with any other NPC, however, they wouldn't even give him the light of day. The Evil God's Temple? The Evil God's Temple has appeared so close to the capital. When Hartfield heard Evil God's Temple, he tensed. The energy around him also changed. Captain Ryan, like the report you've recently received, it seems that those damnable evil cultists are on the move again, Hartfield said, anger filling his eyes. After their failed attempt 15 years ago, they are going after that item again. This time, I will erase them from Starmoon Kingdom. After the Grand Duke's statement, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears, with Starmoon Kingdom's system announcement following closely. Chapter 962, Legendary Necromancer. System, congratulations. You have accepted the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Evil God's Birth. Quest content, exterminate the evil God's believers in the Starmoon Kingdom. If you fail to exterminate the evil God's believers before they summon the evil God, Starmoon Kingdom will fall into ruin. As the system was notification repeated 3 times, Feng was momentarily stunned. He had only been the messenger, yet he had triggered an epic-ranked main storyline quest in Starmoon Kingdom. This was not good news for Zero Wing. Shortly after the system notifications, the system announcements followed Starmoon Kingdom's system announcement. New expansion pack, Disaster of the Evil God, has been activated. Starmoon Kingdom system announcement. Ruins of the Evil God's Temple has been discovered in the Undead Gorge. Azura Mode Regional Dungeon, the Undead Gorge, has been activated. Players level 35 and above may enter the dungeon. The system announcement also repeated 3 times, creating a stir in Starmoon Kingdom. Awesome. Who triggered the new expansion pack? An Azura Mode Regional Dungeon? The loot will be amazing. It's actually an Azura Mode Regional Dungeon. I bet the dungeon's monsters will drop magic crystals. I won't have to continue fighting for kills in the Stoneclaw Mountains. The majority of the kingdom's players were incredibly interested in the new regional dungeon originally. The only regional dungeon that offered magic crystals was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, it had become a haunt for Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Even though the area provided abundant resources, ordinary player share was very small. Moreover, the competition for those resources grew. With each day, the new Azura Mode Regional Dungeon's appearance was definitely a cause to celebrate for the majority of Starmoon Kingdom's players. At the very least, there was now another area in which they could obtain magic crystals. Moreover, the Undead Gorge was much closer to Starmoon City than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Only a single map separated the gorge and the capital. The only problem was that the monsters in said map were somewhat high-leveled, all above level 50. If one crossed the map without being strong enough, the risk of death would be quite high. However, this could also help disqualify some players, reducing the competition in the regional dungeon. The only downside was equipment repairs. Unlike in the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the Undead Gorge's adjacent maps had a town. It would take 4 hours to run there from the nearest teleportation point. While this was a huge problem for independent players, the various large guilds found this acceptable. At the very least, they wouldn't have to pay Zero Wing with magic crystals if they grinded in the Undead Gorge. Moreover, once their guild members obtained mounts, they could save time when traveling for a time. Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds began to prepare to garrison troops in the Undead Gorge. A new regional dungeon hinted that there would be undiscovered resources. If they entered the Undead Gorge immediately, they could obtain more than their competition. Young adventurer, I would like you to help me with something, Hartfield sternly told Feng. Now that the evil God's believers have appeared, I suspect that Burn, the legendary necromancer from 15 years ago, is up to something new. I want you to locate him for me. If Burn is trying to hold a summoning ritual, He will need to slaughter many to gather enough power to summon the evil god's doppelganger. I have a tracking crystal that has recorded the evil god's power. It will help you search for the evil god's power within an area. If Burn is absorbing the power of the area's creatures, the tracking crystal will detect him. Once you discover their nest, all you need to do is report back. However, be careful in your search. Burn is a legendary necromancer, and with the aid of the evil god's power, he can summon extremely powerful monsters. Summoning the evil god's doppelganger will require a lot of power, so he will have certainly nurtured many powerful monsters to help him gather what he needs. If you want to deal with these monsters, you should head to the remains of the evil god's temple in the Undead Gorge. You might find some method of dealing with them. Once Heartfied finished speaking, he passed your phone a blue crystal block tracking crystal. When activated, will scan 5,000 yards in every direction for the evil god's power. Each use consumes one magic crystal cooldown, 30 minutes. One inconvenient item. Feng said nothing as he stared at the crystal block in his hand. Fortunately, it would require time to gather the necessary power to summon the evil god. The one-horned monsters would continue to massacre everything in their path. He would, sooner or later, find them. Then, he only needed to follow them back to their nest, following which, Feng left the Grand Duke's mansion with the tracking crystal in hand. He notified Aqua Rose to send some men to search the maps near Stone Forest Town for clues about the one-horned monsters. After completing that task, he teleported to Blackwing City. Meanwhile, inside Ouroboros's guild residence in Starmoon Kingdom, a meeting was being held. Usually, only the guild's upper echelons were invited to such meetings. This meeting, however, included 3 Outsiders Guild leaders. Snow. There are many benefits to becoming one of the Blackwater Corporation's subordinate guilds. Won't you consider it? The gloomy, short-haired youth who headed the group of outsiders asked, smiling at gentle, Snowmanny benefits. Zhao Yuru repeated from beside gentle Snow, anger tinging her words. You're asking for management of Ouroboros and 90% of its shares, yet you're offering us less than 1/10 of the market price. These are your so-called benefits? Oh, don't put it like that. With Blackwater Corporation's fame and influence, I'm sure that you know how much our management will benefit Ouroboros. The guild will become immensely strong, the short-haired youth said, chuckling. Joining the Blackwater Corporation now is your best choice. Otherwise, you'll run into a dead end in the future. You won't get anything at all. Are you threatening me? Gentle Snow frowned. It is not a threat. I am simply offering a suggestion. I doubt that your investors will want to make an enemy of Blackwater, the youth said. He then turned to Ouroboros's elders, saying, Your guild elders are aware of this. Did they not tell you yet? What is going on? Gentle Snow shifted her gaze towards the several guild elders beside her. Each elder represented one of Ouroboros's investors. Their words were the investors' Willor companies have already reached a consensus and decided to join the Blackwater Corporation. Snow, please don't blame us. We don't have a choice. Blackwater has been putting pressure on our companies as of late, so our profits are in jeopardy. If this continues, our companies may go bankrupt. We had to compromise, an elder explained softly. Chapter 963, 3 Days. The Blackwater Corporation employs impressive tactics. Gentle Snow glanced at the short-haired youth sitting opposite of her, listening to several elders' explanations. In the virtual gaming world, third-rate or greater guilds typically split their shares among multiple shareholders. Zero Wing was unique in this, as guilds were rarely under the control of a single entity, much less first-rate guilds, although a first-rate guild was the equivalent of a corporation and capable of earning its own money. When a guild of such caliber joined a large-scale virtual reality game, it needed a lot of capital to begin developing. God's domain was peculiar among large-scale virtual reality games. Even with a first-rate guild's financial strength, investments from various companies were needed for a guild to spread its influence throughout God's domain as it attempted to dominate one, or multiple, kingdoms. This was precisely the reason that multiple companies held the majority of Ouroboros' shares. If these companies came to an agreement, even she, the guild leader, was forced to accept the decision. However, Gentle Snow had never imagined Blackwater to be despicable enough to force Ouroboros into submission. Generally, major international corporations disdain such tactics, as doing so would only make them a laughingstock guild leader. Snow, what is your decision? The short-haired youth ignored the snow goddess's ridicule. On the contrary, he sneered and said, I know this is a very difficult decision to make. How about this? We'll give you 3 days to consider your options. If you insist on rejecting our offer in 3 days, we'll be forced to put someone else in the guild leader's seat. After making his threat, the short-haired youth left the meeting room. The 2 level 39 expert players followed him closely. Big brother wave. Why don't we just get rid of Gentle Snow? It would make it easier to take over Ouroboros. Now that you've given her 3 more days, she might persuade those on the fence or purchase their shares. If she does, it'll be harder to occupy the guild. The 2 robust men asked the gloomy, short-haired youth. The Blackwater Corporation's goal from the very beginning was to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. After turning Starmoon Kingdom into the corporation's playground, they would use it as a stepping stone to dominate the Black Dragon Empire. Even if Gentle Snow agreed to their conditions, they would not let Ouroboros survive. Rather, Blackwater would establish its own guild and absorb Ouroboros, gaining complete control. Hence, they did not need Gentle Snow's consent. Do you really think I will give her 3 days to make a decision? The short-haired youth clicked his tongue. Sneering, he continued, I am just giving Ouroboros' members time to adapt. If I remove Gentle Snow from her position suddenly, it will cause quite a stir in the guild. Not only will it decrease the guild's morale, but I will also have a lot of trouble rectifying the problem. Now that I am giving Gentle Snow 3 days, however, news of this matter will spread throughout the guild. We'll encounter less resistance when we take over the guild's management. Most importantly, young Master Jing has not yet sent me enough experts to take Ouroboros over. In 3 days, we should have enough personnel to assume control. At that time, we will gain control of Starmoon City, and it won't be long before we possess all of Starmoon Kingdom. Big Brother Wave. What about Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing? Are we not negotiating with them? I've heard that Zero Wing is particularly stubborn, and the guild leader alone controls the guild. It will be more difficult to take over. We won't need to worry about that. Young Master Jing has other plans for Zero Wing. The youth named Abandoned Wave responded nonchalantly. How are the people that young Master Jing sent adapting? Big Brother Wave, rest assured, with our guidance, they're improving each day. I believe they will adapt to God's Domain's combat style very quickly with the help of the battle videos we procured in the Trail Tower. As long as their levels are brought up to speed, they will be the guild's greatest trump card. One of the robust men reported excitedly that Blackwater Corporation was not like other corporations. It could actually fit quite well in God's Domain. After all, Blackwater was an international corporation that dealt with fighting competitions. The corporation's dojos spanned the globe. Moreover, the corporation was also one of the world fighting competition's main hosts with the amateur fighters in God's Domain. It would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to dominate the game if not for the recent launch of the Mindspace system. The Blackwater Corporation wouldn't have harbored the slightest thought of investing in God's Domain once Abandoned Wave's group left. Pandemonium swept through Ouroboros. The guild was no longer focused on the new regional dungeon. Meanwhile, Feng had arrived in Blackwing City's magic district. Unlike ordinary NPC cities, which were generally divided into the Noble District and the Commoner District, the NPCs and players that reached Blackwing City were extraordinary. Moreover, even if other kingdoms and empires' nobles ventured to this city, they were ordinary. Herein, the Magic District, NPC-owned magic shops were everywhere. There were at least 100 such shops in the district. Not only did these shops sell all kinds of daily use magic items, but they also sold magic scrolls. Some even sold rare magic scrolls that could not be found in ordinary NPC cities. The Monster Repellent Scroll was one such magic scroll. Initially, players had assumed that the Monster Repellent Scroll had no particular value. After all, it was only capable of driving off low-intelligence monsters. Moreover, as players reached higher levels and explored higher-leveled maps, they encountered fewer low-intelligence monsters. Hence, there was rarely a need for the Monster Repellent Scroll. Furthermore, the scroll was expensive. The monster repellent scroll had only gained popularity after players discovered its ability to protect towns. However, as one of the rare magic scrolls sold in Blackwing City, the monster repellent scroll was not infinitely available. Only a limited quantity could be purchased each day. Moreover, only one magic shop sold the scroll, so it wasn't easy to obtain overall. Only 20 monster repellent scrolls were available in Blackwing City each day. When Feng entered the magic shop that sold the monster repellent scrolls, he discovered numerous waiting players. These players turned towards Feng. Why are people from the sacred temple here? Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw these players. Chapter 964, Extraordinary Nobody. Connor's magic shop was an unassuming shop in Blackwing City. The shop was hidden deep in an alley, making it difficult to spot. Moreover, the goods sold in the luxurious magic shops lining the Magic District's main street were already more than enough to satisfy players' needs. Hence, very few went out of their way to look for Connor's magic shop. Feng had never expected to meet members of the Super Guild's Sacred Temple here aside from the glaring Sacred Temple members. A familiar woman chatted with the NPC shopkeeper Sister Melody. Should we chase this player away? A male summoner wearing light blue mage robes asked quietly. This male summoner looked relatively young, around 20 years old, yet he was already at level 39. The aura of strength and arrogance he exuded revealed him as more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, his staff was a Tier 1 weapon unique to summoners. The illusion staff Tier 1 weapons are the most suitable for Tier 1 classes, aside from epic weapons. They could maximize a Tier 1 player's combat power, which even the best Dark Gold weapons could not accomplish at the moment. Even first-rate guild only had 1 or 2 epic items. Some had none at all. Although super guilds were slightly better off in this regard, they could not arm every one of their apex experts with epic items. Generally, these experts only used Dark Gold items wielding a Tier 1 weapon in the Sacred Temple. Spoke volumes of the use combat standards. No need. It just so happens that I have a reason to seek him out. Since he has presented himself, things couldn't be better. When Quiet Melody saw Feng, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful, charming face. Her smile mesmerizing several of the Sacred Temple members. Seek him out. The summoner youth was slightly stunned. Doubtful, he turned to look at Feng as he wondered, who is he? Quiet Melody was the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master. She was also one of the guild's apex experts. Very few in the virtual gaming world could attract her attention. Seeing the summoner's confusion, Quiet Melody chuckled as she explained, Fantasy, you might not know of him since you've recently graduated from the newcomer's training, but he is none other than Zero Wings Feng. So, you're the Feng that defeated Sirius. The youth named Lonely Fantasy addressed Feng, envy blooming in his heart. However, rather than envying Feng's strength, he was jealous of the attention Quiet Melody gave Feng. It was a genius that had been nurtured by the Sacred Temple. Of the many newcomers who had recently graduated from the Temple's training program and become internal members, he ranked within the top 5. The Sacred Temple was a super guild, and it chose the newcomers it nurtured from the guild's elite members. Those who stood out among these elites were the cream of the crop. In any first-rate guild, these individuals could easily become the strongest combatants. These individuals were the virtual gaming world's blue blood experts. Yet a lowborn individual like Feng had defeated one of the Battle Wolves Guild's old monsters. Moreover, Feng received Quiet Melody's attention, whom he admired. Why wouldn't he be jealous? Unknowingly, a hunger for battle filled Lonely Fantasy's gaze as he watched Feng. We meet again. Quiet Melody took the initiative to greet Feng. If not for your loan to Hidden Cloud, I might have been unlucky. During the last Blackwing auction, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's Hidden Cloud had beaten her in the auction for the Golden Tablet. In the end, however, a mysterious NPC had assassinated him for that tablet. Moreover, Hidden Cloud had not been able to log into God's domain for a long period after that incident. He had become a laughingstock among the super guilds. Even now, Quiet Melody broke out in a cold sweat whenever she thought back to how she had fought so hard for the secret technique. Tablet losing money was one thing, Losing time was crucial. Every minute and second counted to the various guilds' experts. If they could, these experts would spend every minute in the game. If they couldn't log into God's domain for several days, their progress would be wounded. The damage might be less severe for someone like herself, who had lost interest in the battle for the guild leader's seat and was content as a vice temple master and holding some shares of the guild. However, for an ambitious person like Hidden Cloud, who vied to become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's first hall master, the damage was tremendous. You must be here for some rare scrolls, right? Quiet Melody said, her gaze shifting towards the magic scrolls filling the display cabinets. Smiling faintly, she continued, "Unfortunately, I have purchased all of the rare scrolls here. If you wish to buy some, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Temple Master Melody is quite impressive. "I'm surprised that you've found this place," Feng said as he swept a glance over the display cabinets. Indeed, just as Quiet Melody had said, the rare scrolls were gone. Even the monster-repellent scrolls, which had no apparent use at this stage of the game, were sold out. "It's nothing. I just stumbled upon this shop," Quiet Melody replied casually. She then revealed a few of the rare scrolls she had purchased. Looking at Feng, she said softly, "Which scroll are you looking for? If you're in a hurry, I can sell a few to you at cost." The Sacred Temple members were shocked. They thought that they were hallucinating. Quiet Melody was the Sacred Temple's vice temple master. Even if one disregarded her status, her appearance was enough to make countless men and women swoon. Aside from the required respect for the guild leader and the guild's older generation, she almost never expressed goodwill towards anyone yet. She was doing exactly that for Feng, even if Feng was a particularly skilled fighter with astonishing strength that shouldn't warrant Quiet Melody's warmth. After all, they belonged to different guilds. Moreover, their guild possessed many experts who were stronger than Feng's sister Melody. "We need these scrolls urgently. If we sell them to someone else," Lonely Fantasy quickly interjected, "it's fine. We purchased a few extra as a precaution." Quiet Melody smiled, responding to the summoner youth's advice with indifference. However, Lonely Fantasy knew that these rare magic scrolls were crucial to complete their quest. On the off chance that they ran out during the quest, they may fall on the very edge of success. If that happened, their previous efforts would go to waste. He could not understand why Quiet Melody wanted to befriend Feng. "What was so good about this, swordsman?" "Many thanks. I only need 4 monster-repellent scrolls," Feng stated, not beating around the bush. His agreement with Feng was extremely important. If the monsters raided the town before he was prepared, without the monster-repellent scroll, he would have to pay 30,000 gold. Moreover, a person of Quiet Melody status had no reason to trick him and no need to use this opportunity to learn why he had come to this shop, since the woman wanted to befriend him and there was no enmity between him and the Sacred Temple. He saw no reason to reject her offer afterward. Quiet Melody gave Feng 4 monster-repellent scrolls in exchange for 20 gold. After receiving the scrolls, Feng turned to look at Quiet Melody, who had been smiling all this time. Sighing, he said, "Temple Master Melody, just state your business. I'm assuming that you didn't waste so much time talking to nobody like me just to sell a few unprofitable scrolls." Chapter 965, Super Guild's Attention. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. "It's nothing major. I just wish to purchase an item from Zero Wing." Quiet Melody chuckled at Feng's question. "What item are you interested in?" Feng began to grow curious generally. Any items that Zero Wing sold could be purchased from the Candlelight trading firm with the Sacred Temple's capabilities. Quiet Melody could even easily afford the limited intermediate mana armor kits. Rather than seeking him out personally, she could simply issue a command, and her subordinates would fetch the items and deliver them to her doorstep. The slots to the Holy City. Quiet Melody responded seriously, "How do you know about that?" Feng's expression immediately darkened. Very few people knew of his acquisition of the Titan City entrance tokens. He highly doubted that Yulan's people would have leaked anything. However, based on Quiet Melody's tone, it was clear that she was certain that he had the entrance tokens. There's no need for surprise. In reality, this news has spread throughout the various super guilds. Quiet Melody smiled. I believe you remember Peerless, right? As a result of his major loss at your hands, Peerless advertised your deeds. He even revealed the secret about Titan City. Moreover, he is very certain that you obtained slots to the Holy City before this incident. I never knew that God's domain had such a holy land. Many super guilds are now watching Zero Wing. It is only a matter of time before they contact your guild. I had intended to visit White River City after I had finished shopping here. However, it seems that won't be necessary. Hearing Quiet Melody's explanation, the Sacred Temple members were stunned. Even Lonely Fantasy wondered if he had heard wrong. They had never imagined that Feng was actually responsible for the Pantheon Elders' suffering. Even newbies knew about Pantheon's Peerless. He was a big shot on the same level as Quiet Melody. Yet Feng had killed such a powerful character. It was unbelievable. Field battles were different from the PvP battles in the Dark Arena. Although Peerless was not as powerful as Sirius, one could use various tools in a field battle. Many powerful experts had also accompanied Peerless, making it even more difficult to kill him. Moreover, from listening to Quiet Melody's words, the item in Feng's hands was even tempting to the various super guilds, so much so that a Vice Temple Master like Quiet Melody deemed it necessary to make a personal visit. This was a first in Sacred Temple's history generally. When dealing with a guild like Zero Wing, it was a miracle if the Sacred Temple even sent someone from middle management. Yet, the guild had delegated the negotiations with Zero Wing to a core upper echelon. Lonely Fantasy was confused. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild in God's domain, yet warranted treatment that first-rate guilds dreamed of. How did it manage this? So, he's the one who let it leak. Feng smiled bitterly as a realization struck him. It seems that had been his final chance. He now, more or less, understood Peerless' actions during the entrance trial. It was no wonder why the high and mighty Peerless of Pantheon had tried to negotiate halfway through the battle. Without a doubt, that had been his last chance to challenge the entrance trial. After losing that chance, he would have to wait a long time before he could try to enter the Holy City again. He might not even get another chance. Since he had lost this opportunity, he wouldn't let the culprit behind his failure get off scot-free. Hence, he had spread the news and pointed the various super guilds towards Zero Wing. Our Sacred Temple also knows how valuable the slots are, so we won't ask for too many. 10 will be enough. I believe that with how many slots Zero Wing obtained, trading 10 shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, we are more than willing to pay a sufficient fee in either money or items. Quiet Melody unhurriedly explained her offer. In an ordinary guild, the Holy City slots would, at most, add a few advanced lifestyle players. However, it was a different story for super guilds. Super guilds like the Sacred Temple had many lifestyle players who were masters in other virtual reality games. Unfortunately, as these masters were still unfamiliar with God's domain's lifestyle classes, they could only utilize a small fraction of their true abilities. However, with access to the Holy City of Titan, these past masters would rapidly become true lifestyle masters in God's domain. Once these masters could exert their true abilities, rather than just generating limited profits, the Sacred Temple's network of shops could finally be put to good use. Hence, to obtain the slots to the Holy City, the Sacred Temple was willing to pay a massive price if Zero Wing is willing to sell the slots. The Sacred Temple is willing to trade epic items or golden lands in major cities for them. Since Feng had remained silent, Quiet Melody decided to use the Sacred Temple's trump card. Needed more than just money to afford epic items and major cities' golden lands. It was especially true for the lands. Even a fool knew that these lands' value had room to grow if not for how important lifestyle masters were to the Sacred Temple. The temple would never have considered these bargaining chips. Although I want to agree to your offer, the Holy City's slots are too precious. I believe that you know just how important they are. Moreover, to tell you the truth, Zero Wing has already used many of our slots. Even if I wanted to trade them to you, Zero Wing doesn't have many left. If you wish to buy them, I'll have to discuss your offer with my guild leader. Feng did not openly reject Quiet Melody's request. After all, the Sacred Temple offered an impressive price. Moreover, based on Quiet Melody had said, it seemed that multiple super guilds were very interested in the Holy City's entrance tokens. Even if he told the truth and claimed that Zero Wing had used all of its slots, none of the super guilds would believe him. At which point, Zero Wing would have earned many new enemies for no reason at all. This was all a part of Peerless' sinister plan, I understand. I'll have to request that you speak with Guild Leader Black Flame. Then, if he is willing to trade, our offer will not disappoint. Quiet Melody nodded, not surprised in the least about this outcome. Updated by Novel Full. Come. In her opinion, Feng was merely one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, and the Holy City slots could decide the fate of a trading firm. Naturally, such an important decision fell to the guild's leader. As for whether or not Black Flame would agree to the Sacred Temple's offer, she was unsure. However, she didn't believe that it was likely that he would refuse the offer. After all, golden lands in major cities were too valuable. They were also something that Zero Wing needed urgently. There simply was no reason for Black Flame to refuse. Chapter 966, Candlelight Auction. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. After Feng finished his conversation with Quiet Melody, he pretended to contact Black Flame. In reality, though, he contacted Fire Dance. After all, he was Black Flame. How could he possibly contact himself? He had only said something about it, to hide his identity. Had he made the decision as Feng, he would have roused Quiet Melody's suspicion. Feng had to admit that the Sacred Temple's offer was tempting. At the same time, it served as a reminder Zero Wing's number of lands couldn't even compare to a first-rate guild's, not to mention super guilds. It had fewer than an ordinary second-rate guild. However, this could not be helped. These guilds had far stronger foundations than Zero Wing. These guilds had joined God's domain with plenty of starting capital. Their members also spanned across many cities. Moreover, these guilds had invested almost all of the coins they earned from their money-farming teams into purchasing various cities' lands. Now players had been developing in God's domain for quite some time. These guilds' advantages were beginning to manifest in stark contrast to these guilds. Zero Wing had started in God's domain with absolutely nothing. Its possession of lands in so many cities was already impressive now that God's domain had been operating for so long. Even if Zero Wing had a lot of money, the various large guilds had already bought out the lands in the various NPC cities. These guilds treated their lands like their babies. It was practically impossible for Zero Wing to purchase these lands at a reasonable price without presenting something that these guilds hungered for. The Holy City slots provided a golden opportunity currently. The Candlelight trading firm had only spread its influence to a few major cities. By the time the lifestyle players in Titan City reached the advanced rank, the firm's small corner of the market wouldn't be enough to display its true prowess if the trading firm obtained a few plots of land in Empire's top 10 major cities. It would secure a far larger customer base. If he took into account the strengthening device and the designs unique to Titan City, Candlelight trading firm's profits would make the income from Stone Forest Town look pitiful at the moment. However, Feng did not have any Titan City entrance tokens on hand. Even if he did, he had no intentions of selling them to Quiet Melody right now. Since there were so many super guilds craving their own slots to the Holy City, he had to auction them and obtain the best price. Moreover, by doing so, he wouldn't invoke these super guilds' ire, preventing Peerless' plans from coming to fruition currently. His only method of entering Titan City was the Holy City's emblem. However, the emblem had a 7-day cooldown. He had used the emblem recently, so if he wanted to enter the Holy City, he'd have to wait. Could use these 7 days to prepare. After all, purchasing lands was a significant expenditure. Even if the Holy City's slots were more valuable, he could not trade a single slot for a major city's golden land unless the Super Guild had lost its mind in the past. A single Holy City slot only sold for several hundred gold. Even if it sold for more than that at the moment, the most anyone would pay was roughly 1,000 gold. On the other hand, major cities' golden lands were worth over 10,000 gold. With the slots he had on hand, he could afford at most one plot of land. This was not the desired outcome. He planned to trade the Holy City slots for lands in major cities, offering one slot and coins to make up the cost difference. This way, he could purchase 10 plots of lands by selling 10 slots. Hence, collecting enough coins was now a priority. Prepare the main force and both the Dark Gods Legion's official members and reserve members to advance on the Undead Gorge. Halt all other quests and activities temporarily, Feng instructed. Don't forget to collect extra strengthening devices and magic scrolls from Candlelight as well. Although the Undead Gorge is an Azura mode regional dungeon, its monsters are much stronger than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Don't carelessly lose your lives in there. Feng had never heard of the Undead Gorge before. However, as it was related to the new expansion pack, it was definitely not an ordinary regional dungeon. It should offer an abundance of resources, particularly magic crystals. Currently, there were too many players in the Stoneclaw Mountains. There weren't enough monsters to go around. On the other hand, not only was the Undead Gorge a new regional dungeon, but it also required more to enter than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Guilds wouldn't be able to dispatch as many members to the dungeon. With this, Zero Wing could farm magic crystals far more efficiently as long as he had enough magic crystals. He could use the teleportation house to turn them into mountains of glittering gold coins. With this, he could earn what he needed to purchase lands during the next 7 days. Understood. Fire Dance nodded after Feng finished issuing his orders. He smiled as he turned back to quiet melody. Communication between players could be set to private mode. This way, unrelated parties would not overhear the conversation. Naturally, the surrounding Sacred Temple members had heard nothing Feng had said, so these people assumed that he had been speaking with Black Flame. Temple Master Melody, I've told our guild leader about your offer. Our guild leader has considered this problem. Hence, he is already prepared and decided to auction off the slots. In 7 days, the Candlelight trading firm will hold its first auction. Not only will the Holy City's slots be available, but many other unimaginable items will also be for sale, Feng said. To participate in the Candlelight auction, you'll need to hold at least one deed to a major city's golden land. These lands will be used to bid for the Holy City slots. Of course, Zero Wing will supplement the cost for each land with coins. However, Zero Wing will only announce the auction to the public in 3 days. This is all I can say for the moment. As for who obtains the Holy City slots, that will depend on the strength and capital of the various guilds attending. Updated by Novel Full. Come. The moment Feng finished talking, Lonely Fantasy, who stood beside Quiet Melody, flew into a rage, growling, "What do you guys take those Holy City slots for? Do you really think our sacred temple can't obtain our own?" Fantasy, that's enough. Quiet Melody reproached her subordinate, although Lonely Fantasy tried to continue. When he saw the fury in Quiet Melody's eyes, he snapped his mouth closed. Since Zero Wing intends to sell the Holy City slots, we are lucky. The Sacred Temple will certainly attend the auction, Quiet Melody said, her eyes carrying a silent apology. She then departed from the shop with Lonely Fantasy, and the others. Lonely Fantasy still wanted to say something after leaving the shop, but Quiet Melody's glare silenced him. Fantasy, you have just officially joined the Sacred Temple, so there is much about God's domain that you do not know. Zero Wing is not as simple as you think. It was bold enough to provoke the super first-rate guild, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the Super Guild King's return. Do you really think Zero Wing will think much of the Sacred Temple's threats? Quiet Melody scolded Lonely Fantasy, shaking her head ruefully. While we wait, rather than following me around, head to the intelligence department and learn about the game's various guilds. God's domain is not the shallow game you think it is. Lonely Fantasy was taken aback by Quiet Melody's words. He had not realized that Zero Wing was powerful enough to provoke King's return. Just what kind of guild was it? As for Feng, after obtaining the monster repellent scrolls, he returned to White River City. As soon as he returned, he headed for his warehouse in the bank. Previously, too many things had demanded his attention. He hadn't yet had a chance to use the damaged God crystal he had obtained during the entrance trial. The Holy Grail already possessed immense power. If he could upgrade it further, the thought alone excited him. Chapter 967, Damaged God Crystal. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. At White River City's bank, before Feng had arrived, a crowd of players had formed in front of the building's entrance selling raw materials in bulk. A stack of frost grass for only 15 silver. A stack of flame flowers for 21 silver. First come, first served. Urgently selling attribute gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones for 7 silver each. Tier 2 for 75 silver each. Limited stock available. Players were selling all sorts of items near the bank's entrance. Level 30 Dark Gold equipment was even available for purchase. Current mainstream players were only level 33, while elite players were generally level 36. Even guild elite players dreamed of owning level 30 Dark Gold equipment. Very few people were willing to sell these items on the market. Generally, only players from small but powerful workshops sold equipment of such caliber. After all, ordinary teams could not obtain Dark Gold equipment, however. Rather than sell Dark Gold equipment for in-game currency, these small-scale workshops generally sold their items to guilds for credits, which they use to maintain their workshops' operations. After all, such workshops usually didn't have the financial support of a corporation. These are so cheap. I want 3 Tier 1 Strength gemstones and 1 Tier 2 Agility gemstone. Get lost. I want 2 Tier 2 Strength gemstones. I want 3 stacks of flame flowers. Aside from the group of peddling players, another crowd fought desperately to purchase the items for sale. A majority of these players were merchant players and guild logistic members. Are these people insane? Feng could not help his surprise when he heard the various prices regardless of the herbs and ores. The gemstone prices alone were astounding. The current market value for Tier 1 gemstones was 9 silver, which was slightly lower than its initial price. He could easily turn a profit of 2 silver if he bought them for 7 silver. As for the Tier 2 gemstone, its prices had not fallen, but had risen instead. Currently, each sold for between 95 silver and 1 gold on the market. Moreover, Tier 2 gemstones were still in high demand even after many players had obtained their Tier 2 classes in the past. The majority of their gemstones had been Tier 1. Only guild members or wealthy experts could afford a full set of Tier 2 gemstones at this stage of the game. Moreover, many of the herbs and ores sold were relatively rare. They were still extremely difficult to purchase from the market, yet so many players hawked them here. Feng even wondered if some large guild had lost its mind. Regardless, Feng had no intentions of missing this rare opportunity. He might have just walked away if only the attribute gemstones were available for a low price. After all, he could obtain much cheaper attribute gemstones from the Dark Denver. Moreover, he normally sold these gemstones through the Candlelight trading firm. However, it was a different story for rare herbs and ores. He had no shortcuts to obtain these items. He had to rely on his guild members to collect them gradually. Now that someone sold them for 20% below market price, he would be doing the Candlelight trading firm a disservice if he didn't purchase them all. Hence, Feng joined the line of customers. Most of the players in the queue only purchased 1 or 2 stacks of materials. Only merchant players and guild players could afford a little more. However, these players focused on hard currencies, such as the attribute gemstone. Although they would require some time to resell, they were certain to make a profit with such a low cost. How many rare herbs and ores do you have? When it was finally Feng's turn, he examined the middle-aged vendor. The man was only a little over level 10. He was obviously a guild player, as only guilds had such logistic players. Yet neither the man nor the players helping him wore a guild emblem. Dear guest, let me assure you that we have an abundant supply. We have as much as you could possibly want. The middle-aged man revealed a businessman smile as he glanced at the cloaked Feng. I see. All right then. I want 3,000 stacks of ice dew flower, 3,000 stacks of moonlight grass. Feng listed various herbs and ores, requesting 3,000 stacks of each. Ice dew flowers and moonlight grass were both main materials for producing the ice resistance potion. In addition, Feng had asked for the main materials necessary to craft the fire resistance potion. As long as he had these materials, he could produce ice resistance and fire resistance potions in bulk. By the time White River City grew and the city's players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, these 2 potions would sell like hotcakes. Feng clearly remembered that, shortly after the flying ship feature launched, these potions' prices had skyrocketed. The raw materials also became incredibly popular. White River City's current development speed far outstripped that of the past. Based on Feng's estimation, it wouldn't be long before the flying ships were available in White River City. If he stockpiled ice resistance and fire resistance potions now, by the time players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, he would make a fortune, dear customer. Are you sure you want so many materials? Shock lit up the middle-aged man's face as he listened to Feng's request. The bag space of 1 or 2 people won't be enough to hold so many. If you really want them, we'll need some time to transfer the materials over from other cities. Even if he emptied his warehouse in White River City, he wouldn't come close to fulfilling Feng's order. Sure, I can wait, Feng said, looking nonchalant. In any case, he had something to do in the bank. If there was money to be made, he could be patient. Hearing Feng's confidence, the middle-aged man smiled brightly. Hurriedly, he said in a respectful tone, "Please wait here for an hour. I'll send my men to fetch the materials. However, we don't have enough stock of some of the materials you have requested. Do you still wish to purchase them?" He could make as much money selling Feng these materials as he had made from all of his previous customers. So be it. In any case, bring as many of the materials I listed as you can. I'll buy everything. As a precaution, let's sign a contract. I'll return in an hour to find you. If you prepare the items early, you can meet me in the bank's main hall, Feng said. He then produced a contract and handed it to the middle-aged man. Please rest assured, I'll have my men bring the materials immediately. After the middle-aged man read through the contract, he signed it without hesitation. He then began to contact his subordinates. As for Feng, he entered the bank's main hall. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" The female NPC behind the front counter smiled as she asked Feng politely, "I want to enter my personal warehouse." "Here is the key," Feng said. He then passed a bronze key to the female NPC. "Please follow me, sir." After the NPC received the key, her attitude towards Feng shifted. Showing more respect, the key Feng had produced was paired to a large private warehouse. This made him one of the bank's VIP guests. No player could steal information about a private warehouse's contents. This was the reason that Feng had rented one for himself upon arrival. Feng carefully opened one of the warehouse's safes. The instant the safe opened, the air in the private warehouse grew heavy as a powerful aura surged from within the safe. The safe contained none other than the legendary ranked Holy Grail. This is, originally, Feng had intended to retrieve the damaged God Crystal from his bag. However, as if this God Crystal had been summoned, it flew from his bag without his involvement. As the God Crystal hovered before Feng, it radiated a faint golden glow. The God Crystal, which should have lost its power, seemed resurrected. It radiated a powerful divine might that prevented Feng from moving. Chapter 968, Evolving the Emblem. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. How is this divine might be so powerful? Feng could only look at the damaged God Crystal. He could not even move a finger. The powerful divine might could even overpower Tier 5 NPCs. It was hard to imagine that this was merely a damaged God Crystal. Even the complete God Crystal he had previously snatched from a Tier 4 monster had not been as powerful as this if he weren't in his private warehouse. The God Crystal's divine might be enough to paralyze every player in the bank, causing a commotion in White River City. Although this damaged God Crystal was quite powerful in front of the Holy Grail, it was a sheep for the slaughter. It could only wait for its death. The Holy Grail then radiated a purple aura that spread throughout the warehouse. This purple aura ate away at the divine might rapidly, and Feng's private warehouse was soon void of divine magic. As for the damaged God Crystal, it could barely stay afloat while it struggled desperately against the Holy Grail's aura. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ear system. "Do you wish to allow the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core?" "This is a Titan core." The sudden revelation surprised Feng. He used omniscient eyes once more to check the damaged God Crystal Titan core, the 10 great saints of Titan's greatest masterpiece. The Titan core is capable of supplying a near-infinite amount of energy. It originally served as the Titan Fortress's power core. However, it had been heavily damaged during the war between gods. When Feng finished reading the description, he was thunderstruck. He had heard of this item before. It could be used to construct a war fortress's power core, which is also the most important component in a war fortress. A war fortress was far more difficult to construct than a city, as it was a machine meant for slaughter. Even Tier 5 NPCs would flee from a war fortress as a single random strike was enough to end their lives. However, moving a powerful war fortress required an astronomical amount of energy. Hence, one needed a very powerful power source. Among the available materials in God's domain, the Titan core was the best option. Speaking of war fortresses, Feng had seen one in the Fissus Canyon. He had also accepted the unique quest Steel Fortress Borussia. He had nearly lost his life attempting to power the Steel Fortress Borussia with the Titan's Heart. However, although the Titan's Heart could also be used as a power core, it was far weaker than the Titan core. The Titan core possessed divine might, while the Titan's Heart only possessed power if the Titan's Heart were powerful enough to threaten Tier 5 classes. The Titan core was powerful enough to invoke God's fear. Moreover, unlike the Titan core, the Titan's Heart's energy was limited. Even 100 Titan's Hearts were not as valuable as one Titan core. Do I absorb it? Feng hesitated to a guild. The Titan core was leagues more important than a legendary item. Of the many components needed to construct a war fortress, the power core was the most difficult to obtain. In the past, this had caused many headaches for many of God's domain's major powers. Moreover, even if they obtained a power source, they would not mobilize their war fortress due to the immense energy consumption. However, there was no denying a war fortress's extreme power. If a Tier 5 player could defend a town with a player population over 1 million, a war fortress could defend nearly half of a kingdom's territory. Moreover, that was with a limited energy source when it could not be moved casually. Obtaining or producing another power source was immensely difficult. If he could equip a war fortress with a Titan core, the war fortress would have no problems defending an entire kingdom. Even the super guilds in the past had not had such a weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, powering a war fortress was only one of the Titan core's functions. The Titan core could also be used in a player-constructed city to emulate the holy city of Titan. According to legend, 18 Titan cores powered Titan City, granting it infinite energy. In the distant past, a large group of Tier 6 gods had attacked the holy city. In the end, however, these gods had failed. Titan City's dense mana and its floating lifestyle association were due to its endless amount of energy. One could just imagine how precious a Titan core was. If he allowed the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core now, it would be nigh impossible to obtain another in the future. After all, Titan City's 10 saints were long gone. There was no one around who was capable of producing another Titan core. In the end, after giving it some thought, Feng decided to withhold the Titan core from the Holy Grail. Although the Titan core was damaged and could not be used, there was hope of repairing it. After all, he had the Holy City's emblem. He could enter Titan City anytime he wanted. As the Titan core's birthplace, he should be able to learn how to repair it in Titan City to stop the Holy Grail from craving the Titan core. Feng stored the core in another safe. No one was allowed to open the saves in a private warehouse without the user's approval. The items in these safes would also be disconnected from the outside world. Sure enough, after Feng stored the Titan core inside a safe, the Holy Grail reseeded its aura and fell dormant. It seems I'll have to look for other god crystals to restore the Holy Grail. Feng sighed as he looked at the Holy Grail, which emitted a purple hue. He suddenly had a realization. Since the Grail can evolve an item, I wonder if it can evolve the Holy City's emblem. Although there was no indication of the Holy City's emblem having a rank, the Titan City entrance tokens were divided into ranks. His Black Iron entrance tokens allowed wielders to enter the Holy City for 3 days. If players possessed sufficient reputation, they could extend their stay. Silver was the next rank. Wielders of the Silver entrance token could stay in the Holy City for 6 days. Similarly, they could extend their stay with sufficient reputation. The highest ranking entrance token was the Gold entrance token. It allowed players to stay in the Holy City for up to 10 days, which token players acquired depended on which difficulty they chose when challenging the entrance trial. Titan City's entrance trial was not limited to one difficulty setting. Only, as Feng's team was still too low level and only consisted of Tier 1 players, They had not had any other options when the team had Tier 2 players. The entrance trial would provide a hard mode difficulty. As long as players cleared the hard mode trial, they could obtain silver tokens. When Tier 3 players were present in the team, Hell mode would be made available, from which players could obtain the golden tokens. A normal mode of Titan City's entrance trial was already as difficult, or more, as the Hell mode difficulty of a 100-man large-scale team dungeon. Not to mention hard mode and Hell mode. Even in the past, Feng had never heard of a team obtaining the gold tokens, and extremely few teams had managed to obtain the silver tokens. Most had settled for Black Iron. /novel full. Since the entrance tokens were divided by ranks, the Holy City's emblems should have ranks as well. After all, he had obtained his Holy City's emblem from normal mode. What about those obtained from hard mode and Hell mode? Thinking up to this point, Feng could not help but click on the Holy Grail and select its power of evolution skill. He chose the Holy City's emblem as the evolution's target. Chapter 969, Evolved Effects. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. I should be able to evolve it, right? Although Feng had chosen to evolve the Holy City's emblem, he still wasn't sure that his plan was feasible. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, the Holy City's emblem did not have a rank to differentiate it from others. Suddenly, a strand of purple mist flowed from the light blue Holy Grail, gently wrapping around the flashing silver emblem in Feng's hand, as if scanning it 3 seconds later. Feng heard the sound of a system notification system. Do you wish to sacrifice 1,000 HP permanently to evolve the Holy City's emblem? Sure enough, a legendary item is amazing. Excitement lit up Feng's face. Although losing 1,000 HP stung, the return was worth the cost. As long as the evolution succeeded, this item would be far more valuable than an epic item. Feng agreed to the evolution. Feng's maximum HP then fell by 1,000, from 26,300 to 25,300. However, despite the loss, Feng's HP was still much higher than Cola's. If Feng activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings Aura of Earth, he could even become a sturdier MT than Cola. As Feng's HP decreased, streams of green liquid flowed from his body and into the Holy Grail. In turn, the Holy Grail radiated a dazzling purple glow that gradually melded with the Holy City's emblem. Suddenly, the emblem radiated a dazzling golden glow that enveloped the warehouse. Was it a success? Feng stared at the Holy City's emblem, tension tightening his features. If the evolution were a success, the Candlelight trading firm's future would be limitless. While other guilds were expending effort and resources to nurture advanced lifestyle players, he could easily nurture one batch after another, giving the Candlelight trading firm a massive advantage over other trading firms at that time. Even if Candlelight lacked shops, it could easily overwhelm its rivals with a large stock of advanced products. If they could nurture a master rank player, they could earn staggering amounts of money. If the evolution failed, though, he would have to wait another 10 days before he could try again. He would also have to sacrifice another 1,000 HP. The thought soured Feng's mood. However, as depressing as it was, he would gladly sacrifice another 1,000 HP. After all, Titan City held the key to the Candlelight trading firm's future. After the golden glow dissipated, the originally silver Holy City's emblem shone a pale gold. Moreover, tiny divine runes had been carved on the emblem, which gathered surrounding mana. It almost seemed like a faint mist had wrapped around the emblem, giving it an aura of mystery. Following which, Feng inspected the Holy City's emblem statistics. Holy City's emblem opens a transfer gate to Titan City. A maximum of 20 people may pass through the gate. Each time the wielder of the Holy City's emblem enters the Holy City of Titan, they can extend their stay by up to 2 days. Cool down, 7 days. After Feng finished reading the introduction, he was ecstatic. Although the evolved emblem did not extend a player's stay like the higher-ranked entrance tokens, it now allowed 20 people to enter Titan City rather than 10. Moreover, the wielder could stay in the Holy City 2 days more than everyone else. Now, the Holy City's emblem was practically a permanent residence permit for Feng. Generally, ordinary players could only stay in Titan City for 3 days, while Feng as one of the city's honorary citizens, could stay up to 5 days. Including the Emblem's new effects, he could extend his stay in the Holy City to 7 days, which was exactly how long the cooldown lasted with this. Even if Feng did not raise his reputation, he could stay in Titan City as long as he wanted. Titan City was heavenly for both lifestyle players and combat players, not bad. With this, I won't have to worry about time constraints when I'm questing in Titan City. Sure, Feng smiled at the pale gold emblem in his hand. Titan City was a holy land to both lifestyle players and combat players. Only, as the slots to enter the city were extremely valuable. Most guilds that possessed them only used them on lifestyle players who could contribute more to the guild than combat players. However, as more players reached Titan City, combat players would discover the Holy City's benefits. They would also discover that they would enjoy just as many benefits as lifestyle players. Only, the various guilds had only discovered late in the game. By then, Titan City's benefits were no longer useful to Apex experts. Starmoon City, Ouroboros' guild residence. Due to the Blackwater Corporation's visit, the entire guild was a mess. Many of the players lounged around the guild residence's main hall, not in the mood to level up. Instead, they chatted among themselves about the guild situation at the same time. An argument raged in the residence's meeting room. Do your companies really intend to side with the Blackwater Corporation? Have you never considered the fact that Blackwater is simply trying to annex Ouroboros and turn it into one of its toys? At that time, your companies won't have anything to do with Ouroboros at all. Xianxia bellowed, furious as she glared at the several guild elders beside her. Won't you reconsider this? The guild elders not affiliated with the company nodded, showing their support for Xianxia's words. The Blackwater Corporation was ruthless and cruel. Before it had even obtained Ouroboros, it was asking its guild leader to step down and relinquish full management rights. One could only imagine what Blackwater would do once it truly secured the guild. Ouroboros' name would vanish from the virtual gaming world after the Blackwater Corporation obtained 90% of Ouroboros' shares. It would only be a matter of time before it obtained the remaining 10% and devoured Ouroboros. Aside from the compensation fees, these companies would have nothing left currently. God's Domain's popularity was rising rapidly due to the Mindspace system's launch. Even a fool could tell what would become of God's Domain in the future. Otherwise, so many companies from around the world wouldn't be investing in the game as a first-rate guild. Ouroboros had a significant advantage. It had already amassed plenty of lands. However, if they allowed Blackwater to take everything, these companies would never be able to establish another guild as powerful as Ouroboros, no matter how much money they spent by giving in to the Blackwater Corporation. These companies were ignoring long-term profits for short-term gains. Regarding the problem of your funds, I have begun to sell the materials in the guild's warehouse to collect more. Including the funds I have, and based on my estimations, we should be able to fund your company's resistance against Blackwater for some time. Ouroboros can use this time to capture a few towns. With the income from these towns, the guild will be able to sustain itself. It will no longer have to purchase coins from others or hire money farming teams. Meanwhile, you will retain your shares of Ouroboros. What do you think? Novel full. Calm Gentle Snow proposed her plan calmly as she shifted her gaze towards the several elders representing various companies. Although her plan was effectively cutting off Ouroboros' means of retreat, this was the guild's best option. Chapter 970, Greatest Advantage. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin. The company representative elders fell silent after Gentle Snow's proposal. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would take such decisive action, sacrificing the materials their guild had struggled to accumulate. This would damage Ouroboros immensely and be robbing Peter to pay Paul. In reality, she had not solved the fundamental problem. Novel full. Calm, however, if they gathered enough capital to cover their company's sudden shortage of funds and endure this difficult period, their companies could make a comeback and slap the Blackwater Corporation in the face. Moreover, as Gentle Snow had said, if Ouroboros could obtain a few towns within a short time and maintain Ouroboros' profitable state, their companies would hold on to Ouroboros tightly. rather than surrender their shares to Blackwater in God's domain. Captured towns were different from NPC cities. Unlike in NPC cities, where players were under many restrictions, players could build as they wished in their own town. Moreover, constructing a house in a town was far cheaper. Most importantly, players wouldn't be limited in what items they could sell. In the shops in NPC cities, players were only allowed to sell items that were native to God's domain. In a player-owned town, however, players could sell foreign products such as cosmetic items. Unlike weapons and equipment, cosmetic items did not possess attributes. At the same time, cosmetic items could only be worn within player-owned territory. They could not be worn in the fields or NPC cities. Moreover, designing cosmetic items in the game was not an easy task. Although it was not as troublesome and meticulous as weaving, leather making, or forging attributed equipment, and crafting required an advanced lifestyle player skills, cosmetic items could only be crafted using native materials in God's domain. As a result, players were required to look for suitable materials to create pleasant-looking cosmetic items, which was not easy. Furthermore, more than one form of currency could be used. In player-owned towns, shops had the option of selling their items for either credits or coins, which was convenient for both players and shops. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. As the first town to be captured in Starmoon Kingdom, it had grown considerably. Stone Forest Town's residential player population also increased by the dam. A lack of safety was the only issue, as the area was home to high-level monsters. This prevented low-leveled players who only sought entertainment from visiting. Even so, many companies eagerly wanted to cooperate with Zero Wing. It was especially true for companies in the clothing industry. They all wanted to drown Zero Wing in credits. However, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing had turned these companies down. Instead, it constructed hotels, smithies, bars, and other establishments. The town was nearly out of space already. Seeing the large numbers of players swarming to Stone Forest Town, many companies had cursed Zero Wing as insane. The guild was ignoring a golden opportunity to earn a fortune. We'll contact our superiors immediately. However, we cannot guarantee that they will be willing to take this risk. The several elders representing companies nodded before logging out of God's domain. Hearing the several elders' answer, the other upper echelons relaxed slightly. Inside Starmoon Kingdom's Divine Coliseum, a large group of players ranging between level 10 and level 20 wandered in and out of Trial Tower. Although these players were not very high-leveled, and their equipment was subpar at best, others were shocked by how many floors they were clearing of these players. The weakest among them had even reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Brother Wave, the people that young Master Jing sent are incredible. Their improvement speeds are astounding. It won't even be long before they surpass me. A tall level 39 ranger, who sat beside Abandon Wave, said, smiling bitterly. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. This time, he had been specially hired to train a group of newcomers who had recently joined the virtual gaming world. He had initially thought that this would be a simple job. However, the moment he met these newcomers, he sensed the dense killing intent and hostility. Their auras were nothing like an ordinary player's, and he could instantly tell that these experts had been well-tempered in live combat. Among these newcomers, a few even felt stifling. These newcomers had already surpassed him and reached the realm he had always dreamed of. This is all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grasped God's domain's combat basics so quickly. When more newcomers arrive, I'll have to trouble you again. Abandon Wave was quite satisfied as he watched the new group enter the Trial Tower. As long as he raised these people's levels, it would only be a matter of time before Blackwater took over Starmoon Kingdom. Before he had joined the game, he would never have imagined that combat in God's domain was as realistic as real-world combat. The only differences were players' skills and superhuman physiques to the Blackwater Corporation. The game's realistic combat was its greatest advantage. After all, Blackwater was a giant in the fighting world. No one had more combat experts or method of nurturing experts than Blackwater. Unlike other companies, which struggled to nurture their own gaming experts in God's domain, it was a simple task for the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater only needed to assist players in adapting to God's domain's combat style. Suddenly, a bald, robust man rushed up to Abandoned Wave and whispered, "Big Brother Wave, a message has arrived from Ouroboros. It seems that Gentle Snow is trying to use the guild's collected materials to compensate the companies for their missing funds. Moreover, someone in White River City has already agreed to purchase all of Ouroboros' rare herbs and ores. Should we do something to stop her?" Haha, interesting. It seems that Gentle Snow is good for more than just her pretty face. She is a daring beauty. It makes me somewhat reluctant to let her go. Abandoned Wave could not help but roar with laughter. It's a pity that her efforts are pointless. She doesn't understand Blackwater's power. She doesn't know these companies' true intentions. Either Gentle Snow has a considerable amount of Ouroboros' shares. Even if those companies pressure her, they can't stop her from selling the materials. However, I can't let her have her way. Notify Gale and the others and have them warn the buyer. I don't want Ouroboros to have a raw material shortage when I take control. Understood. After Abandoned Wave finished issuing his instructions, the bald man left the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 971, White River City's Transformation. Under Sir Star Moon City, Ouroboros' guild residence. Bursting into the meeting room, the tall, robust berserker Fierce Snake hurried to Gentle Snow's side and quietly reported, "Guild leader, good news. You've been worried that we wouldn't be able to sell the materials fast enough, right? A while ago, we found someone willing to purchase all of our rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the attribute gemstone sales in the various major cities are going quite well. We'll collect the necessary funds in no time." All right. Gentle Snow's expression, which had been tense until now, finally relaxed. Assemble the materials in the various warehouses immediately. Selling all of the materials Ouroboros had, even at 80% market value, in such a short time would be a daunting task. After all, there was a limit to how much the market could digest if they could not gather the required funds in time. Her proposal would have been nothing but talk now that someone wanted to spend the coins to purchase their stock. They had helped her considerably when Gentle Snow finished instructing Fierce Snake. The several company representative elders came back online. How did you manage to get an answer so quickly? Gentle Snow felt something off when she saw that several elders. Such an important decision wasn't easy to make. At the very least, these companies would have had to hold an emergency meeting with their directors before making a decision. Yet these elders had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. Have you decided to submit to Blackwater in the end? Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had only recently chased away Chao Chanhua after much difficulty and snatched back control of the guild, which had originally belonged to her elder brother. She had never expected several of Ouroboros' investors to abandon them. Just as she was starting to push the guild onto the right track with just her family's company, she could not stand against these major companies when they worked together. /update by Novelful. Guild Leader Snow. Please understand that this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Our companies simply cannot stand against the Blackwater Corporation. Please prepare to hand over the position of Ouroboros' guild leader. We also hope that you will support the new guild leader. As for the White Clan Group's shares, we will buy them back in 3 days. After the company representative elders gave their answer, they sighed powerlessly as they logged out of the game. Although they were only the representatives of their respective companies, they knew that their companies had already signed a private agreement with the Blackwater Corporation. They no longer intended to play with the White Clan Group, as they had found a new playmate despicable. How could they do something like this? We were blind to think we actually accepted these companies' investments in the guild. The dozen or so elders who had fought long and hard with Ouroboros started to bash the investors. To them, Ouroboros was their home. They had worked for Ouroboros for over 20 years. Now that someone else was taking over their guild, why wouldn't they be angry? Snow, Xiaoyuru, didn't know how to console her friend. The White Clan Group had made its fortune in the virtual gaming world. It had established Ouroboros and gradually developed the guild, taking over a dozen years to elevate it from a third-rate guild to a first-rate guild. Afterward, Ouroboros had dominated over a dozen virtual reality games. Yet now it was crumbling in Gentle Snow's hand. Zhao Yuru did not know what to say. I am fine. Gentle Snow waved her hand. However, she was extremely pale. After a few minutes of silence, she took a deep breath and said, "Those companies and the Blackwater Corporation are underestimating me. Since Ouroboros cannot be salvaged, the White Clan Group will start a new Ouroboros." Although the investing companies had secured Ouroboros' management, and thus the guild's shops, gaming experts were the true key to a guild's power due to Chao Qinghua's mutiny. The White Clan Group controlled Ouroboros' god-slaying army. It did not belong to the guild. As a preventive measure against Chao Qinghua, Gentle Snow had purchased over a dozen plots of land in Starmoon City and several other high-population cities under her name. However, she hadn't expected those preventative measures to come into play. Now fears, "You don't have to deliver the goods anymore. I'll meet with the buyer personally," Gentle Snow said. Although the Blackwater Corporation now owned Ouroboros, she was still the guild leader. She also possessed a significant portion of the guild's shares, so she still had the authority to transfer a considerable amount of resources. Since she was going to leave Ouroboros, she needed to take some things with her. She wouldn't allow Blackwater to get its hands on the resources under the White Clan Group's management. Although she couldn't transfer the guild's resources in bulk, coins were much easier to move. Moreover, upstart guilds lacked money the most. With the money from selling the materials, she could easily build a sturdy foundation for her new guild following, which Gentle Snow left the meeting room. At the same time, Zhao Yuru began to mobilize the god-slaying army and other guild members. When the time came, she would take as many people with her as possible. Although they could not leave Ouroboros an empty husk, they could at least cause the Blackwater Corporation to pop a vein or two when it took over the guild's management in front of White River City's bank. Guild leader, the buyer is inside the bank. The middle-aged man, who sold items in front of the bank, rushed up to greet Gentle Snow when she arrived on her way to the bank. Gentle Snow was greatly surprised by White River City's atmosphere despite Starmoon City being the kingdom's capital. The vibe in White River City felt as if should be the capital instead. As she traveled through the city, she saw many teams from various first-rate guilds. There were more and higher quality players in White River City than in Starmoon City. She had even seen a few players riding through the city atop mounts. One wouldn't see this in Starmoon City. It seemed that White River City's players were already used to these sights. One would even be hard-pressed to find such happenings in imperial capitals. When Gentle Snow entered the bank, the middle-aged man guided her to a corner of the main hall. Feng sat there alone, a black cloak covering his body. However, even though Gentle Snow could not see Feng's appearance, this man felt familiar. Gentle Snow? Why is she here? Is Ouroboros the guild selling the materials? Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Gentle Snow walking towards him. Could something big have happened to the guild? With Ouroboros' financial strength, the guild shouldn't need to do something so damaging to gather funds. As Gentle Snow stopped before Feng and the middle-aged man was about to introduce her, 6 tall, burly men radiating hostility cut past Gentle Snow's group and surrounded Feng. "Oh, guild leader Snow, I'm sorry, but the Blackwater Corporation has some business with this gentleman. Would you give us a moment?" The leading level 39 berserker, named Lethal Gale, subtly demanded, smiling coldly. Chapter 972, Test of Strength. As Gentle Snow was pushed aside, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to speak up. However, before he could do so, Lethal Gale shot him a penetrating glare. With the one look, the middle-aged man froze. Even though the middle-aged man knew that players wouldn't dare attack another in a place like this, Lethal Gale's sharp gaze had left him petrified. The dense killing intent within that gaze felt as if a blade had been pressed against the middle-aged man's throat, and if he moved, his head would leave his body. This is killing intent. Gentle Snow could also feel the frightening pressure that Lethal Gale exuded, and she could not help but stare at the berserker. To put it simply, killing intent was a kind of mental suppression. Although killing intent couldn't be seen or touched, the human mind could sense the threat of danger. As a person could not perceive the danger with their 5 senses, the mind employed a self-preservation mechanism, halting the body from making any sudden movements. It was the same mechanism that was responsible for small animals freezing when surprised. There was a saying in the real world that looks could kill. Although it sounded like a joke, a person's gaze could indeed transmit certain signals. Take wild animals, for example. When two wild animals faced off against one another, if one of the wild animals received a ferocious glare from the other, the former would hesitate. Wild animals were born with much keener senses than humans, so they could pick up on these signals easier. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary players. However, for experts who had experienced many life or death situations, their will and instincts had already been hardened and sharpened. Hence, they could transmit more powerful signals, which even ordinary people could pick up on. Lethal Gale was one such expert. Update by Novel Full. However, Gentle Snow had not focused on Lethal Gale due to his killing intent, but rather because his was somewhat different from other gaming experts. His killing intent was much colder and sharper. Unlike the killing intent other experts radiated, which only served as a warning signal, the killing intent Gentle Snow felt from Lethal Gale showed that the Berserker truly wanted to murder his target. More importantly, the Berserker wore a calm and natural expression while he radiated such killing intent. The fact that Lethal Gale could do this told her that his hand was stained with real-world blood. One should always act on a first-come, first-served basis. Do the Blackwater Corporation's people not respect this rule? Gentle Snow asked as she pulled her subordinate away and glanced at Lethal Gale. Sneering, she continued, "Or do you need me to teach you a lesson in manners?" Although Gentle Snow's tone was soft and not particularly loud, everyone who heard her trembled involuntarily. It seems the rumored snow goddess isn't just a pushover. Lethal Gale thought, surprised by Gentle Snow's aura. In his eyes, virtual gaming experts did not know what it truly meant to fight and kill. These people were nothing to them, people who had seen hell and walked the boundaries of life and death. However, the aura Gentle Snow radiated showed that she was not one bit weaker than him. He had not expected this revelation. Sure, since Guild Leader Snow made the offer, I'm interested to see just how tough you really are. If you can defeat me, my men and I will leave. If I win, however, you will have to wait for us to finish our chat with this gentleman. Although Gentle Snow's aura had surprised him, that was all. In an actual fight, one could only rely on their own skill. He refused to believe that his skills, which he had honed in true battle, would lose to someone like Gentle Snow. Was all style, and no substance. Moreover, if he beat Gentle Snow, a Banded Wave would have an easier time taking over Ouroboros. Lethal Gale's companions wore mocking smiles as they watched Gentle Snow. He was absurdly strong. He had even defeated a famous expert from the Dark Knight Empire, who ranked 354th on the God's Domain experts list. As for Gentle Snow, in the latest update of the experts list, she only ranked within the top 900. Defeating her would be a piece of cake for Lethal Gale. Okay, I want to see just what kind of experts the Blackwater Corporation has nurtured, Gentle Snow said. She then turned to Feng, and in an apologetic tone, she said, "Excuse me, sir, but will you wait for a little while longer? I'll finish this match very quickly. We can proceed with the trade once I'm done." Blackwater's people had not initially been looking to cause Feng any trouble. It was only because of her that these ruffians had done so. Hence, it was only right that she deal with this matter. Trying his best to hold back a chuckle, Feng said in a deep tone, "It's fine. I am more than happy to watch a good show." He had to admit that the black cloak was an excellent item for hiding one's identity. Even as he stood before Gentle Snow, she didn't recognize him at all. Right now, all she could discern was his gender in reality. Feng could have revealed his identity and put an end to this match. However, he was curious to see how strong Gentle Snow was. Both Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale were level 39 berserkers. Both wore equipment of similar standards, with both wearing level 40 Dark Gold equipment. It was obvious that they both possessed top-tier equipment that could reduce item level requirements. Their weapons were the only difference between them, although Feng did not know the quality of Gentle Snow's silver greatsword. Seeing the greatsword gather traces of mana from the area, it was definitely stronger than a Dark Gold weapon. On the other hand, Lethal Gale's greatsword was slightly weaker. Even so, it was a top-tier dark gold weapon with almost a negligible difference between them. This match would come down to their combat technique. Feng had already been observing Lethal Gale. Although he was a berserker, a class famed for violence, his actions felt light and gentle. It was obvious that his physical control had already reached a very high standard. It was highly possible that he had reached the refinement realm. Refinement realm experts were considered apex experts in first-rate guilds. After all, unless one had the benefit of a simulation training system or some miracle, it was extremely difficult to reach the refinement realm. Hence, it was quite impressive if a first-rate guild had a few such experts. As for experts of higher combat standards, that depended on luck. It was similar to some unrated guilds' luck as they saw a refinement realm expert arise from among their members. Unfortunately, the probability of such at this stage of the game was extremely small unless the player was also an extremely powerful martial artist in the real world. As for Gentle Snow, Feng did not notice any sign that she had reached the refinement realm. In that case, where was her confidence coming from? Of course, it was also possible that Gentle Snow intentionally hid the subtle signs. If so, even Feng would not be able to determine her combat standard. He could only confirm his doubts by watching an intense battle. Once Gentle Snow agreed to the match, they all headed for the Divine Coliseum above White River City. Hellscythe _. Chapter 973, Match of the Century. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin. Inside the Divine Coliseum, players came and went. It was even more lively than White River City's auction house. The Divine Coliseum had become the most populated location in the city. Sitting along the rest bar, many players chatted as they watched battle videos on the screens hovering in the main hall. The drinks here are awesome. It's a pity that they're so expensive. Unlike everywhere else, where we can pay with copper and silver coins, can only buy drinks here with magic crystals or the points we accumulated in the Divine Battlefield. Each bottle costs 100 points. I need to win at least 3 team battles to earn that many. I'll never afford more drinks at this rate. That's nothing. A few days ago, someone spent 3,000 battle points to buy 1 bottle of Icefire Spirit. I heard that not only is it calming, but its effects last for 5 hours. Its calming effects are far better than the Trial Towers. It also tastes magnificent. What? I could drink for half a month with 3,000 points. The Icefire Spirit isn't the best alcohol available. I heard that if one reached the Trial Tower's 8th floor, they can purchase the Witch's Tier. One costs 5,000 points. Some time ago, I heard that a player from another kingdom bought one. I wonder what it tastes like. Stop dreaming. Only God's Domain's apex experts can reach the 8th floor. Getting past the 4th floor is difficult enough for us, much less the 8th floor. As the Divine Coliseum became a larger factor in players' lives, players grew stronger. Players also used the Trial Tower's results as a way to judge someone's true abilities. As for tycoons who used their equipment to suppress others, they weren't experts, just rich. Hence, guilds and independent teams now recruited members using the Trial Tower's results as a benchmark. Players who could reach the 5th floor were considered ordinary experts. Players who reached the 6th floor, even in a large guild, were experts of the next level. Players who could reach the 7th floor were of the more powerful experts, even in first-rate guilds. As for those who managed to reach the second half of the 7th floor, they were top-ranking experts in a first-rate guild. One would be hard-pressed to find players in a first-rate guild who could reach the 8th floor. While the players in the main hall chatted amongst themselves, Lethal Gale and the others who had just arrived immediately attracted everyone's attention. People in their way moved aside as they felt these players shocking. Or shortly after, however, everyone noticed Gentle Snow. Her saint-like beauty even enthralled a few new players. That beauty is hot. Damn, is this your first day playing a virtual reality game? You don't even know about the Snow Goddess? She is the guild leader of the first-rate guild Ouroboros. Be careful with what you say. I heard that many wealthy young masters have tried to harass her in the past. In the end, these people have been killed to level 0 and forced to delete their accounts and start all over. Hearing the veteran player's story, the players new to White River City shut their mouths immediately to them. Even joining a third-rate guild would earn them bragging rights among their friends for days. They looked up to players in first-rate guilds. They were also aware of the massive differences between third-rate and first-rate guilds in the current God's domain. Unrated guilds were forced to develop in smaller NPC towns. There was no place for a small guild in a city. Only those acknowledged as third-rate guilds barely survived in NPC cities. Meanwhile, first-rate guilds ruled over several, or even over a dozen, major cities. With a word from Gentle Snow, other guild leaders would make their lives hell in God's domain without hesitation. With their standards, their only option would be to start a new account. What are they trying to do? Why is Ouroboros' guild leader in White River City's Divine Coliseum? That man, Lethal Gale, recently defeated the 354th ranked expert from the God's Domain's experts list. I heard that he even broke the Trial Tower's record in Hot Sand City and reached the 8th floor. Why is he here? Can this be? When everyone saw Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow enter the same combat room, the main hall fell silent. They couldn't help but stare at the combat room's closed door, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. An 8th floor expert was going to fight Ouroboros' guild leader. I need to notify my team leader and the others. This is the match of the century. Hopefully, they'll broadcast the fight. I'll even be willing to pay for this show. Look, they didn't turn private mode on. We can watch the battle on the main screen. Hurry, select this battle. Pandemonium swept through the main hall. Every player quickly called up the Divine Coliseum system interface and clicked to watch Gentle Snow's battle against Lethal Gale in the Divine Coliseum. The videos on the main hall screens depended on the number of viewers. If enough players wanted to watch the fight, the system would automatically display said fight on the main screen, following which everyone in the main hall stared the main screen in rapture. At the same time, many players fervently contacted their companions and guilds, telling everyone they knew about this shocking development. Before the battle between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale began, news of their fight had spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leaders and upper echelons of the kingdom's various guilds received the news at almost the same time. Has Gentle Snow lost her mind? She agreed to such a challenge? The Star Alliance is purple. I was surprised when she heard the news. Lethal Gale is a refinement realm expert. Although Gentle Snow is strong, she had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Doesn't she care about Ouroboros' reputation anymore? Purple Eye knew just how powerful refinement realm experts were from her experience in the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system. Although there only appeared to be a thin line separating a half-step refinement realm expert from a true refinement realm expert, with equal levels and equipment, the disparity between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although Gentle Snow had a slight advantage with her equipment due to her status as the leader of a first-rate guild, she could never close the gap with such a small lead and attributes. No, she is no fool. I also heard about Blackwater purchasing Ouroboros. From what I learned from the Secret Pavilion, that Lethal Gale fellow is an expert that Blackwater has secretly nurtured, Galaxy Pass said. Chuckling, a realization struck Purple that this was no longer a simple competition of strength. It was a competition between Ouroboros and the Blackwater Corporation. Both of their reputations were on the line. Purple, notify our people in White River City immediately and have them record the battle. We must not miss this opportunity. Galaxy Pass commanded. Other guilds also burst into action. Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale's battle had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Chapter 974, War Goddess. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 974, War Goddess. A bald, robust man suddenly burst into an exquisitely decorated room. Tension written all over his face. Boss Wave. Something has happened with Gale. The bald man reported, hurriedly raising his brows. Abandoned Wave asked, what happened? I don't know what Gale was thinking, but he's about to duel Gentle Snow. News of the fight has already spread throughout the kingdom. The bald man said Gale is dueling Gentle Snow. The news surprised Abandoned Wave somewhat. A moment later, however, he started laughing before he said, good, very good. Gale's performance this time is excellent. Who would have imagined that? Just as I was struggling to think of a way to take over Ouroboros, Gentle Snow delivered herself to my doorstep. Send someone immediately to live stream Gale's battle. I want to see the look of despair on Gentle Snow's face. Although he was not certain of Gentle Snow's true strength, he knew how powerful Lethal Gale was. It was common knowledge that, although Lethal Gale had beaten the 354th ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list, it had been a hard-fought battle. Hence, in the public's opinion, that must have been the limit to Lethal Gale's strength. Dated by novel full. Common reality. However, Lethal Gale had held back after all. He was a member of the battle team that the Blackwater Corporation was nurturing. How could he afford to expose his true strength to the public? He needed to save that trump card to deal other battle teams a critical blow, though Abandoned Wave had no idea how much strength Gentle Snow had hidden. She was 100 years too early if she thought she could defeat Lethal Gale. Inside White River City's Divine Coliseum, every player in the main hall watched the main screen as if hypnotized. It's finally starting. Sitting at a corner of the rest bar, Feng looked at the timer displayed on the screen, his heart thumping with anticipation. In the past, the strength Gentle Snow displayed during the early stages of the game had been extremely frightening. Many experts had considered her disappearance from God's Domain a shame, as they all believed that she had the potential to become a Tier 6 God rank player. Her abilities were clear for all to see, just from how she had managed to nurture the cleric God Violet Cloud. The main screen currently displayed a dense forest, which was the perfect environment for assassins and rangers. However, it was an entirely different story for Berserkers. Berserkers were the epitome of strength. The Berserker class was a class that solved all problems with overwhelming strength. Unlike a duel between other classes, the one between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale would undoubtedly be a short battle. Either Gentle Snow would quickly defeat Lethal Gale, or the other way around. There was no third possibility. Hence, everyone in the main hall paid close attention to the screen, afraid of missing out on any details of the battle. Let me properly experience the strength of Ouroboros's guild leader. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me too much. As soon as Lethal Gale let out a low shout, a bone-chilling glint flashed across his eyes as he unsheathed the gigantic greatsword slung over his back and entered a fighting stance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not use charge straight away and rush at Gentle Snow. Instead, he slowly closed in on the female berserker step by step. However, with each step Lethal Gale took, the surrounding air grew heavier. Even the players watching the main hall could feel the frightening pressure the male berserker radiated. As for Gentle Snow, she unsheathed her silver greatsword and pointed it directly at the approaching Lethal Gale. Her actions were as if victory was already in her grasp. Her calm appearance made her look just like the war goddess of a battlefield. When only 12 yards separated the two berserkers, everyone suddenly saw a shocking scene. Gentle Snow's entire body started releasing a silver glow. In the next moment, 3 pairs of silver metallic wings sprouted from her back. The equipment she wore also underwent a transformation. Her original silver armor turned into a set of pure white robes. In the blink of an eye, Gentle Snow had changed from a plate armor class to a cloth armor class. This sudden development made it seem as if an angel had suddenly descended onto the battlefield. In the next moment, golden divine runes manifested on her robes and even on her unblemished cheeks, adding a few hints of holiness to the war goddess. Meanwhile, the silver greatsword in her hands had also transformed into 2 thin, sharp blades. Golden arcs of electricity were faintly visible, wrapping around the blades of the one-handed swords. Before anyone even reacted, Gentle Snow dashed straight towards Lethal Gale. What just happened? Is she really a berserker? Gentle Snow's sudden transfiguration riveted everyone in the main hall. None of them had expected her to undergo such a change. She's so fast. At this moment, even Feng was surprised. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow had hidden her strength so deeply. Gentle Snow's current speed was already above his watching through the large screen. Everyone only saw Gentle Snow leaving behind an afterimage in her original position before appearing right before Lethal Gale. Ha! Come! Lethal Gale laughed as he activated his berserk skill, Beastification, his skin suddenly turning a deep red. Both his strength and speed also soared. Immediately, he sent a cross slash at Gentle Snow in response. Gentle Snow swung the sword in her right hand, the blade transforming into an arc of light as it struck at Lethal Gale's greatsword. What a fool. Gale has already activated Beastification. Although the skill's duration is very short, it increases his strength attribute by 120%. In addition, Cross Slash is a Tier 1 sure kill skill. Even Great Lords won't be able to block this attack. Yet Gentle Snow actually dares to receive it directly? Could she have abandoned herself to despair because of losing Ouroboros? Abandoned Wave's lips curled into a smile as he watched Gentle Snow's actions. He could already see the scene of Lethal Gale heavily injuring the female berserker. Has Gentle Snow really lost her mind? She actually made such a rash counter. Purple Eye looked at Gentle Snow with eyes filled with worry. Gentle Snow was a rival of hers. She did not wish to see her losing to anyone but herself at this moment. Purple Eye was wondering whether Gentle Snow truly understood just how powerful a refinement realm expert who had activated a berserk skill was. As for Feng, he simply chuckled at this scene among everyone present in the Divine Colosseum. Most likely nobody, aside from himself, knew what kind of state Gentle Snow was in at present. If one were to say that Lethal Gale was in a berserk mode right now, then the current Gentle Snow was in a twofold berserk mode. The reason for Gentle Snow's transfiguration was her obtaining the Holy Warrior class. One of the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom, the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom. Not to mention completing them. Just being able to accept the quest for these legacies showed that one was a favored child of the main god system in the past. Only Gentle Snow in the entire Starmoon Kingdom had managed to complete this quest. Feng had never imagined that she would actually succeed in class changing into a holy warrior ahead of time. The 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. The legacy skills that Gentle Snow learned were naturally extraordinary at this moment. The skill that Gentle Snow had used was one unique to the Holy Warrior class, the Legacy Berserk skill Starlight Saint. Not only did the skill increase her attributes significantly, but it also altered the external appearances of her weapons and equipment at the same time. Currently, although it might seem as though Gentle Snow was equipped in cloth armor, in reality, it was holy armor. The soft, white robes she was wearing were tougher than even adamantite. The defensive capabilities of those robes far surpassed those of plate armor. Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Although twofold Berserk could give players the strength to combat existences of a higher tier, it also had a glaring weakness. Legacy Berserk skills all shared the same problem. That was the side effects. Unlike ordinary Berserk skills, all Legacy Berserk skills would place its user into a weakened state once their durations ended. Moreover, the duration of twofold Berserk was very short. Even Feng, who possessed one of the 10 great Saint legacies, could maintain it for only 20 seconds. Once twofold Berserk ended, he would fall into a weakened state for several hours. However, it was also precisely because of such a drawback that the system allowed the use of twofold Berserk based on Feng's estimates. Gentle Snow Starlight Saint should have a shorter duration than his Blade Liberation. If she could not finish off Lethal Gale within this period, once her Berserk skill ended, she would lose without a doubt. One could say that Gentle Snow was taking a gamble. Boom. The collision of the two weapons created a shockwave. The ground under both fighters instantly collapsed as the clear sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surrounding forest. Half a second later, Lethal Blade's entire person went flying out of the crater, his body breaking several large trees before slamming heavily into the ground. His HP instantly decreased by over -1,800 as well. The difference in strength between both sides was clear for all to see. He flew. How is she so strong? Is this the guild leader of Ouroboros? This scene staggered everyone inside the main hall. The players who had previously entertained unscrupulous thoughts about Gentle Snow now had shivers running down their backs. Lethal Gale who had defeated the 354th ranker on the God's Domain experts list, actually got sent flying with a single hit. If it were them in the male berserker's place, they would have gotten killed instantly by Gentle Snow's lightning-quick attack. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave's countenance turned grim when he saw Lethal Gale repulse to him. Lethal Gale, losing in a contest of strength even after activating beastification, was simply inconceivable. This was equivalent to Gentle Snow sending a great lord of the same level flying. How's her strength so high? After standing back up, Lethal Gale looked at the rapidly approaching war goddess in shock. After activating beastification, his strength attribute could already rival that of a great lord of the same level. Coupling it with his cross slash, even a great lord would be pushed back, not to mention a player despite that. Gentle Snow had managed to send him flying with a single strike, without using any skills. His mind just could not figure out how this was possible. However, Lethal Gale did not have the luxury of pondering this. If he did not cope with Gentle Snow's next attack properly, he might very well lose directly in a flash. Gentle Snow appeared before Lethal Gale once again. This time, he no longer dared to clash weapons with the female berserker. Instead, he chose to take a large step backwards before defending himself with his great sword pump. Lethal Gale was forced back once more. This time, however, he only received minus 400 damage or so. Moreover, the impact of the attack allowed him to pull away from Gentle Snow suddenly. A cat-and-mouse game commenced on the battlefield. Every time the two fighters clashed, Lethal Gale would manage to buy himself some time by sacrificing a small amount of HP. Lethal Gale was no fool. He knew that Gentle Snow's current equipment was only slightly better than his. The fact that there was still such a huge disparity between them pointed to just one thing: a difference in skills. God's Domain was fair in all things. Such a powerful skill definitely could not have a very long duration. Hence, all he needed to do right now was drag out the battle. If he managed to last until Gentle Snow's skill ended, victory would be his. He could tell that Gentle Snow had yet to reach the refinement realm and was only at the half-step refinement realm. She did not possess perfect control over her own body. Moreover, she was clearly not used to this sudden increase in power, since she would expose plenty of weaknesses when she attacked. This was the reason why he could deflect the trajectory of her attacks, dampening the collision of the attacks significantly and taking only a small amount of damage each time. This Lethal Gale fellow really is something. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at Lethal Gale successfully deflecting Gentle Snow's attacks one after another rather than the refinement realm. The combat standard the male berserker was displaying right now already approached the flowing water realm. One could say that he had reached the half-step flowing water realm. Players at the refinement realm would have precise control over their own bodies. Even in high-speed combat, they would be capable of impromptu changes. However, just having such a combat standard would not be enough for one to deflect Gentle Snow's attacks. One also needed to understand the Holy Warrior's every action and predict her attack trajectories in advance. Only with this would one be able to keep up with Gentle Snow's superior attack speed and turn aside her attacks. Although it sounded straightforward, experts at the refinement realm would find such a feat extremely difficult to achieve. Had Gentle Snow not activated two-full berserk, she really wouldn't have any chance of victory against Lethal Gale. The seconds ticked by quickly. 10 seconds after the battle began, over half of the terrain of the combat room lay ravaged. At this moment, Lethal Gale was in a very miserable state, and only a quarter of his HP remained. Gentle Snow would need just a few more seconds to defeat the male berserker. You, dated by Novel Full. Calm. I have to admit, you are by far the strongest opponent I have faced in battle since I entered God's Domain. However, I believe your skill's duration should be almost up. Originally, I did not intend to use this move. However, I acknowledge that your strength indeed deserves my going all out. Lethal Gale said excitedly. Lethal Gale's HP began recovering rapidly. At the same time, the aura he exuded also strengthened apace. Not good. That's the Tier 1 Taboo skill life return. Feng immediately recognized the skill Lethal Gale used when he noticed a green mist circling the male berserker's body, along with his growing aura as a Tier 1 Taboo skill. Life Return was very powerful. When activated, the skill completely recovered its user's HP within a short period. Moreover, the more HP the user lost previously, the more bonus strength and agility attributes the user would gain, up to a maximum of 600 strength and 600 agility. 600 strength was practically equal to the total strength of a well-equipped level 40 berserker. With such a massive increase in strength, even if Lethal Gale's strength attribute was still not a match for Gentle Snow's, there would no longer be such a great disparity as before. With Lethal Gale's standards, it would be enough for him to defeat Gentle Snow. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's twofold berserk was already nearing its end. Haha, Gentle Snow, I admit that you are amazing. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent to go up against. Abandoned Wave could not help but guffaw when he saw the gloomy expression on Gentle Snow's face, although Lethal Blade had used his final trump card, which would probably impact his future performance in the Dark Arena. Being able to thoroughly defeat Gentle Snow now was also a good thing. Immediately, Lethal Gale used Charge and took the initiative to dash towards Gentle Snow. Chapter 976, Sudden Kill. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat Chapter 976, Sudden Kill. After using the Taboo skill, Lethal Gale's attributes and speed both increased by a large margin with the inclusion of a speed boost from Charge. Everyone only saw the male berserker leaving behind an afterimage as he crossed over a dozen yards and arrived before Gentle Snow instantly died. Lethal Gale shouted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his eyes. Without even waiting for the fainted effect of his charge to settle in, he raised his greatsword and used Beheaded, although he took less than a breath's time to complete this entire process. Gentle Snow still managed to activate a control removal skill and counter the male berserker's attack with Chop Boom. Dazzling sparks flew as the clangor of metal resounded throughout the entire forest. Unlike before, however, Lethal Gale was not sent airborne this time. Instead, he had to retreat just a single step. The impact of the collision also cost him only around 100 HP. To Lethal Gale, who had recovered back to full HP, this loss was barely a scratch. Although his attack had failed to finish off Gentle Snow, Lethal Gale did not mind one little bit. He had long since figured out how powerful Gentle Snow's current attributes were. This first attack of his was merely to gauge how much of a difference there remained between their strength attributes in a quick follow-up to his attack. Lethal Gale's body flashed. Then he appeared beside Gentle Snow and abruptly swung his greatsword upwards, the massive weapon slashing straight at her blind spot. UP. Dated by Novel Full. Calm as Gentle Snow was still unaccustomed to her greater strength, the clash with Lethal Gale had thrown her stance off. Hence, her defense was full of holes right now. Had Gentle Snow reached the refinement realm, even with the suddenness of the increase in strength, she would have been able to control it skillfully. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Lethal Gale's greatsword suddenly split into 4 afterimages, each one striking at one of Gentle Snow's weak points. Caught off guard, Gentle Snow no longer had the time to adjust her stance to defend against Lethal Gale's attacks. In the end, she forcefully used Whirlwind Slash. In the next moment, a silver whirlwind suddenly formed around her. When the 4 afterimages of Lethal Gale's greatsword collided against the silver whirlwind, they immediately got dispelled into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale himself had to take a step back, giving Gentle Snow a chance to catch a breather. What a terrifying expert. After Gentle Snow retreated to a safe distance, she could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when she thought back to Lethal Gale's previous attack. The difference between their combat standard was clear for all to see. Despite her advantage in strength, Lethal Gale always managed to maintain his stance after receiving her attacks. Moreover, even after his attributes had increased significantly, he was still able to receive all her attacks without fail, as well as launch attacks from various positions. On the other hand, it was taking her all just to handle her sudden increase in strength, which made it very difficult to maintain her stance after a direct clash. Unlike ordinary computer games, Fights in virtual reality games were no different from fights in the real world in many cases. An attack that one could easily block while in a proper stance would become very difficult to handle if one lost their stance. This was true even with the very normal attack fights between experts were all high-speed battles. Deciding the outcome took only an instant. Losing one stance in battle was a fatal matter, although Gentle Snow had repelled Lethal Gale. The latter had no intention of letting up on his attacks. He immediately charged at her once more and let loose a barrage of violent strikes. In the main hall, all anyone could see between the clashes of Gentle Snow's one-handed swords and Lethal Gale's greatsword were after images. Is this a battle between true experts? For a time, the players in the main hall even stopped blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the moment where victory and defeat were decided. If it were any other player going up against either of the two fighters right now, most likely they would have already fallen numerous times to either Gentle Snow's or Lethal Gale's attacks before they could even react. Inside the combat room, although Gentle Snow seemed to hold the advantage in both speed and strength, in reality, she was actually at a disadvantage. In order to maintain her combat stance, Gentle Snow kept having to retreat. Otherwise, she would create an opening that Lethal Gale could exploit the seconds ticked by slowly when Lethal Gale noticed the 3 pairs of silver metallic wings behind Gentle Snow starting to fade away. One after another, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could sense that her strength and speed were both starting to wane. Will I be able to make it? Gentle Snow looked at the last remaining pair of wings on her back. The outcome of this battle was already plenty obvious. With Lethal Gale's combat techniques, even if she did not enter a weakened state after Starlight Saint ended, she would still end up losing the battle. However, she was not willing to simply give up from the moment Lethal Gale activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return. She already knew just how powerful the Berserker was. The only reason she had fought desperately up until this point was for this final strike. When the 3 pairs of metallic wings generated by Starlight Saint started disappearing, it was not a warning to the user that their bonus attributes were about to expire. Instead, the moment all 3 pairs of wings disappeared, the skill would at last display its true power, releasing its final brilliance. However, this final power only lasted for one attack. If Lethal Gale managed to deflect or dodge her attack, her fate would be sealed. Hence, if Gentle Snow wanted to win, she needed to stay calm like never before. She needed far more precise control over her own body. She also had to push her mental concentration to its very limits. Thus, when her wings began fading, Gentle Snow had deliberately repressed her own strength to the point where she could control it perfectly. Meanwhile, from Lethal Gale's perspective, it seemed as if Gentle Snow's strength was continuously deteriorating upon seeing the final pair of metallic wings disappear. Lethal Gale immediately used the Tier 1 skill Energy not only increased the power of an attack, but also extended the attack range by 5 yards. 6 ultimate flashes. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had forsaken all her excess power and concentrated the remainder into one final attack. The collision of swords and greatsword generated a blinding glare, followed by a thundering boom-pum, pum. As the glare dissipated, the shrill of metallic armor being pierced echoed throughout the entire forest, as well as the entire main hall of the Divine Colosseum. 5 penetrating cuts appeared on Lethal Gale's armor. His HP had also instantly fallen to 0. As for the victor of this battle, Gentle Snow, her complexion looked somewhat pale right now. The extraordinary concentration she displayed at the final moment depleted her mental strength, so much so that she was on the brink of collapse. With the side effects of the Starlight Saint kicking in, she appeared extremely frail. The players in the main hall of the Divine Colosseum, however, clamored at this. "Sini, it's over? What happened in that instant? I didn't even manage to see anything. Gentle Snow won just like that. This is a lie, right? All hail the goddess." Everyone simply could not figure out what had happened in that final moment. Lethal Gale clearly had the upper hand just then and was about to finish her off, yet such a shocking reversal had actually taken place. The tables had turned so suddenly that even Lethal Gale himself did not know how she had defeated him. With the end of the duel, Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale both walked out of the combat room. due to their previous agreement. Even if Lethal Gale was reluctant, he no longer had the face to look for trouble with Feng at the moment. He could only watch as Gentle Snow slowly walked over to Feng. Defeated, Gale was actually defeated. He even lost while every guild in Starmoon Kingdom was watching. When Abandoned Wave saw the outcome of the match, he threw the bottle of Witch's Tear, which was worth 5,000 battle points, to the floor. Immediately notified Gale and the others. Since they've embarrassed the Blackwater Corporation, they need to make up for their actions. Have them think of a way to get rid of Gentle Snow within White River City. Currently, Gentle Snow's complexion was pale, and she looked extremely weak. She was clearly suffering the backlash of using that powerful skill from before. With her in such a weak state, even with the deterrence of the city guards, killing her would be child's play for Lethal Gale's party of 6 as long as the Blackwater Corporation killed Gentle Snow inside White River City. They would be able to regain the reputation they lost before in one fell swoop. As for Lethal Gale's party members getting jailed by the NPC guards, that was irrelevant to Abandoned Wave. Understood. Lethal Gale accepted to the instructions he received without hesitation. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shifted his gaze toward Feng and Gentle Snow, who were chatting with each other. Chapter 977. Feng takes action. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Following the Gentle Snow's battle, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an uproar. Gentle Snow's valiant and heroic bearing captivated many male players, all of which considered applying for Ouroboros to get closer to the snow goddess she won. Just like that, Purple Eye was stunned as she watched Gentle Snow's victory on the screen with only a small difference in attributes. Gentle Snow had actually defeated a Refinement Realm expert. Seems the Blackwater Corporation has greatly embarrassed itself this time. If the news of Blackwater chasing Gentle Snow away in order to annex Ouroboros spreads, it'll be very hard for Blackwater to mingle in Starmoon Kingdom. Although Gentle Snow is an enemy, I have to thank her. The strength Gentle Snow had displayed had also surprised Galaxy Past. Things will be more interesting in the kingdom for a time. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were old rivals. Galaxy Past had initially thought that Chao Chenghua's mutiny would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the Star Alliance to surpass Ouroboros once and for all. Yet, due to Ouroboros' alliance with Zero Wing, not only did the Star Alliance fail to surpass Ouroboros, but it had also been left in the dust with the Blackwater Corporation purchasing Ouroboros. He had not expected Gentle Snow to make such a daring play. It might be possible that they would see a new Ouroboros emerge sometime soon. Starmoon Kingdom was more lively than ever. Aside from the Blackwater Corporation, the recently flourishing Heaven's Burial showed faint signs of stealing the position of Starmoon City's #1 guild. If not for the Star Alliance having agreed to the Secret Pavilion's investment, surviving in Starmoon City would have been impossible. Boss Gale, are we going to attack here? A level 39 ranger beside Lethal Gale asked worriedly as he surveyed their surroundings. Even the weakest NPC guards in the Divine Coliseum were level 200, Tier 2 classes, not to mention the roaming Tier 3 NPCs. If they made a move among so many NPC guards, these NPCs would kill them instantly, although someone had successfully killed one of King's Return's upper echelons in the Divine Coliseum. Not just anyone could replicate that. Even now, that person was a legend among players and had the nickname Frost. Quite a few super guilds had attempted to contact this Frost to hire him to assassinate other major powers. Upper echelons god domain super guilds had no lack of experts. Theoretically, they should be capable of dispatching their own men for such assassinations. Yet in the end, they wanted to hire Frost IY. It was precisely because these super guilds weren't capable of doing so, which was why they were willing to pay such a high price. Although they, Blackwater's people, were experts, they could not contend with God's domain's apex experts. If they attempted to kill another player in the Divine Coliseum, there was over an 80% chance that the guards would kill them before they could finish off Gentle Snow. We can't make a move here. Fortunately, it won't be too late for us to take care of her after they leave the Divine Coliseum. Lethal Gale immediately dismissed the notion of attacking now after noticing the party of guards stationed a short distance away from Gentle Snow. When we strike later, Stone and Tooth, you two coordinate with me to take Gentle Snow down. The rest will hold the NPCs off as long as possible. With Gentle Snow's current state, the three of us should be able to finish her off in 1 or 2 moves. Lethal Gale's party members nodded. They then began to simulate the assassination in their Mind Stone and Shattered Tooth were both level 39 assassins. The assassin class specialized in ambush. If an assassin successfully ambushed a berserker, there was over a 60% chance that said berserker would lose over half of their HP instantly. If 2 assassins worked together, a berserker of the same level would die instantly with this lineup, and a berserker like Lethal Gale acting as a distraction. Gentle Snow's fate was sealed furthermore. Both Stone and Shattered Tooth were relatively powerful assassins, even in the Blackwater Corporation. Both had already reached the refinement realm. Only, they had slightly fewer achievements than Lethal Gale. They could even defeat Gentle Snow in a one-on-one fight if they had the same weakened attributes that she did right now. Killing Gentle Snow will be child's play if these 3 work together. Guild Leader Snow is as amazing as expected. I had not expected you to reveal such a trump card in the end. Lethal Gale has defeated the 354th ranking expert on God's Domain's experts list. With this, your rank will rise significantly. Feng praised the woman as he watched the snow goddess approach. Now, he more or less understood why so many experts had suffered defeat against Gentle Snow in the past. Others might not have seen what had happened in that last moment. But he had in the final moment. Gentle Snow displayed the physical control of a refinement realm expert. Hence, she had managed to control the 6 vicious sword strikes perfectly, finishing Lethal Gale off. Otherwise, with Lethal Gale's skills, he would have been dodged at least half of the strikes. Had that happened, the battle's victor would have been rewritten. Gentle Snow had only joined God's Domain a short time ago. Moreover, she even had to manage the massive guild that was Ouroboros. Yet, without any guidance, Gentle Snow had reached the refinement realm. She was devilishly talented. Feng had only reached his current realm after experiencing 10 years of fights in God's Domain and the many miraculous encounters he had chanced upon. Even Violet Cloud, whom he had taught carefully, had only recently reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose still had not done so. I was just lucky. Gentle Snow shook her head. There was not a hint of joy on her face. Rather, more worry than before gripped her heart. The Blackwater Corporation had yet to join God's Domain officially, yet it had already dispatched an expert like Lethal Gale to take her out. Now that she had confirmed that the corporation would start its conquest in Starmoon Kingdom, it would not be as easy for her and her companions to start a new guild as she had expected. I assume that Guild Leader Snow hasn't sought me out just to trade the small stock of herbs and ores, right? Feng asked, chuckling indeed. As you say, I would like to discuss some other with you. However, this is not a place for such a conversation. Why don't we continue our chat in the high-class restaurant below? Gentle Snow nodded. She did not try to hide the reason for her visit. She had many more resources on hand that she could sell. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find someone who could afford so many resources in a short time. In her opinion, if Feng could afford her stock of herbs and ores, he should be able to purchase her other resources as well. Let's go, then. Feng agreed with Gentle Snow's sentiment. With so many eyes on them right now, this was an inappropriate place for their chat following, which, as Feng and Gentle Snow left the Divine Coliseum, Lethal Gale's party followed closely behind. Although guards patrolled White River City streets, the patrols were sparse. Moreover, the city guards were much lower leveled than the Divine Coliseum's guards. Once they found an opportune moment, Lethal Gale's party approached Gentle Snow silently. As for Stone and Shattered Tooth, they had long since gone into stealth when there were only 30 yards separating Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow. The former used Charge Guild Leader Snow. I am sorry for this, but you must die today. Lethal Gale sneered. He then executed cross/slash against the weakened female berserker simultaneously. 2 black figures appeared on either side of Gentle Snow, for snow-white daggers thrusting towards the female berserker's blind spots. Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had not imagined that Lethal Gale would go to such insane lengths. The punishment for attacking another player in the city was no laughing matter, unfortunately. Even though Gentle Snow could see Lethal Gale rapidly approach, she could do nothing about it. In her weakened state, all her attributes had dropped by 80%. Moreover, the debuff lasted 5 hours. With only 20% of her attributes, she could not survive against Lethal Gale. Not to mention, she had just sensed 2 assassin experts as the great sword and the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Gentle Snow's body. A low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. The almighty Blackwater Corporation is really a sore loser. Are you in such a hurry to restore your wounded reputation? As his voice faded, 5 streaks of blue light surrounded Gentle Snow. Pong, pong, pong. The clang of metal colliding echoed down the street 5 times. Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins were then thrown over 5 yards back. Who are you? You dare to stick your nose in Blackwater's business. Lethal Gale glared at the cloaked swordsman. However, his eyes contained a hint of fear when experts fought. One clash was enough to gauge the opponent's strength. Lethal Gale could tell that the swordsman was stronger than him. The fact that the swordsman had repelled all 3 of their attacks told him that this man was more than an ordinary expert. Who am I? This is White River City. You dare to make a move in my territory and still ask who I am? Feng sneered as he glanced at Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins. Chuckling, he took off his black cloak. Feng. Gentle Snow was shocked when she saw who had hidden beneath the black cloak. Although the man had felt familiar, that did not help her to identify him. After all, he could be any random person she had met before. Now that she knew her mysterious buyer's identity, her previous questions had been answered. Who could possibly be richer than Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom? Oh, your Zero Wings, Feng. This is between the Blackwater Corporation and Ouroboros. I advise you to stay out of it. If you don't, you will regret it. Lethal Gale's face twisted into an ugly expression when he heard this man's name. To the Dark Arena's participants, Feng was a familiar name even with Stone and Shattered Tooth's help. Beating Feng was impossible. He had no choice but to use the Blackwater Corporation as a threat. With this, he might still have a chance to finish off Gentle Snow. Chapter 978. Great trees are good for shade. After Lethal Gale's group launched their attack, a commotion erupted among the players on the street. Have they lost their minds? They are attacking someone in White River City. Are they not aware of the severe punishments for assaulting people inside a city? Amazing. Who are they? How long has it been since someone tried to kill another player in a Starmoon Kingdom city? The players stopped to watch the show. NPC cities were different from NPC towns. In cities, even if one only attacked another player, not killing them, the NPC guard would attack. Afterward, they would be imprisoned in the city's jail for 1 or 2 days. For successful murders, however, that punishment was more severe. Every second in God's domain counted for expert players and the various large guilds. If an expert player were imprisoned for several days, they would fall behind. Because of that, very few player attacks beyond newbies to NPC cities occurred. After issuing his threat, the Berserker's 3 other party members joined the ambush on Gentle Snow. Their task was one of no return. Moreover, the nearby NPC guards had discovered their transgression and were heading their way. If they could not kill Gentle Snow before these NPC guards arrived, it would be much harder to kill her later. I'd already stated that this is Zero Wing's territory. Guild Leader Snow is an ally. Do you really believe that I'll just sit by while you kill my ally? Feng rolled his eyes at Lethal Gale. Or do you think you can use the Blackwater Corporation's name to frighten Zero Wing? Do you really intend to make Blackwater an enemy? Feng's response caught Lethal Gale off guard. Feng acted as if he had never heard of the Blackwater Corporation. However, time waited for no one. With no other choice, Lethal Gale ground his teeth as he growled in the party chat. I'll deal with Feng. Stone and Tooth assist me. Everyone else, kill Gentle Snow as quickly as possible. Leave it to us, boss. We had just been a little careless. Stone and Shattered Tooth promptly used their vanish skills and circled to Feng's sides. The most powerful aspect about assassins was their ability to appear and disappear like ghosts to deal lethal blows to their enemy previously. they had focused on attacking Gentle Snow. Even after they had exposed themselves, they paid no attention to Feng, and this, in turn, gave the swordsmen an opportunity to exploit. If they were in stealth, however, they were confident that even Apex experts wouldn't detect their presence-i'll create an opening for you. Don't worry about hitting me in the process. After Lethal Gale calmed himself, he lifted his greatsword and charged toward Feng. He was very familiar with stone and shattered tooth strengths. He had also watched Feng's fight in the Dark Arena in terms of combat techniques. He was weaker than Feng, however. Live combat was different from a competition. Many factors could affect a battle's outcome. The cooperation of several experts, in particular, would raise their combat power exponentially. Even he would find himself in trouble when Stone and Shattered Tooth worked together. Their psychedelic footwork allowed them to move silent, only revealing themselves, barely, as they struck. Although Feng was strong, if two assassins that he could not perceive attacked him, his mental state would suffer an immense pressure. Even if he tried to ignore it, his subconscious would constantly search for the sudden appearance of enemies, and this would affect his focus. He could use this opportunity to kill Feng if he killed both Ouroboros's guild leader and Zero Wings Feng. Even if the NPC guards imprisoned him, the fight would be worth the loss. Feng, you need to be careful. Those two assassins are strong. Gentle Snow warned the swordsman as Stone and Shattered Tooth disappeared. Although she was in a weakened state, her perception had not dulled. On the contrary, her duel with Lethal Gale had heightened her senses. Even so, she had only detected the two assassins after they had exposed themselves. As Gentle Snow finished speaking, Lethal Gale's three other party members moved into range and began to launch their ranged attacks. Over a dozen arrows and fireballs rushed at Gentle Snow, sealing her paths of retreat. If the Snow Goddess were at her peak, dodging and blocking these attacks wouldn't be difficult. She could even afford to be hit. However, with her attributes reduced by 80%, one of these players' normal attacks was unbearable. At the same time, Lethal Gale slashed at Feng with precise timing. You dare to look down on the Blackwater Corporation? Do you really believe that you can protect Gentle Snow? If Feng blocked his attack, the swordsman would not be able to protect Gentle Snow. On the other hand, if Feng defended Gentle Snow, the swordsman would receive his merciless blow. Moreover, he still had Stone and Shattered Tooth's assistance. If Feng slipped up, they could very well take his life in one fell swoop. Once the hindrance was gone, it would be much easier to kill Gentle Snow suddenly. Feng madly brandished his sword, tracing one trajectory after another in the air. This move was none other than the combat technique he had inadvertently learned in the Titan Library. Swords orbit by tracing the 32 sword trajectories with his blades. Feng formed an impenetrable defense around him, although a swordsman did not have a long attack range. His attacks could cover a 5-yard stretch in front of him, which just so happened to envelop Gentle Snow, who stood roughly 3 yards from him. While Feng had yet to master the sophisticated sword's orbit, his combat techniques were more than enough to block Lethal Gale and his people's attacks. As the incoming arrows, fireballs, and Lethal Gale's beheaded skill came within 5 yards of Feng, he blocked them. None of the attacks struck Gentle Snow or Feng's skill. Lethal Gale's heart pounded as he watched Feng block all of the attacks from his prior attack. He knew when his greatsword was within 5 yards of Feng, and it felt as if he had struck a protective barrier. He hadn't been able to push his greatsword an inch further. On the contrary, a powerful force had repelled his blade, preventing him from launching further attacks. As for Gentle Snow, who had stood frozen this entire time, she stared at Feng with an odd gaze. Unlike Lethal Gale, however, she did not think Feng had used a skill. When she stood within Sword's orbit's protective field, she could feel that Feng's every swing was a normal attack. Yet this combination of strikes looked like an in-game skill. The technique was divine. How did he do it? Gentle Snow was baffled despite only executing normal sword attacks. As if following some sort of rule, he managed to block the attacks that came at him from all directions as Feng fended off a wave of attacks. Stone and Shattered Tooth took the opportunity when he withdrew his swords to use shadow steps. After appearing behind Feng, Both assassins stabbed their daggers towards the back of the swordsman's neck viciously. The process was complete within an instant, however. When the daggers were an inch away from Feng's neck, all four weapons stopped abruptly. No matter how much strength the two assassins employed, they were unable to push their daggers any further. Your footwork is impressive. Feng glanced at the two assassins in admiration. Unfortunately, you try to take me on. Due to their footwork technique, even Feng found it hard to notice them. If not for omniscient eyes, he might have fallen prey to their sneak attack. He would not have had the time to activate Defensive Blade to defend himself, knowing that Feng had activated a life-saving skill. Stone and Shattered Tooth began to launch rapid attacks in hopes of depleting his Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. However, Feng did not give him the chance as he used Sword's Orbit once more suddenly. With Feng as the center, a storm raged. Due to Defensive Blade increasing his attack range, not only did his attacks envelop both Stone and Shattered Tooth, but also Lethal Gale. After learning Sword's Orbit, Feng discovered that this combat technique was both an effective defense as well as a powerful offense. By the time he finished the 32 sword trajectories, Stone and Shattered Tooth bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale, who stood some distance away from Feng, had less than 10% of his HP remaining. His body was marred with cuts, fresh blood flowing from his wounds freely. The gruesome scene caused many of the surrounding spectators to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 979, Strength Gap. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 979, Strength Gap. What happened? How did those assassins die? That skill is so powerful. The spectating players on the street were dumbfounded by what had just happened. Feng's sword-drawing speed was incredibly fast. They hadn't even seen an afterimage of Feng's swords. They had barely seen Feng's arms move, and in the blink of an eye, not only had the assassins died, but even the distant berserker was left in a critical condition. Is this the strength of Zero Wings Feng? So awesome. He's too strong. Experts from other guilds, who had come to White River City to grind for reputation, stood among the spectators. Ordinary players might not realize what Feng had done and would assume that he had simply used a system-learned skill. But as experts, they knew that Feng's attack was no such thing. When Feng first used the skill, they had been uncertain. This time, however, they had watched its execution carefully. No matter what stance a player used to execute a learned skill, they all had the same starting motions. Moreover, the closer a player's movements were to the required actions the system had determined, the higher their skill completion rate would be. However, Feng's initial motions the second time he executed the skill were different from the first. Furthermore, how could such a powerful skill be used twice within 1 second? The skill had also been more powerful during its second use. No matter how they thought about it, this was out of line with God's domain's rules. The only explanation was that this was a combat technique. The various guild experts couldn't help but shudder. Unlike system skills, combat techniques were not limited by cooldowns or other restrictions. Even while silenced, they could use their combat techniques with normal attacks. The only downside was the burden on a player's stamina and concentration. Those who attacked using special combat techniques knew that the more powerful a technique was, the more of a burden it had on stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, of the two assassin experts Feng had defeated, both were level 39. Both could easily rank among the top of any kingdom's ranking list. As for the berserker Lethal Gale, they were even more familiar with him. After all, he was the berserker who had dueled Gentle Snow just some moments ago. With Lethal Gale's combat standards, he could rank highly even among Super Guild's experts. Yet, even when all three players had worked together, they had been beaten so badly. However, among the watching players, no one was more shocked than Gentle Snow. Is this really the Feng I know? She had personally experienced Lethal Gale's power. If not for her peak legacy, there was no way in hell she would have defeated the male berserker. In spite of that, Feng had ended the battle in 3 moves. Gentle Snow was even under the false impression that Lethal Gale and his assassins were, in fact, quite weak. She knew that wasn't true. Feng was just that strong despite such fierce attacks. Not only had Feng nullified the attacks, but he had also dealt Lethal Gale and his companions such a devastating blow before this. Gentle Snow had never seen Feng's true strength. Now, she finally understood that they were no longer on the same level. Focus your attacks on Gentle Snow. Lethal Gale, who looked pitiful, hurriedly commanded as he retreated from Feng. He then took an ancient black magic scroll from his bag. To think I would be forced to waste this. Although it seemed as though both sides had been fighting for a long time, their exchange had only lasted a moment. The NPC guards were still quite a distance away from them. He still had time to use his precious Tier 3 magic scroll. Life Seizure was a single target attack spell that could even severely wound a Tier 3 class. It would be a small matter to instant kill a Tier 1 player, as Lethal Gale unfurled the magic scroll and began to activate it. A violent vortex of mana appeared above them. Even a fool could tell that this magic scroll was extraordinary. Lethal Gale's 3 remaining companions launched their attacks, once more die. This time, their attacks were more vicious. All 3 hurled over 20 attacks at Gentle Snow. However, their attacks focused on quantity over quality. After all, even a low-damage skill like Ice Spear could deal frightening amounts of damage to Gentle Snow. In addition, the increased number of attacks would also make it more difficult for Feng to guard Gentle Snow Despicable. The bystanders cursed at Lethal Gale's group as they watched. If this were a fair and proper battle, Lethal Gale's group would be no match for Feng. However, if Feng were forced to remain by Gentle Snow's side, the incoming Tier 3 spell would no doubt kill him suddenly. However, Feng appeared beside Lethal Gale, arcs of blue electricity circling his body faintly. Feng then sent a slash at the Berserker, who was invoking the magic scroll. What's going on? Lethal Gale had not predicted that Feng would leave Gentle Snow to the wolves to come for him. However, as he glanced at Gentle Snow, he discovered Feng standing beside the female Berserker. Lethal Gale wasn't the only one seeing this. Every other player on the street stared in wonder. As well, there are 2 of him? How can there be 2 of him? Is it a doppelganger skill? As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Lethal Gale's vision started to fade to gray. Before the shocked Berserker realized it, his HP had fallen to 0. Such a fast attack. When Feng had appeared beside him, Lethal Gale saw a blue flash leave the swordsman's hand just before he activated Whirlwind Slash to fend off the attack. In the next moment, his body stopped responding to his commands as his vision dimmed into darkness. He noticed the Feng before him dissipate into nothing. It was as if the attack hadn't happened, as if this had all been a bad dream. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, another Feng had appeared behind Gentle Snow. Even more surprisingly, this new version of Feng blocked all 20+ attacks aimed at the Snow Goddess. Moreover, when he executed Sword's Orbit again, it was even more powerful than before. He struck down every spell and arrow before they had come within 10 yards of Gentle Snow. How did he do that? Everyone was shocked. Even the guild expert from other kingdoms and empires were speechless. Feng was like a ghost, appearing wherever he wanted in reality. However, Feng had pushed himself to his very limits to execute this phantasmal attack first. He had used Instant Strike to finish off Lethal Gale. He then activated Silent Steps to appear behind Gentle Snow. He had completed these 2 moves almost at the same time. Later, he executed Sword's Orbit. Although Feng appeared calm, he had exhausted most of his concentration. His head was starting to ache. You guys have had your fun. It's my turn now. Looking at the 3 ranged members of Lethal Gale's party, Feng raised Killing Ray high before swinging it forward violently. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, streaks of blue lightning arced across the 50 yards ahead of him. Not only did the arcs of lightning devour the players' attacks, but the lightning also devoured the players. All 3 players transformed into particles of light, leaving behind only 3 items. Not even their corpses remained. Chapter 980, Yi Feng's Deterrent Force. Chapter 980, Yi Feng's Deterrent Force. Every spectator was shocked as they watched Feng instantly kill 3 level 39 expert players. What a powerful AoE attack skill. Is this Zero Wing strength? After seeing this, the guild expert from other kingdoms and empires began to fear Zero Wing. If Feng decided to ambush their guild's elite teams in the field with such a powerful skill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was practically a human cannon. Although he didn't wield as many AoE skills as Elementalists, his versatility and mobility surpassed the latter by leaps and bounds currently. Due to the emergence of the new class, many guilds had dispatched their top teams to grind for merits as the top combatants of large guilds. They had their own pride. Due to that, they didn't pay any attention to White River City's ruler, Zero Wing. After all, they were not grinding around White River City. They were simply using the teleportation array within the city once they reached the Twin Towers Kingdom. Zero Wing would lose its home ground advantage. If Zero Wing wanted any level of authority in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it would have to rely on its team's strength. However, the strength Feng displayed a moment ago was beyond terrifying. He was fully capable of threatening their progress in the Twin Towers Kingdom. From now on, if they accidentally provoked Zero Wing, they would have to take into account the possibility of Zero Wing's teams annihilating them immediately. The various large guilds' top teams reigned in their arrogance and re-evaluated their opinion of Zero Wing. They had notified their teams in the Twin Towers Kingdom, warning them to avoid conflict with Zero Wing's teams as much as possible. Although they had their own experts, fighting Zero Wing would gain them nothing. Moreover, Zero Wing had another major advantage over the other large guilds. The teleportation house was located in White River City. Their foreign guilds did not have a residence here. They had to foot the additional fee of teleporting from their respective cities to White River City, of course. It was a different story for wealthy tyrants like super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Super guilds and super first-rate guilds had far more powerful backgrounds than first-rate guilds. It was especially true for their connections. These guilds could set up a residence in any city in God's domain, after which they could dispatch their guild members en masse. Unlike first-rate guilds, these superpowers didn't need to struggle to obtain land. This was why the various large guilds feared super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Not only could these major powers dispatch apex experts to assassinate their guild's upper echelons, but they could also send swarms of elite players to obliterate the guild members. After Lethal Gale's party had been annihilated, the NPC guards, who had been rushing to the scene, stopped and resumed their patrols. It was as if the surprise attack had never happened, as for Lethal Gale's party, who had initiated an attack within the city limits, they would not escape the system's punishment just because Feng had killed them. Once they revived in half an hour, the NPCs would arrest them in the Resurrection Temple after taking care of Lethal Gale's party. Feng collected his spoils of war. Although the weapons and equipment Lethal Gale's party had dropped were useless to him, they could still enrich Zero Wing's guild warehouse after Feng finished with the loot. He caught an advanced horse carriage with gentle snow and proceeded toward a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. From beginning to end, not a single player had dared to step forward to snatch Feng's loot. Only after Feng was truly out of sight did these players launch into heated discussions. What? Zero Wing's Feng wiped out Gale's party. How is that possible? Abandoned Wave was dumbfounded as he listened to his subordinate's report. He could not believe his ears. He then asked, "What about Gentle Snow? Did she die?" Lethal Gale's people were one of the top-ranking parties among those under his control. Usually, he tasked the party with assassinations and dealing with experts that made themselves a hindrance. Until now, they had never failed a job. They had always triumphed. Even against a Void Realm, expert field battles were different from PvP competitions. There were many factors that could affect a player's combat power, not to mention the combat power of a group. Thus, it had been easier to send Lethal Gale to warn away Gentle Snow's mysterious buyer. If words could not sway the buyer, Lethal Gale's party would convince the buyer to submit by force. However, after giving it some thought, this task had been quite dangerous. If he had help from the NPC guards, it wouldn't be impossible for Feng to annihilate Lethal Gale, and his companions Gentle Snow did not die. Gale's party couldn't even lay a finger on her before Feng slaughtered them. The bald, middle-aged man said as he nervously played a recording for Abandoned Wave. The video clip showed the entire process of Feng wiping out lethal Gale's party. Many curious spectators had recorded the entire battle. This video was already a popular topic on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Not only had this incident boosted the fame of Zero Wing's Feng, but it also made a mockery of the Blackwater Corporation. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he watched the video. The dense killing intent he radiated could be felt over 30 yards away. Sensing this killing intent, several strong and talented youths rushed over, asking, "Big Brother Wave, what happened? What is you so riled up?" Although these youths' levels were not high, they were greatly admired by the Divine Colosseum's regulars. It's nothing. Abandoned Wave closed the video, enraged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "I've had to make some minor adjustments to my plans. Although young Master Jing has told me that there is no need to bother with Zero Wing, if I don't teach the guild a lesson, be it Black Flame or Feng, neither will acknowledge the Blackwater Corporation's power. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, has quite a grudge against Zero Wing and has been eager to teach Zero Wing a lesson. You travel to the Black Dragon Empire and tell Qin Muyun this. If Nine Dragons Emperor wants to deal with Zero Wing, I will lend him a hand. Also, dispatch 3 parties to trail Gentle Snow. If there is an opportunity, kill her." Understood. After receiving his instructions, the bald man rushed out of the VIP room. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City's Nobles District, Zero Wing's elite members filled the restaurant. Furthermore, several of Zero Wing's core members surveyed the area from the establishment's main hall. The high-class restaurant had become an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Feng and Gentle Snow chatted with each other on the top floor. "The Blackwater Corporation is quite eager to take your life," Feng commented as he gazed out the French windows. From his position, he could see at least 8 people stalking the restaurant. While there was a chance that he had earned his own stalkers, it was far easier to believe that these players were hunting Gentle Snow. After all, the Blackwater Corporation had ambushed her once before. Moreover, Gentle Snow was still weakened. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried another 3 or 4 assaults. Chapter 981, Difference Between Guilds. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation, despite paying so little attention to God's Domain when it launched, it has so many powerful experts. Feng commented, prompted by Feng's remark. Gentle Snow followed his gaze out the window. What she saw, however, surprised her. U.P. dated by novel full. Calm White River City was even more prosperous than Star Moon City. Even in the costly Nobles District, she could see plenty of players going about their business from her vantage point. She had a clear view of what these players were doing, and very quickly, several players caught her attention. Although these players seemed to be chatting among themselves, they occasionally turned to look at the room she and Feng occupied. These were not low-level players, either. The lowest among them was level 38, while the rest were level 39. Among these experts, a few neglected to hide their auras. Hence, she could feel just how much of a threat these people posed if she left the building. Needless to say, she wouldn't leave White River City alive. The Blackwater Corporation had not prepared overmuch for the first ambush. Feng's presence must have also been unexpected. However, the corporation would prepare from here on out. Relax. As long as you're in here, they can't touch you. If you stay here until you recover from your weakened state, they will eventually give up and leave, Feng assured Gentle Snow. On his way here, he had purchased the latest information regarding Ouroboros from the secret pavilion. Although the purchase had cost him a pretty penny, he had learned both bad and good news. He discovered that the Blackwater Corporation now focused fully on God's Domain. In fact, it had already dealt with the companies that had backed Ouroboros. To put it simply, Blackwater now owned Ouroboros. Although it had not yet declared so publicly, the good news was that he could finally recruit Gentle Snow. The bad news was that the Blackwater Corporation was not to be trifled with. Among the various international corporations, Blackwater was relatively overbearing. Moreover, the corporation had a powerful affinity for a game like God's Domain compared to veteran gamers. fighting experts a much higher starting point when they joined God's Domain. Their lack of familiarity with God's Domain's superhuman combat style was the only thing that held them back. However, once they were comfortable with this combat style, they would quickly become experts in God's Domain with the combat techniques they had learned in the real world. The Blackwater Corporation had a perfected system to nurture fighting experts. Moreover, after many years of development, it had various dojos around the globe. Given enough time, even super guilds would be no match for the Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, shortly after the Mindspace system had launched, the Blackwater Corporation had forced itself into God's Domain. Although Blackwater had started later than everyone else, it was one of the first corporations to upgrade its own established guild into a super guild. In contrast, corporations like Open Source could only invest in super guilds and super first-rate guilds to establish themselves in God's Domain. It was simply too difficult to nurture their own expert players, much less Apex experts. By the time they did so, their competition would have left them in the dust. When Blackwater had begun to focus on developing in God's Domain, the game had been operating for over a year. After all, nobody would have imagined that the game would be more popular than fighting competitions, so much so that it had ushered in a new era. In reality, God's Domain had not only impacted the fighting industry, the various other industries had been affected as well. By then, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in people's lives. It was similar to humanity's introduction to the internet several hundred years ago. After learning about the benefits of God's Domain, people couldn't live without it. Dated by Novel Full. Meanwhile, among the affected industries, the fighting industry had suffered the most when the Blackwater Corporation had officially shifted its focus to God's Domain. It had been significantly weakened. It wasn't even half as powerful as it has been during its peak. Even so, it lorded over God's Domain a decade later. Currently, Blackwater was still at its peak, yet it had already shifted its gaze to God's Domain. With its frightening financial strength and many experts, the corporation was akin to a natural disaster for Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing. If Zero Wing failed to cope with this disaster properly, it would be nothing more than a stepping stone for the Blackwater Corporation. I roughly understand Ouroboros' current situation. May I ask what you planned? Is there anything I can with? Feng asked quietly as he turned to the somewhat dispirited, gentle Snow. Blackwater has already obtained the majority of Ouroboros' shares. Even my white clan group cannot change that fact. The only thing I can do now is take as many people with me as I leave Ouroboros and start all over again elsewhere. Would Zero Wing be interested in purchasing any other materials? I can sell them to you at a 40% discount, Gentle Snow offered as she smiled bitterly. I also have a few plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom that I want to sell, although I'm not sure if Zero Wing can stomach so much at once. She still intended to continue her development in another city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, she understood Starmoon Kingdom's situation. However, after witnessing the Blackwater Corporation's strength, once it secured Ouroboros, she would seal her fate if she remained in this kingdom. Her only choice was to restart somewhere far from here. As for the shops and lands she owned in Starmoon Kingdom, there was no point in keeping them. The Blackwater Corporation would see to it that these lands became worthless. Hence, she might as well sell them to fund her relocation. Which lands you're trying to sell? Feng could not help but ask if they were high potential lands of a major city. They would become more valuable by the day. He would definitely profit if he purchased them. Most of the commercial lands I possess are in Starmoon Kingdom's top 10 major cities. I have a total of 11 plots. I also have 3 plots in the Black Dragon Empire and 2 in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Gentle Snow said as she handed Feng a list. Here is a list of the lands, cities, and locations, as well as my quoted prices. After Feng took a look through the list, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing was no match for a first-rate guild. If these were only the lands under Gentle Snow's name, one could just imagine how many lands Ouroboros controlled. On the other hand, despite having so much money right now, Zero Wing struggled to purchase any lands in major cities. He was even forced to using the Holy City slots to purchase lands from super guilds based on the current market price. The cheapest land on the Snow Goddess's list was worth around 3,000 gold, while the most expensive were worth over 8,000. These lands had long since doubled their original selling prices based on Gentle Snow's quoted prices. He would need around 80,000 gold to purchase all 16 plots. Even Zero Wing could not fork over so much money at a moment's notice. Moreover, the prices were very reasonable. If anyone else were selling these lands, he might have to pay an additional 20,000 to 30,000 gold. Even then, he would have to fight many others to purchase them. Chapter 982, The Tip of the Iceberg. Even as super guilds, 80,000 gold was a considerable amount of money. They couldn't collect so much money within a short period, much less the smaller guilds. Gentle Snow had little hope that anyone could afford to purchase all of her lands. She would just sell as many plots as she could. Once she collected enough coins, she could proceed with the next part of her plan more smoothly while Feng carefully inspected the commercial lands. Gentle Snow received a call from Zhao Yueru Snow. The guild has called an emergency elder meeting and has officially announced that Abandon Wave will be replacing you as the guild leader. Aside from the raw materials you have, Abandon Wave has frozen the guild's assets. Furthermore, many of the God-slaying army's members have reported ambushes in the fields and outside of dungeons. They've suffered grievous damages, Zhao Yueru reported. Shaking with rage, the Blackwater Corporation was too vicious. The God-slaying army was their asset as they left Ouroboros. The guild had spent many years nurturing these experts. If these experts came them and they had enough funding, the new Ouroboros could quickly establish a firm foothold in another kingdom. Initially, hiding the locations of the army's members had not been an issue. After all, every member was an expert. With their equipment, killing these players would not be easy now. However, the Blackwater Corporation had somehow recruited an army of its own experts and slaughtered the God-slaying army scattered throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The loss of a single level might have been fine, but the lost weapons and equipment was horrendous when Blackwater's experts killed them. The Legion members would drop at least 2 pieces of equipment. Some would even drop 3 items. The God-slaying army had been equipped with the best items available in Ouroboros. If several hundred members lost an item each, it would severely wound the army, much less if they lost 2 or 3 items. They would need a lot of time to recover from the loss normally. The God-slaying army could simply replenish their equipment from the guild's warehouse. However, the Blackwater Corporation had already limited their authority. Now, they could not even take a piece of common equipment from the warehouse. With the God-slaying army suffering such a blow, rising in another kingdom in a short time would be impossible. I understand. For now, have the army's members be extra careful. Gentle Snow's frown deepened after receiving a more detailed report. Even Ouroboros' old rival, the Star Alliance, couldn't kill so many of the God-slaying army's members so quickly. Guild leader Snow, you don't look too well. Has something happened? Feng asked curiously when he noticed Gentle Snow's troubled expression. Just received news that Blackwater has already begun to exact its revenge. The God-slaying army that I command has suffered over 700 deaths. Although reports say that they've been ambushed by groups of cloaked players, I'm sure that these players are experts from Blackwater, Gentle Snow helplessly explained, not bothering to hide this fact from Feng. Moreover, it was impossible to keep a tight lid on such a major incident. It was only a matter of time before the truth revealed itself. It seems that your victory over Lethal Gale has made the Blackwater Corporation anxious. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to make such an excessive move. The news surprised Feng. No matter what was said or done, the Blackwater Corporation had already purchased Ouroboros. One could even go so far as to say that Ouroboros was the Blackwater Corporation. If news spread of mysterious players slaughtering Ouroboros' strongest legion on its own turf, it would damage the guild's reputation. Since Blackwater has already gone to such lengths, I'm betting that even if you leave Starmoon Kingdom, they will find some way to crush you, Feng said seriously. How about this? Invest in Zero Wing and become one of its shareholders. With Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, the fledgling Blackwater Corporation should hesitate before declaring all-out war. This, Gentle Snow was taken aback upon hearing Feng's proposal. The symbol of Ouroboros, which the White Clan group had created, was incredibly important to her. If possible, she wanted to establish a new Ouroboros. However, if she joined Zero Wing with Ouroboros as top players, the Blackwater Corporation would shift its focus to Zero Wing. If you're worried about the percentage of shares that you'd control or how your subordinates would be treated, relax. I can give you 15% of Zero Wing's shares. I'll also give you 50 core member slots and the power to form the Ouroboros Legion, which will be under your full control. What do you think? Feng suggested, are you not afraid of the backlash from Blackwater? Gentle Snow asked Feng seriously. With Zero Wing's strength and potential, don't you think that you'd be suffering a loss by offering me 15% of the guild's shares for the little manpower and resources in my possession? Zero Wing was no longer the upstart guild it had been. Not only did Zero Wing control Stone Forest Town, but also owned Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Zero Wing was the publicly acknowledged #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Even first-rate guilds were no match for it. There were also many companies and corporations chomping at the bit to invest in Zero Wing. Some major corporations were offering enough to tempt super guilds for as little as 50% of Zero Wing's shares. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had declined every offer, yet Feng had offered 15% of the guild's shares to recruit her and her people. No one would believe this if she told them in response to Gentle Snow's query. Feng shook his head and confidently stated, "No, you are worth it." Feng's answer confused Gentle Snow. Even she didn't believe that she was worth this price, yet Feng sounded strangely confident. Moreover, the look in Feng's eyes told her that he was not lying. Gentle Snow also felt a little moved after so many years in Ouroboros. Her trust had long since ceased to exist, yet she trusted Feng, despite so few meetings with him. Yet, despite only coming into contact with Feng several times before, the man had somehow managed to fill her with trust. It didn't know what to say if Feng were a fool. Zero Wing wouldn't have had so much success. An indistinct feeling made Gentle Snow even more curious about the guild known as Zero Wing. After taking a deep breath, Gentle Snow looked at Feng and replied, "All right then. I agree to your conditions. However, you have to promise me one thing." Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Guild Leader Snow, feel free to state any concerns, Feng said, chuckling. Many of Ouroboros' elite and expert players followed Gentle Snow. If he recruited all of them, it would raise Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Although Zero Wing's member count still wouldn't compare to a first-rate guild's, it would have far more elites than its competition. There was also Gentle Snow's potential to consider if he could give Gentle Snow access to the secret pavilion simulation training system. With her talent and his other training resources, it wouldn't be long before she became a true Apex expert. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him. Either what guild wouldn't want such an expert? Moreover, Gentle Snow was different from Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, who lacked management experience regarding management capabilities. Only Aqua Rose might be a match for Gentle Snow. Before joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had only managed her own subordinates in Twilight Echo. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had managed Ouroboros. Moreover, her previous guild had continuously improved. The guild had even shown signs of surpassing the Star Alliance, even if Gentle Snow listed 3 or 4 conditions. Feng would likely agree. Only Feng knew exactly how valuable and expert capable of becoming a Tier 6 God-rank player was to a guild after so many years of development. Ouroboros has formed its own perfect expert training system. This was the reason that Ouroboros had ranked near the top among first-rate guilds. Unlike other guilds, we could produce our own experts without recruiting or poaching players. However, the perfected expert training system had cost my White Clan group too much. Although I can bring the God-slaying army with me, I can't take the training center. The White Clan group only owns 40% of the training center's shares, while the other companies own the remaining 60%. I want Zero Wing to purchase the training center. Gentle Snow's condition stunned Feng for a moment. For any guild in God's domain, constructing their own training center was of the utmost importance. This was also why second-rate guilds couldn't compete with first-rate guilds. The initial cost of constructing an expert training center was already more than what the companies supporting second-rate guilds could handle. Moreover, even if a second-rate guild had a training center and established a perfect training system, the upkeep would be astronomically expensive unless a guild could earn enough to maintain this training system. No guild or company would be crazy enough to invest in something that would hemorrhage money. Feng had been contemplating his own training center as well. The Big Dipper Training Center was simply not enough to meet his requirements. The training center did not even have a simple simulation training system. However, as constructing a training center was immensely expensive, he had to tackle this problem gradually. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow would ask him to purchase Ouroboros' training center. He would have been lying if he had said he wasn't pleased with Ouroboros' training center. Zero Wing could save several years of effort. Unfortunately, there was one big problem: he didn't have enough money. Feng had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. He had been personally involved in establishing and constructing Shadow's training center. It had happened shortly after Shadow had officially become a second-rate guild. Hence, he knew just how much money a training center's construction required. If not for several major companies in Jinhai City working together, Shadow's training center would never have come into fruition. The cost of the site and machinery was one thing. However, the various simulation facilities and the required energy to maintain them were a different story. Take the fruit of the Secret Pavilion's research, their simulation training system, for example. Only energy of the highest grade could power this kind of system. Even an inferior simulation system's daily maintenance cost was enough to quickly bankrupt multiple large companies. With Zero Wing's current financial strength, affording its maintenance was impossible, not to mention purchasing it. Guild Leader Snow, you must be joking. Zero Wing can't even afford to operate a training center, not to mention purchasing a perfected one. Even if we could afford it, I doubt that the other companies would willingly sell it. After all, that is Ouroboros' foundation. As long as the training center exists, the guild can produce more experts, Feng said. Smiling bitterly, Zero Wing had started with nothing. It didn't have the support of any companies. The Zero Wing workshop in the real world relied on the guild's daily income. Moreover, Feng also did not dare to convert in-game resources into credits casually. More major companies were joining God's domain by the day, and the competition was becoming more intense. The resources in God's domain were also becoming more valuable. Converting coins into credits would be a devastatingly foolish move. I understand that I am being somewhat unreasonable, but now is the best opportunity to buy it. Gentle Snow was also aware of how expensive it was to purchase a training center. Although Blackwater has purchased Ouroboros, Ouroboros' training center is nothing to the corporation. Meanwhile, the training center's daily operation is a huge burden to those companies. They will try to get rid of it as quickly as possible. If we don't buy it now, another corporation that wants to nurture its own experts will. If Zero Wing is willing to buy it, I can try to lower the price as much as possible. I understand. Please wait a moment. I have to contact the guild leader about this first, Feng said. Creating an excuse to leave the room, it would be much more convenient to purchase a training center than establishing his own. If he purchased it now, he could save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Zero Wing would not have to risk stagnation as Shadow had in the past due to a lack of experts. With the training center, he could nurture a large number of experts rapidly, sending them out afterward to capture and defend towns. He could then use the money and resources these towns generated to sustain the training center. However, Zero Wing couldn't gather so much money in such a short time span. Forget it. Let's give it a try. After Feng left the room, he contacted Aqua Rose. Chapter 984, Qualifications for Cooperation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 984, Qualifications for Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, her family owned its own large business. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild with an even longer history than Ouroboros. Aqua Rose's family was one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders in the past. Feng had learned that Aqua Rose's family owned the Sun and Moon Group in 10 years' time. The Sun and Moon Group would join the Fortune 500 list. Of course, Aqua Rose had been the main contributor to the company's success. The Sun and Moon Group and the Open Source Corporation were both involved in the energy industry, hence. Aqua Rose's family had been afraid of the Open Source Corporation when they had threatened the family to persuade Aqua Rose. Open Source was one of the industry's giants. On the other hand, Sun and Moon struggled within the middle ranks. If the Open Source Corporation wanted to, it could easily squash the Sun and Moon Group. However, although the Sun and Moon Group only ranked in the mid-range in the energy industry, it wielded an extraordinary amount of funds. After all, the most profitable resource in the world was energy, as it was used in nearly every aspect of life. It was also precisely this reason that Twilight Echo's members had treated Aqua Rose like a treasure, even making her the guild's honorary elder. Not only was the Sun and Moon Group one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, but it was also the guild's biggest shareholder. Without the company's supply of energy, the other shareholders would choke on the daily cost of maintaining the guild's training center. Guild leader: has something happened? Aqua Rose asked. Aqua Rose was still dealing with the list of members they intended to send to other countries, as well as various other tasks. She was so busy that her brain was about to short-circuit. Her helpers also rushed about the office, contacting guild members and dealing with the letters of intent from guild members who were willing to move to the branch guild now that Zero Wing planned to expand to other countries. Many players wanted to apply to the branch guilds, although the branch guilds were as safe as the headquarters in White River City, where they didn't have to worry about other guilds provoking Zero Wing. They would have more opportunities for promotion in the branch guilds. In White River City, there were only so many slots available for the guild's main force. Becoming a reserve member was nearly impossible, not to mention becoming an official member of the main force. However, once the branch guilds were established, the guild would establish new main forces, and the main force members enjoyed far more benefits than elite members aside from having priority over equipment. Just the amount of magic crystals each main force member received was enough to make a player drool. Main force members also had the opportunity to obtain the rumored 100-berry wine. According to rumors, the 100-berry wine was even more effective than the Divine Colosseum's Icefire Spirit. It could help players improve their skill completion rates. Currently, not one bottle was available on the market. No one knew how to obtain their own. Only official members of Zero Wing's main force qualified to compete for the 100-berry wine. Since members of the branch guild's main forces would receive similar benefits, why wouldn't Zero Wing's elite members be tempted? When Aqua Rose had announced the news, many elite members frantically applied to join the branch guilds. Although Aqua Rose looked battered, inwardly, she was elated. She dreamed of helping Zero Wing grow stronger. Because of Zero Wing's extraordinary performance, her family now saw her in a different light. In fact, they even canceled her engagement to brilliant Wargad. As Zero Wing's performance reached new heights, her status in her household rose. Many large companies had secretly sent upper echelons to ask her family members to contact her, desperately wanting to invest in Zero Wing and offering many impressive perks. As a result, every time she visited home, her parents instantly pushed for her to meet with the company's representatives. She was even busier than the Star and Moon Group's CEO. It's nothing major. Didn't you say that your family has wanted to invest in Zero Wing? And that other companies frequently pester you to negotiation or cooperation? Sure, Feng asked MHM. More representatives have been showing up lately as well. My family is also constantly on my case. I swear they are even more diligent now than when I have been forced into the engagement with brilliant War God. They almost annoy me to death these days. Do you have a plan to deal with them, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked. Just discussing this topic made her head ache. She knew where Sir Feng stood on the matter. Thus, she always rejected the offers. To avoid these people, she had no choice but to hide in her virtual gaming cabin. Only in God's domain would her family leave her alone. I have a method. It also isn't a solution to always have uncle and auntie pressing you for an answer. I can offer them an opportunity to work together, Sir Feng said, chuckling. As for whether or not they want to cooperate with us, that will be up to them. Really? Aqua Rose froze, surprised by Sir Feng's declaration. She couldn't believe this was true. Zero Wing was very famous in God's domain. This was because it had rejected countless investment offers. Other guilds dreamed of having their own investors, yet Zero Wing turned them away. Zero Wing was already known as one of the most difficult guilds to work with. I intend to rent some plots of land, so I would like you to find a few partners. However, each company must first invest 1 billion credits. I will choose a total of 10 partners. General Snow had already given Feng a rough estimate of the cost. If he wanted to take over Ouroboros's training center, he needed at least 7 or 8 billion credits. Moreover, this was only the initial estimate. After all, Ouroboros's training center was massive. It even had its own independent research team. The training center was also located in a top-tier city. Considering General Snow's price was exceedingly low guild leader. Are you talking about Stone Forest Town's lands? Aqua Rose was so shocked that she had to ask for confirmation. Feng nodded, replying seriously, "That's right. Guild leader, although the player traffic in Stone Forest Town is high, as expensive as the town's lands are, they will never be worth as much as the golden lands in kingdoms and imperial capitals. Moreover, even those golden lands aren't worth that much money. Only a sucker would accept your offer. No one will agree to that," Aqua Rose said helplessly. For some reason, Aqua Rose constantly had the feeling that Feng lived in a different world. She was clearly the rich heiress here. Yet when Feng talked about 1 billion credits, it sounded as if he were talking about chump change. That was 1 billion credits they were talking about. While the Sun and Moon Group could collect that much money, the other companies would likely hesitate. What if I have this item? Feng laughed as he retrieved an old parchment from his bag. This parchment was none other than the Star Moon Kingdom City building order. With this, he could claim one unassigned location within Star Moon Kingdom and construct a city. Chapter 985, Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 985, Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. This is... Aqua Rose was astonished when she took a closer look at the old parchment's information on the Screen A City building order. This item was far more valuable than any captured town yet. While super guilds were investing time and effort into capturing towns, Feng had procured a city building order. Aqua Rose rubbed her eyes. She was sure that they were playing tricks on her. What was a Star Moon Kingdom City building order? That was proof that one had the rights to construct a player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, player towns in God's domain generally accommodated 30 to 50,000 people. However, none of the guilds that had captured various towns aloud had built houses in their towns. They had all built hotels. This way, the towns would accommodate more mobile players, which would, in turn, generate more income. Aside from guild members, players had practically no options to become permanent residents. Even so, a player town could only handle a limited amount of traffic. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Stone Forest Town was very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Because most of God's Domain's players had already reached level 30, the town's traffic grew with each passing day, giving it an even livelier atmosphere than White River City. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to limit the amount of time each player could reside in Stone Forest Town's hotels. This was also why many companies desperately wanted to work with Zero Wing. However, a town had its limits. Not only was the area around Stone Forest Town small, but the local environment also posed a huge problem. It was not suitable for players seeking entertainment, which greatly limited the benefits a real-world company could reap from setting up a virtual shop-based city. On the other hand, was many times larger than a town. Generally, a town could house over 200,000 resident players, not including mobile players. If they chose an appropriate location, they could easily attract many entertainment seekers who disliked adventuring and fighting to live in the city. UVE, seeing the city building order for yourself. Companies that cooperate with Zero Wing will be given priority when purchasing a large plot of land in the city. As for the 1 billion credits, that is only a deposit. However, before you let them in on this secret, find companies that truly intend to cooperate. Moreover, they must sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want news of this to leak, attracting everyone's attention. Feng explained. In truth, he did not want to sell any of the city's lands because of how much more valuable they would become in the future. If he nurtured his city to have a population in the millions, he could drown Zero Wing in money each day with the profits from renting the city's lands. Unfortunately, he had no avenues to earn so much money in such a short time, I understand. I will see to the necessary arrangements right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. Currently, the value of Stone Forest Town's lands could rival those with high potential in major cities. However, if they chose a strategic location to set up their city, the city's lands would easily surpass Stone Forest Town's by several or even over 10 times. If she advertised this news, many corporations would be eager to work with them. How many days do you need to get this done? Sure, Feng asked. I'm in somewhat of a hurry for the money right now. Roughly 3 to 5 days. After all, most major companies would be hard-pressed to collect so much money on such short notice. After giving it some thought, Aqua Rose suggested, if you are in a rush for money, I can have my family pay for you first or offer them a few more plots of land in the new city. I believe they will be more than willing. Although the new city had yet to be built, if a company could enter the city and construct its own virtual shop immediately, it would massively benefit the company's development in God's domain. After all, once the new city was complete, plenty of entertainment seekers were bound to visit the city. If a company could leave a deep impression on these players, more people would recognize them as they started shops in other cities. This would create brand awareness. All right. I await your good news, Feng said. As long as he gathered the necessary 10 billion credits, he was satisfied, following which Aqua Rose logged out of the game and hastened to make the necessary arrangements. As for Feng, he went back into the Rune Guild leader Snow. Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. However, we'll need some time to collect the required credits. It is unlikely that we can do so in 1 or 2 days. Feng explained that won't be a problem. In any case, the training center won't sell quickly. That will also give me more time to drive down the price, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Initially, she had expected Zero Wing to reject her condition. Either that, or the guild would need a very long time to gather the required funds. She hadn't expected the guild to raise the money so quickly. As she experienced more, she realized how little she truly knew about the guild following, which Feng and Gentle Snow discussed the details of their contract first. Gentle Snow would join Zero Wing with the elites and experts under her command. At the same time, Gentle Snow would transfer all lands in her control to Zero Wing. In return, Gentle Snow would receive 15% of Zero Wing's shares and become one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Simultaneously, she would serve as the captain of the Ouroboros Legion and manage all of the Legion's affairs after both parties signed the contract. Gentle Snow logged out of the game and to initiate her plan to purchase Ouroboros. Feng, on the other hand, headed to White River City Hall and took ownership of the 16 plots of land Gentle Snow had owned afterward. He simply needed to construct the Candlelight trading firm on these 16 commercial lands with the additional coverage. The Candlelight trading firm's income would increase significantly. Gentle Snow's insight is impressive. Of the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire, one is an Emerald City. I won't have to hunt for an emerald source. After Feng visited the 11 plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom, he could not stifle his grin as he looked at the deed for the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire. Emerald City was one of the Empire's top 10 major cities. It was in no way less prosperous than White River City. Players could find many ores around Emerald City, and emeralds were the most common, hence the name Emerald City. Emeralds were generally used as raw materials to produce ornaments, as the ore possessed relatively good mana-storing capabilities. It was rarely ever used to produce other items, however. Aside from requiring mana stones, Titan City's Magic Light set equipment needed plenty of emeralds. With a shop in Emerald City, he could purchase emeralds long-term. His guild members wouldn't need to travel back and forth from the city, constantly following which, Feng traveled to the Black Dragon Empire via Starmoon City's teleportation hall shortly after Feng left. A shock tour through Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds. What did you say? Zero Wing now owns Gentle Snow's lands. How can this be? Abandoned Wave was flabbergasted when he received the news. Chapter 986, War of First-Rate Guilds. _Boss Wave, there's no mistaking it. If you don't believe me, take a look at these pictures. Our shops in these locations are now owned by the Candlelight trading firm. The bald, middle-aged man reported as he displayed the pictures his subordinates had taken. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he looked through the image's gentle snow. Abandoned Wave slammed his palm on the wooden table. The impact shook the wine glass and bottle of Witch's Tear, nearly sending them to the ground. He had never imagined that, as soon as he forced Gentle Snow out of her position and killed her subordinates, the woman would counter with such a move. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy his victory in reality. Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person that Gentle Snow's actions had infuriated. The upper echelons from Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds wore twisted expressions when they heard the news. Exactly, is Gentle Snow trying to do? Has she lost her mind? She actually sold so many high potential lands to Zero Wing. The various guilds loathed Gentle Snow's latest decision. They would rather pay double the price to purchase Gentle Snow's lands and let them rot in their hands than let them fall into the Candlelight trading firm's hands. These lands had originally housed Ouroboros' New Moon trading firm. Now, however, they housed the Candlelight trading firm. Although the storefronts were the cheapest variations, curious players had already crowded the shop's entrances. Interested in the sudden change and purchasing items, it was very easy to transfer a shop's ownership to another player in God's domain. One simply needed to visit a city hall and follow the necessary procedures. If one didn't intend to modify the shop, only changing the name, they could immediately have NPCs do so free of charge. The Candlelight trading firm had always been known for its light stones and armor kits. The intermediate armor kits, in particular, usually sold out the instant they were restocked. If not for its low production volume, the Candlelight trading firm would have long since dominated Starmoon Kingdom's market. Even so, Candlelight had still become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Moreover, due to the Candlelight trading firm's lack of background, it had only purchased a limited number of high-potential lands, despite all of its efforts. As for major cities' golden lands, first, the trading firm could not afford them. After all, one golden land was worth around 3 or 4 high-potential lands in the same city. Unless Zero Wing intended to set up a particular city as its main headquarters or went on a spending spree, it would not purchase a city's golden lands. Second, Zero Wing's members did not have the required reputation to purchase golden lands in other cities. Therefore, the Candlelight trading firm's development in Starmoon Kingdom was limited. On the other hand, to avoid competition with the Candlelight trading firm, Gentle Snow's high-potential lands had been purchased in cities that lacked Candlelight's presence or were located far from Candlelight's shops. By selling these lands to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had just compensated for the Candlelight trading firm's shortcomings. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm had recently recruited a large number of lifestyle players. Once the trading firm nurtured these lifestyle players, it would be a disaster for their guilds, who were already limited to a small corner of the market. However, they could not do anything to oppress the Candlelight trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. While Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds tried to think of a solution to cope with the Candlelight trading firm's new strength, Feng had teleported to Emerald City from the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Black Dragon City. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, he found just as many players in Emerald City as there were in White River City. Only the players' levels and equipment was slightly inferior to those in his home city currently. Due to the teleportation house, one could easily find level 37 or level 38 players roaming about White River City streets. Prior to that, level 39 experts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Emerald City, however, was different. Feng rarely saw level 36 players roaming the streets, much less those who had reached level 37 or higher. However, unlike kingdoms, second or first-tier cities with populations ranging in the tens of millions were designated to God's domain's empires. It was easy to find many gaming workshops and guilds based in these cities. With Emerald City being one of the top 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire, Feng saw members from no less than 10 different guilds going about their business. Such a sight was rare in Starmoon Kingdom. Generally, only 3 or 4 large guilds contested over its major cities. Emerald City, on the other hand, had more than 10, and even the weakest among them were second-rate guilds. As for first-rate guilds, Feng counted 3 from where he stood. Emerald City already had as many first-rate guilds as Starmoon Kingdom. I recall that the Undefeated Dynasty had been Emerald City's ruling guild in the past. Among the many first-rate guilds, Undefeated Dynasty was relatively tolerant. I shouldn't need to worry about any trouble if I set a shop up here. Feng secretly assessed the city situation as he rode an advanced horse carriage based on what he could see. A large number of the guild players roaming the streets belonged to Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty. The other first-rate guild was World Dominators, which Feng was familiar with ever since Zero Wing had become White River City's overlord. World Dominators had withdrawn from Starmoon Kingdom, shifting its focus to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms. Mountain ranges surrounded Emerald City, and it produced rare ores and emeralds. It was considered a strategic city in the Black Dragon Empire. There were only so many guilds in the city right now, because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid little attention to them. After Feng alighted from the horse carriage, he saw over a dozen independent players leaving the New Moon trading firm. These players had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 36 and the rest being level 37. In a large guild, they would be elite members. As for their combat standards, at this stage of the game, it was very difficult for independent players who hadn't reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor to reach level 37. Moreover, these players were well equipped. Even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was a level 35 secret silver rank. In the eyes of ordinary players, they would definitely be considered experts. Damn it. To think that intermediate regeneration potions and intermediate mana recovery potions would sell out so quickly. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stockpiled. Now, I won't be able to earn a little bounty reward no matter how much I try. There's nothing we can do. Who would have expected Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty to start a war against each other in Emerald City? They're even placing bounties on each other's members. Really though, what is up with these guilds? Why do they suddenly declare war on each other? Haven't they tolerated each other pretty well until now? Based on some insider information I obtained, it seems that the two guilds have discovered a town above a mithril vein. If the town is captured, players can mine the vein freely. A mithril vein? Won't they be rich if they capture the town? I know, right? However, the NPCs guarding that town are extraordinary. Capturing the town will be very difficult. If one guild ambushes the other, the latter's efforts will go to waste. That's why both sides are trying to chase each other out of Emerald City. Large guild members sure have it easy, while independent players like us are exhausting ourselves just to find ordinary ores. They get to mine mithril or in the safety of town. As these players spoke of the mithril vein, they nearly drooled. Although mithril ore was not particularly valuable, it was frequently used to forge weapons and equipment. Generally, selling the mithril ore one had was very easy. If they could harvest a steady supply of the ore, they could earn more money than they could imagine a mithril vein. Feng's lips curled into a smile as he watched the departing independent players. Chapter 987, Branch Residence. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 987, Branch Residence. After the dozen or so independent players left the New Moon trading firm, Feng entered the shop. Mithril veins were one of the more common mineral veins in God's domain. Large guilds also fought over them fiercely as the producer of ores and emeralds in the Black Dragon Empire. There was more than one mineral vein in Emerald City's vicinity. This was also why Undefeated Dynasty, Emerald City's ruler in the past, had amassed a fortune. Meanwhile, the only mithril vein Emerald City's players knew of was beneath Whitebone Town. Whitebone Town had been relatively famous in the past because the mineral vein beneath it was a rich vein, and players could reach it easily to mine mithril ore. Although one could not make as much money as they could from the manatite vein under Raven's control, if developed, the profits would still be considerably shocking. However, current players were not yet strong enough to capture Whitebone Town. NPCs guarding Whitebone Town were not humans, but undead. Their levels were all above 50. Moreover, any player that entered the mine would be cursed, causing them to lose 10% of their HP every 3 seconds. The curse also lasted for an hour. In addition, several level 70 Grand Lords lurked within the mine's depths. With players' current strength, even an army of several 100,000 elites would not be enough to defeat these monsters. However, This reminded Feng of something, the basic Holy Spirit potion. This item would give players temporary immunity to curses. However, as the potion was only basic rank, its effects were limited. Fortunately, the potion could offer immunity to Whitebone Town's curse due to the richness of Whitebone Town's mithril vein. Many players would take the risk to mine there. The money these players earned from a single day of mining the mithril ore and its byproducts was even more than those who grinded monsters in the fields or raided team dungeons. Because of that, the basic Holy Spirit potion had been extremely popular in Emerald City in the past. The potion had not been particularly expensive. Initially, each bottle only sold for 2 silver. Even ordinary players could afford that. The potion's effects only lasted for half an hour. In that time, one could easily earn more than 2 silver while mining underneath the town. Although Whitebone Town's monsters were very high-leveled, the mine's entrance was located in the town's outskirts. Not many monsters ventured there, so as long as one lured the monsters away, other players could enter the mine freely. The mine was massive, and its terrain was complicated. Very few monsters patrol the mine as well. As long as one didn't explore too deep, they would not find any significant danger. When a player finished their mining, they simply needed to use a return scroll to leave safely. Hence, many players had taken the risk to mine there. As more players headed to the mithril mine, the basic Holy Spirit potion's price quickly rose to 5 silver. Later, it had even reached 10 silver per bottle. Alchemist players had been overjoyed. The basic Holy Spirit potion's recipe was not particularly difficult to obtain. Level 30 and above team dungeons had a chance of dropping it. Unfortunately, the drop rate was very low, which resulted in few copies on the market. The potion's materials were also relatively common. Crafting the potion's main requirement was a Holy Spirit flower, which was considered a rare herb. Making the potion didn't even cost 1 silver. Thinking up to this point, Feng burst into action. This was a valuable opportunity to make a fortune. Emerald City's player population was in the millions. Once players discovered the method of mining in Whitebone Town, swarms of players would flock to the mithril vein. One could just imagine how large the market would be for the basic Holy Spirit potion, following which Feng changed the New Moon Trading Firm's name to the Candlelight Trading Firm and removed the lifestyle players and products in the shop. He then made a trip to the city hall and spent 1,000 gold to upgrade the shop front to the highest ranking available. He also hired NPCs to purchase various kinds of ores, herbs, and emeralds. As for the Candlelight products that would be sold in this shop and the shop's personnel, Feng passed the responsibility to the Candlelight Trading Firm's management team. Meanwhile, he visited the auction houses in the Black Dragon Empire's various cities to purchase the basic Holy Spirit potion recipe and Holy Spirit flowers. After spending most of the day like this, Feng finally bought all the recipes on the Black Dragon Empire's market. He had managed to collect a total of 776 recipes. Although the method to obtain the recipe was easy, its drop rate was painfully low. The recipe's current market price wasn't high. Feng only spent around 35 to 40 silver coins for each copy. Overall, he had not even spent 300 gold to buy all of the copies. The low price was mainly due to players not having a major use for the basic Holy Spirit potion. It simply wasn't one of Alchemist's hot items. If he were looking for the intermediate regeneration potion and the intermediate mana recovery potions recipes, however, they would be much more expensive with so many recipes. Even after every alchemist in the Candlelight Trading Firm learned it, he would still have plenty to spare. Feng had also bought over 6,500 stacks of Holy Spirit flowers, with 20 flowers per stack. Currently, each stack sold for around 12 to 13 silver. In total, Feng had spent over 800 gold on the Holy Spirit flowers. For a while, I'll have Candlelight purchase Holy Spirit flowers. Feng was mostly satisfied with how many Holy Spirit flowers he had procured at the end of the day. The Holy Spirit flower was a rare herb. Rather than sell it, most guilds usually opted to store the flowers in their guild warehouses. Only independent players sold the herb, thus the limited supply on the market. If he turned these 6,500 plus stacks of Holy Spirit flower into basic Holy Spirit potions, he would have enough to last Emerald City's players for quite some time. As long as the Candlelight trading firm's acquisition of Holy Spirit flowers it could keep up with the potion's demand, Emerald City would become a stable source of income for the trading firm for a relatively long time. Feng had also spent 3,000 gold to construct an advanced guild hall in Lakeheart City, although the land he bought from Phoenix Rain could not compare to Zero Wing's main guild residence. The towering advanced guild hall was still impressive enough to shock Lakeheart City's players. Wow, this guild has style. I wonder which guild this is. To think that anyone would want to develop in this backwater city. It shouldn't be a large guild, right? Maybe it's some third-rate guild. I guess you're right. There's no way a large guild would fancy our Lakeheart City. There were not many players residing in Lakeheart City due to its location on an island. There are not many good leveling spots around, either. The city's current population was slightly over 100,000. No first-rate guild would waste their efforts on a desolate city like this. As a result, only a second-rate guild ruled over Lakeheart City. Moreover, its main headquarters wasn't located in the city. Rather, it was based in a major city with a player population of over 500,000. Furthermore, the guild residences in Lakeheart City. They were a far cry from Zero Wing's magnificent advanced guild hall, huh? Wait a minute. Look at the emblem on that guild flag. Doesn't that look like Zero Wing's six-winged emblem? Chapter 988. The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 988. The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Upon hearing Zero Wing's name, the players on the street turned to look at the flag flying from the guild hall's roof. It really is a six-winged emblem. What? Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild is actually starting a branch guild here. Many people felt chills crawl down their spines, excitement overwhelming them as they stared at the guild flag. None of them could believe their eyes. Although Lakeheart City was in the Black Dragon Empire, the empire neighbored Starmoon Kingdom. They were up to date about the nearby kingdoms. They also frequently purchased a copy of the God's Domain Experts list. Everybody knew about Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had suffered at Zero Wing's hands. With such a powerful guild appearing in Lakeheart City, how could they contain their excitement? Since Zero Wing is coming here, does this mean we'll have a chance to join Zero Wing? I guess so. When a guild develops in a new city, it normally recruits some of the local players to expand gradually. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers are awesome. They're even better than what first-rate guilds offer. In other guilds, I heard that only core members get to use the guild hall's private rooms. On the other hand, one only needs to be an elite member in Zero Wing to rent a private room and accumulate the double EXP buff. I've always wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it costs too much to teleport from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City. Now, though, I don't have to worry about teleportation fees. Anticipation filled these independent players' hearts as they ogled Zero Wing's new guild residence. To ordinary players, traveling to other countries was too expensive. Even if they spent their entire fortune traveling to White River City, there was no guarantee that they would be accepted into the guild. Furthermore, they had long since familiarized themselves with Lakeheart City and its surroundings. If they started developing in an unknown city, their leveling speed and daily income would decrease drastically. In addition, unlike in Lakeheart City, they wouldn't have companions to rely on in White River City now. However, times had changed shortly after Zero Wing's branch guild had appeared. News of this matter quickly spread throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others grew worried. To independent players, Zero Wing's appearance was good news. To the local guilds, however, nothing was good about this development when the Crimson Castle Guild, the second-rate guild ruling over Lakeheart City, received the news. It had held an emergency meeting among its upper echelons. Why has Zero Wing suddenly shown up in a backwater city like Lakeheart City? If Zero Wing really intends on developing here, they will target the high-resource areas we usually occupy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Zero Wing is powerful in Starmoon Kingdom, this is Lakeheart City. This is our territory. We are far more familiar with the city's surroundings than Zero Wing. Even if a war breaks out between our guilds, the winner isn't set in stone. Crimson Castle's upper echelons discussed the situation heatedly, although the leveling areas around Lake Heart City were not particularly beneficial. Once players familiarized themselves with the area, their leveling speed would increase. Moreover, unlike other cities, there were very few guilds in Lake Heart City. This allowed Crimson Castle to obtain plenty of raw materials very easily. There is no need to get too worked up about this. I have heard that the situation in Starmoon Kingdom isn't very stable. Zero Wing won't focus too much on conquering Lake Heart City. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a grudge against Zero Wing. If we report Zero Wing's arrival to the pavilion will seek vengeance, the dignified, middle-aged man in the guild leader's seat said as he watched the arguing players before him. In a deep tone, he said, "During this period, keep an eye on Zero Wing's members. Report everything to the pavilion." Hearing their guild leader's order, the Crimson Castle's upper echelons fell silent and nodded in agreement. As their guild leader had said, Zero Wing had used the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a stepping stone to become famous, leaving the pavilion's prestige in tatters. After that incident, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor declared that he would not let the matter rest. Although dealing with Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was a different story in the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the pavilion's territory. It would be child's play to take care of a measly branch guild. While Crimson Castle hashed out a plan to deal with Zero Wing, Feng spent 300 gold to bind the guild transfer scrolls coordinates afterward. Zero Wing's members in White River City could simply purchase Lake Heart City's guild transfer scrolls to travel to the city directly. The guild transfer scroll was one of the guild's greatest benefits. Unlike NPC City's teleportation halls, which charged a steep teleportation fee, players only needed to purchase the corresponding guild transfer scroll to reach their desired guild residence. However, such a major benefit came with restrictions. Players were only allowed to carry one guild transfer scroll at a time. Moreover, the scroll had a very long cooldown. The transfer scroll's prices also varied depending on the distance between the destination and where it was purchased. Regardless, it was still cheaper than using the teleportation halls. If a guild had enough guild residences, it could easily replace teleportation halls. When Feng finished binding the coordinates, he looked at the time. Glancing up at the already dark sky, he called up his system interface, intending to log off for the day and rest. Now that he had established Lake Heart City's branch guild, he needed Aqua Rose to transfer the batches of selected members. As for Raven's monster-repelling issue, Feng had already instructed Flying Shadow to handle it originally. He had intended Fire Dance to carry out the task. However, Fire Dance was currently busy leading Zero Wing's members in raiding the Undead Gorge and did not have time to spare. So he used his next best option. Flying Shadow was Zero Wing's second best assassin. Not only was his movement speed quite high, but he could also move about rather secretively. He wasn't easy to detect when it was time to repel the monster invasion. Flying Shadow could use the monster repellent scroll without anyone noticing, which would reduce the chances of Raven discovering the scroll. Though the monster repellent scroll was very rare and few people knew about it. Seeing as Quiet Melody, the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, had purchased so many in Blackwing City, Feng deemed it wise to use the scrolls discreetly, hiding the scroll's function. In any case, Zero Wing only needed to repel the invasions. It was not obligated to reveal its means of doing so. After clicking the logout button, while Feng waited on the logout timer, he habitually used the golden stigmata's detect skill. The quest to find the 7 treasures was truly sinister. With God's domain being so massive, how was he supposed to locate them? Fortunately, he had been given a very long time limit to complete the quest. Hence, Feng routinely used the detect skill once a day. If not for the skill's one-day cooldown, his search for the 7 treasures would have proceeded much faster. After using the detect skill, Feng heard the sound of a system notification system. The golden stigmata has detected the 7 treasures' energy waves. Do you wish to track the energy waves? Why would the 7 treasures be here? Feng instantly tensed. He had never imagined that he would come across the 7 treasures' energy waves in Lake Heart City. Chapter 989. Special Set Equipment. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 989 Special Set Equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Feng immediately stopped the logout process and chose to track the energy waves that golden stigmatas detect had a 50,000-yard range, which was not particularly large. The skill just managed to cover Lake Heart City as well as the surrounding forest and fields. There should not be any monsters within that range, and it was even less likely for there to be any relics. Otherwise, someone would have long since discovered them. After all, it was impossible for an NPC city to be constructed above a relic yet. The 7 treasures, which had been lost for many years, had appeared in the middle of nowhere. It was inconceivable as expected. It is inside the city. Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the perceived location on his map. This should be in the Nobles District, although Feng knew that the 7 treasures could be anywhere. Who could have thought that he would find the legendary 7 treasures in Lake Heart City's Nobles District? If the War Gods Temple knew that the 7 treasures were in the Black Dragon Empire, they would have turned the Empire over in their search. Not to mention the insignificant Lake Heart City. After checking the general location, Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger and charged towards the Nobles District. A monster has appeared in the city. Crap, that's a mount. What kind of mount is that? It's so cool. When the players on the street saw the demonic flame tiger charge out of Zero Wing's residence, they were stupefied. A city like Lake Heart City didn't even have one level 40 player, much less a mount. Hence, when these players saw the majestic, towering demonic flame tiger, they grew more enthusiastic to join Zero Wing. Black Dragon Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Entering the guild leader's office, a beautiful, tall female summoner reported respectfully, "Vice Guild Leader, the Crimson Castle's guild leader requests a meeting with you." He claims that it is related to Zero Wing. I understand. It seems that quite a few people are displeased with Zero Wing today. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire Branch Guild, said, chuckling. "Ghost, bring him in." The female summoner, Beautiful Ghost, nodded. She left the office to guide Crimson Castle's guild leader. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reception room, a robust man, standing about 2 meters tall, waited patiently. This man was none other than the Crimson Castle's guild leader, Crimson Fox. Why haven't they met with me yet? Crimson Fox was frustrated as he stared beyond the window pane at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members going about their business. Sure enough, the pavilion deserved to be called a super first-rate guild. Despite only being a branch guild's residence, he saw plenty of experts moving about the hall, with many of them radiating a significant pressure. Among these experts, he envied a few players' equipment. The Crimson Castle could never compare to a guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Crimson Fox had originally intended to send one of the guild's upper echelons to the pavilion. However, when he thought about the violent and arrogant temper of the pavilion's vice guild leader, Blood Dragon, he felt that it would be safer if he visited the guild personally. Once he reached the pavilion's guild residence, he firmly believed that he had made the right decision. His guild's representative would never have been allowed through the pavilion's gates. Moreover, not long ago, he received another message from his subordinates stating that Zero Wing's demonic flame tiger had appeared in Lake Heart City. The upper echelons of God's domain's various guilds were no strangers to the demonic tiger. After all, the demonic tiger was known as the best mount in God's domain. Many even suspected that it might be a fine gold mount. Besides, this powerful mount's owner was none other than Zero Wing's Feng. Those who understood Zero Wing knew that Feng's position in the guild was definitely among the top 3. He might even be second only to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Such an important figure in Lake Heart City, stressed Crimson Fox. Anyone capable of leading a large guild was no idiot. With a figure like Feng visiting the city, it was clear how important Lake Heart City was to Zero Wing. If they did not remove Zero Wing as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before Crimson Castle fell from the position of the city's ruler. While Crimson Fox occupied himself with these thoughts, the reception room's wooden doors swung open. A tall beauty then entered the room. This woman was the female summoner Beautiful Ghost, who had reported to Blood Dragon. When Crimson Fox's eyes met Beautiful Ghost's, he shuddered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him to be careful of the woman standing before him. Yuri Crimson Fox? Follow me, beautiful ghost said. After sparing Crimson Fox a glance, she turned and left the reception room with an air of indifference. Her eyes hadn't contained a hint of respect when she looked at Crimson Fox. Rather, they held contempt, as if she had been watching an ant. If not for Blood Dragon's orders, she would not have paid any attention to the man at all, although Crimson Fox wanted to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth aside from the fact that he was on foreign soil. This female summoner was already stronger than him. Not only was she level 39, but her equipment also radiated the unique glow of dark gold items. Moreover, the red-blue robes, headwear, and other equipment were clearly pieces of a set. In other words, Beautiful Ghost wore a dark gold set equipment. In comparison, he only had individual pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment, level 35 dark gold set equipment, as expected of a super first-rate guild. Crimson Fox smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to endure this woman's contemptuous look. After all, she had more than earned her arrogance, however. Crimson Fox did not know that Beautiful Ghost's dark gold set equipment was not a level 35 set. If Feng were present, he would have instantly recognized the equipment. This was the level 40 dark gold set equipment, Life Summons. Only level 40 and above field great lords had a chance of dropping these set pieces initially. Only level 40 summoners could equip the Life Summons set. However, this equipment was somewhat special. If one had all 5 pieces of the set, the level requirement would drop by 5 levels under Beautiful Ghost's lead. Crimson Fox quickly arrived before the guild leader's office on the 3rd floor. On his way, Crimson Fox had seen many level 50 NPC guards. Without someone of relevance as a guide, even the guild's elite members would not be allowed near the guild leader's office. Upon entering the office, Crimson Fox involuntarily shuddered. He felt an immense pressure, almost as if a boss monster were in the room with him. Moreover, it didn't feel like any ordinary boss monster. At the very least, it felt like a lord boss, or stronger. How is this possible? Crimson Fox stared at Blood Dragon, who leaned against his office chair while enjoying a glass of wine, shock filling his heart. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's vice guild leader? At this moment, Crimson Fox struggled to breathe. Compared to Blood Dragon, the pressure he felt from Beautiful Ghost before was a joke against Beautiful Ghost. He could, more or less, move unaffected. However, when faced with Blood Dragon, his movements were somewhat sluggish. In battle, this pressure would greatly impact his combat power. However, the scene inside the office was even more shocking. Seated opposite of Blood Dragon was a gorgeous woman who, despite the powerful mental oppression in the room, seemed utterly unaffected. Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord. Who is she? Crimson Fox's attention unconsciously drifted to the leisurely woman currently. Blood Dragon was level 40, and only a handful of players throughout the Black Dragon Empire had reached this level. Level 40 players were much stronger than level 39 players in terms of attributes, as they could equip level 40 equipment. If even he, someone who wore a full collection of level 35 dark gold equipment, felt such immense pressure from Blood Dragon, one could just imagine how intense of a pressure a level 20 player would feel in Blood Dragon's aura. Yet the mysterious woman before him treated Blood Dragon's undisguised aura as if it were a spring breeze in addition. The mysterious woman herself exuded a noble and graceful aura that coaxed one into submission. Sit. Blood Dragon told Crimson Fox as he pointed to one of the wooden chairs on the other side of his desk. Let me introduce you. This beauty is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Qin Muyun. Like you, she is here for Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation. Crimson Fox was taken aback. Everyone had heard of the Blackwater Corporation. It was a Fortune 500 company. Meanwhile, the young woman before him had been chosen to represent such a major corporation. Guild leader Crimson. If you have any information regarding Zero Wing that you wish to share, please tell us. I believe that Miss Miyun is also interested to hear it, Blood Dragon said. Chuckling, Crimson Fox nodded nervously. He then relayed everything about Zero Wing's development in Lake Heart City Vice Guild Leader Blood. You've seen Zero Wing's ambition for yourself. If we let Zero Wing develop any further, no one will be able to guarantee that Zero Wing won't set its sights on the Black Dragon Empire. If we don't take measures to contain the guild, with its development speed thus far, it won't be long before it grows so big that even you will be helpless against it, Qin Muyun said, smiling. You should consider my earlier proposal. Qin Muyun had the voice of a siren. Her words were intoxicating. Even an expert like Crimson Fox was not completely unaffected initially. Qin Muyun had worried that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would reject their offer of cooperation. Now, however, her worries had been resolved before this. Zero Wing's operations had been limited to Starmoon Kingdom. No matter how strong it became, it wouldn't impact the pavilion's operations in the Black Dragon Empire. However, she had never imagined that, of all places, Zero Wing would choose to expand into the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. For the sake of its reputation, the pavilion couldn't let Zero Wing enjoy itself here. Otherwise, Nine Dragons Emperor's prior declaration will be nothing more than his own disgrace. Since Miss Miyun has already said as much, I agree to provide support in resources, products, coins, and experts to help you defeat Zero Wing. Once the deed is done, however, the pavilion wants full authority over Stone Forest Town. Please rest assured, as long as the pavilion helps us from the sidelines, the Blackwater Corporation will deal with the rest. Qin Muyun smiled. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I must leave to report the good news to my superiors. Blood Dragon nodded before sending Qin Muyun off with his Gaze Vice Guild Leader Blood. What about Lake Heart City? Crimson Fox asked anxiously. Lake Heart City was an important source of income for the Crimson Castle. Without it, the guild's development would deteriorate significantly. Relax. Since Zero Wing dares to enter the Black Dragon Empire, the pavilion won't let the guild off the hook. I will send the Blood Legion to assist the Crimson Castle. We'll make sure that Zero Wing regrets ever setting foot in the Black Dragon Empire. Blood Dragon could not help but chuckle. Turning to Crimson Fox, he spoke in a domineering tone. I'll appoint my aide, Beautiful Ghost, to command the operation. I believe that you do not have any arguments, right? Of course, of course. Crimson Fox said excitedly. The Blood Legion was a legion of expert assassins that everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew about. Not only did these experts possess excellent equipment, but every one of them was also adept with ambushes in the fields. Although the Blood Legion was not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest force, it was the one that the various large guilds feared the most. Even first-rate guilds were afraid of the Blood Legion out in the fields. Even a single expert assassin was a force not to be reckoned with. Knowing that a team of 1,000 expert assassins waited for them, who would possibly be bold enough to venture out to grind monsters. Even if a guild dispatched a small army of players to hunt down the Blood Legion, its efforts would be futile. It was precisely this reason that the various large guilds paled at the mention of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. Only a super first-rate guild, with a powerful foundation, was capable of compiling such a force. For a first-rate guild, even forming a team of 100 expert assassins was impossible now that the pavilion intended to dispatch the Blood Legion. Zero Wing's members should not even consider leaving Lake Heart City. If they did, they should not dream of returning alive. If this persisted, Zero Wing would not survive in Lake Heart City. Eventually, it would be forced to withdraw. Leave the rest to you. Blood Dragon told Beautiful Ghost Vice Guild Leader, do not worry. I will gather the men right away. It will only take a few days to eradicate Zero Wing from the Black Dragon Empire. Beautiful Ghost said very confidently. In Beautiful Ghost's opinion, their opponent was merely Zero Wing's branch guild. Dispatching the Blood Legion was simply making a big fuss over nothing. Lake Heart City's Nobles District. Not many players wandered down the street of Western European buildings. Only NPC nobles when Feng arrived before a luxurious mansion atop the demonic Flame Tiger. He noticed a team of 20 players gathered at its gates. He also spotted a few familiar figures among the team members. These people were none other than Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo, Gunfire, Death Wind, and Autumn Goose Big Brother Yi Feng. Why are you here? Blue Bamboo noticed Feng and the towering demonic flame tiger immediately, surprise flashing in her eyes hearing Blue Bamboo's exclamation. Thoughtful Rain and the others turned towards the demonic tiger by the entrance. Feng was even more shocked by the sudden development than Thoughtful Rain and her companions. He had only arrived before this mansion due to the 7 treasures. At this point, the golden stigmata's tracker pointed to the 7 treasures' exact location. He had never expected to find Thoughtful Rain and the others here as well, however. After Blue Bamboo had noticed him, the rest of the team turned and glared as if he were their greatest enemy, killing intent filling their eyes suddenly. The shield warrior Death Wind scattered the heavy atmosphere as he approached Feng and asked pleasantly, "Brother Yi Feng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a quest as well?" Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. An acquaintance? When everyone in the team saw Death Wind greet Feng, their gazes softened slightly. Even so, they remained very cautious with him currently. Feng wore his black cloak, so they could not see his information. However, the fact that he rode a mount showed that he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly they wouldn't mind a weak acquaintance. However, Feng's strength was precisely the reason that they remained wary. Autumn, you guys know him? A robust man asked Autumn Goose, who stood beside him. This robust man, weathered appearance, spoke of years of life's vicissitudes. A suit of silvery gray knight's armor protected his body, and he carried a tower shield that was nearly as tall as he was. At his waist, he carried a luxurious golden knight's sword. Furthermore, he had already reached level 40 MHM. He's one of Zero Wing's elders. He is incredibly strong. It was thanks to him that we had completed our previous quest. Autumn Goose nodded to the robust man's question. She did not try to hide anything as the man beside her was none other than the commander of the wind god's spear, Fallen Wind. If we can convince Yi Feng to help us, we'll have a much higher chance of completing this quest. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Fallen Wind could not help but re-examine Feng. Although Autumn Goose seemed approachable on the surface, she was arrogant to the bone. In her eyes, very few people were worth Autumn Goose's recognition. Autumn, aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? Isn't he just some expert a large guild nurtured? How strong could he possibly be? If we take him with us, he'll probably only hold us back. A frosty youth in brown leather armor said dismissively. Aside from Wind God Spear's brilliant battle records in the multiple confrontations they have had with several large guilds, their several new experts were already many times stronger than first-rate guilds' pampered experts. As for the members here today, they were the creme de la creme of the Wind God's Spear. Every Wind God Spear member here was a top-class expert with a list of illustrious achievements. How could someone like Feng possibly compare to them? To further his point, the youth had never seen Feng's name on God's Domain's experts list. Disregarding the cold youth's words, Autumn Goose looked directly at Fallen Wind and said, "Commander, I believe that Big Brother Death Wind will also support my point." At Autumn Goose's strong recommendation of Feng, Thoughtful Rain's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she did not understand why, whenever she was with Feng, she felt indescribably safe. She didn't even feel like this when she traveled with someone as powerful as Fallen Wind. This is interesting. Fallen Wind could not help but watch the cloaked Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes naturally. There was no need to mention Feng's level. However, the swordsman's combat standards were unknown. Generally, one could judge a person's strength based on the aura they radiated. The stronger a person was, the stronger their aura was. Such a phenomenon was due to the confidence they gained from experiencing countless battles. Yet, even after observing Feng for a long moment, Fallen Wind could not sense any aura that hinted at Feng's strength. As to whether or not Feng concealed his aura, this was unlikely. After all, even experts would find it extremely difficult to conceal their aura completely unless their mental fortitude had reached a certain level. However, experts capable of doing so were generally in their 30s or 40s. Some only reached this refinement in their 50s. To put it simply, it was impossible for a youth to have enough control to hide their aura. However, both Autumn Goose and Deathwind seemed to admire Feng. This was strange indeed. Autumn. Let's pass on asking him this time. If the opportunity presents itself, we can invite him in the future. We've already determined our team's roster. Sudden adjustments to the team will increase our chances of failure, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. We cannot afford to fail this quest. If we complete this quest, the Wind God's Spear's strength will climb to a new level. The Wind God's Spear won't have to shuffle around in the Dark Knight Empire's shadows anymore. Instead, the Empire's large guilds will have to hide like rats. I understand. Autumn Goose dejectedly replied. She understood Fallen Wind's sentiment. They had invested a lot of effort into this quest. Now that they had reached the final phase and were prepared, they would be taking unnecessary risks if they replaced one of the team members our commander knows best. If we allow a half-assed expert into the team, I'll constantly have to worry about him dragging me to the grave, the cold youth said, nodding when Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo heard Fallen Wind reject Autumn Goose's proposal and Ordinary Blades. The cold youth ridicule. They were annoyed, however. As they were members of Zero Wing, they did not find it appropriate to intervene in Wind God's Spear's internal matters. Ordinary Blade's disrespect of Feng made the somewhat angry commander. Fallen, I apologize, but Blue and I won't be participating in this operation. After all, this is the Wind God's Spear's affair. It wouldn't be proper for us to take part. Thoughtful Rain announced they had simply tagged along for this quest due to Fallen Wind's invitation and their friendship with Autumn Goose and the others. Now that Zero Wing's elder had been belittled, how could they, members of Zero Wing, remain on the team? Ordinary apologized to Miss Rain and Miss Blue. Fallen Wind growled as he glared at the frosty youth. How could he not understand the meaning behind Thoughtful Rain's words? The sudden development stupefied Ordinary Blade. He was simply trying to make himself look good before Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. How had things ended up this way? What was going on here? Miss Rain and Miss Blue are members of Zero Wing. Fallen Wind softly reminded the boy this was the first time Ordinary Blade had met Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In addition, as the two women were participating in the quest as individuals, they had not worn their guild emblems. Hence, Ordinary Blade had not realized that the duo was from Zero Wing. Miss Rain, I misspoke. Please, forgive me. Ordinary Blade quickly apologized after realizing his blunder. He very much felt like digging a hole and jumping in, seeing Ordinary Blade's distress. Autumn Goose, who was familiar with the youth, could not help but giggle in the Wind God's Spear. Ordinary Blade was famous for his indifference. However, when a youth had met Thoughtful Rain for the first time, his eyes had nearly fallen from their sockets. It was obvious that the youth was interested in Thoughtful Rain. Unfortunately, his attempt to impress her had backfired magnificently this time. Even their commander couldn't save him. She and Thoughtful Rain were as close as sisters. She was very familiar with Thoughtful Rain's personality. When Thoughtful Rain made a decision, even a force of nature wouldn't change her mind. She remembered Thoughtful Rain's decision to join Zero Wing. No matter how much she had tried to dissuade the girl, hadn't Thoughtful Rain still joined the guild? Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Thoughtful Rain's resolute refusal gave Fallen Wind a headache. Ordinary Blade truly knew how to give him trouble. Thoughtful Rain was a God's Domain player who had come into contact with virtual reality games just recently. However, when Fallen Wind watched the battle video Autumn Goose sent him, which showed a duel between herself and Thoughtful Rain, a shiver had crawled down his spine. If not for Autumn Goose telling him about Thoughtful Rain's situation, he would not have even imagined that God's Domain was her first virtual reality game. Within just a few months' time, she had actually managed to grow to a point where she could hold her own against Autumn Goose. Her improvement speed was simply godly compared to Thoughtful Rain. Those players who were held up as geniuses in God's Domain were simply garbage recently. Autumn Goose had been improving very quickly, and right now, her strength already ranks steadily within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear. Although the Wind God's Spear was only an adventurer team. Its members were all battle maniacs and extremely proud. Members of the team would frequently spar with each other. They would also often pick fights with members of large guilds. As a result, their strength increased continuously every day. Rather than passing their time leisurely in God's domain, they desperately sought all sorts of means to improve themselves. Hence, ranking within the top 10 of the Wind God Spear was a challenging proposition, not to mention maintaining a position there yet. When Autumn Goose reunited with Thoughtful Rain after not meeting her for a short time, Autumn Goose had actually lost to Thoughtful Rain, who was significantly weaker than herself before, in a duel. Moreover, when Thoughtful Rain defeated Autumn Goose, it was obvious she had not used her full strength. Fallen Wind found it truly hard to fathom what heights Thoughtful Rain's combat power had already reached. However, he estimated that she should be able to rank within the top 5 of the Wind God Spear. In contrast, although Ordinary Stranger was very talented and his improvement speed was very fast, he only ranked within the top 20. Even now, losing a combatant like Thoughtful Rain would greatly hamper their quest. Just as Fallen Wind was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly came from within the mansion, echoing throughout the entire courtyard and making everyone's souls tremble. What a lively day it is today. I never thought that even an important person from the War God's Temple would be willing to pay me a visit. However, since you've already arrived, I'll have to ask you to remain and head to another world to enjoy. After the sound of this voice dissipated, a magic barrier enveloped the entire mansion. What's going on? This sudden development threw everyone for a loop. Fallen Wind, in particular their quest, had tasked them to visit Countess Katie Green of the Black Dragon Empire. The Countess would then bring them to a secret location. However, based on a word she had just spoken, it was clear that she was trying to make them suffer while everyone was panicking. Feng remained relatively calm. It was very obvious to him that the Countess's words were intended for him. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned War God's Temple. While Feng and everyone else were thinking of how to deal with their current predicament, their vision immediately filled with darkness. Every one of them transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the luxurious mansion. It was as if none of them had ever appeared there. The NPC guards patrolling the streets did not even sense the existence of the barrier magic array. What is this place? Why have my movements turned sluggish? Commander, I can't use my return scroll. Me too. As soon as everyone could see again, they discovered that the scenery before them had changed. Their bodies also felt leaden. Many in the team could not help but grow anxious at this situation. Meanwhile, this sealed space had only a set of open, pitch-black stone doors, a few hundred meters in height, standing right before them. Beyond these doors was a wide and spacious passage, the walls of which boasted countless carvings of gods and demons, the images depicting the ancient war between gods and demons. This passage led directly to a towering temple in the distance. Upon seeing the massive stone doors, a name immediately appeared in Feng's mind: the Trial of God. To players, the Trial of God was an opportunity. It was extremely difficult to encounter one. Previously, Blackie and the others had only managed to enter one due to luck. However, great rewards also came with great risks. Maybe it was also due to their luck, but Blackie and the others had encountered only a 4-color trial. It was also precisely because it was only a 4-color trial that they had managed to deal with the challenges and safely clear the Trial of God. However, the Trial of God before him, right now, was no 4-color trial. Generally, players could determine the rank of the trial they were taking through the transfer gate in the outside world. However, after entering a trial, there was still another method to determine its rank, and that was the size of the trial gate. Trial gates that were around 10 meters tall signified that one was undertaking a 1-color trial, after which came 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and 999 meters. Meanwhile, the trial gate before them was clearly over 100 meters in height, perhaps around 300 meters in all. In other words, this was a 6-color trial, and its difficulty could rival legendary quests. Shortly after Feng realized that this place was the Trial of God, Fallen Wind and several other experts came to the same conclusion. Immediately, their expressions turned very gloomy. Why is it a 6-color Trial of God? As calm as he was, Even Fallen Wind's mouth twitched involuntarily when he noticed this fact: the trial of God was no secret in God's domain. With so many players playing the game, there were bound to be quite a few players who had encountered it. As more and more players discussed the trial on the official forums, details about the trial of God became public after the others heard Fallen Wind mentioning the trial of God. They promptly looked it up on the official forums, however. Once everyone understood what exactly a six-color trial was, their hearts grew very heavy. Commander, what should we do now? Many members of the Wind God Spear asked worriedly. There were only two methods to leave a trial of God. One was to clear the trial, while the other was to give up on it. There was no third possibility. Those who died inside the trial would be resurrected and forced to continue. Those who completed the trial would be showered in glory, their strength increasing significantly. However, those who chose to give up would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the higher the rank of the trial, the greater the price exacted. If one forfeited a six-colored trial, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a great chance that their account would be crippled permanently. Hence, most players who encountered a trial of God would first determine the trial's difficulty before deciding whether or not they should challenge or distance themselves from it in their case. However, they had been forcibly transported to this place. They did not even have a say in the matter. To the Wind God Spear, if the trial had the difficulty of only an epic quest, they would still be confident of clearing it. However, for a trial whose difficulty approached that of a legendary quest, they had no confidence whatsoever that they would succeed. After taking a deep breath, Fallen Wind said, "Calm down. Since we've already entered the trial of God, what we need to do now is think of a solution to clear it. We don't have any other choice." As soon as Fallen Wind finished speaking, numerous silver-armored knights with glowing red eyes started emerging from the walls of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was packed full of knights, every one of them charging towards Feng's ground undead fanatic, Dark Creature, Elite. Level 50 HP 200,000/200,000. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. Form a defensive formation. Feng shouted hurriedly at this time. Everyone finally reacted currently. Everyone no longer considered whether they could succeed or not. Instead, they wondered how long they could survive. When the tide of undead fanatics reached the team, the MTs at the front felt greatly pressured. Despite these undead fanatics being elite rank only, they possessed great strength. Not only was every one of their attacks capable of pushing the MTs back, but also caused nearly -1,000 damage even when blocked. With multiple undead fanatics attacking at the same time, the MTs lost HP by the thousands. The healers standing at the rear simply couldn't keep up. Although everyone from the Wind God Spear was doing their best to retaliate, their attacks inflicting several thousand damage to the undead fanatics. There were simply too many monsters. No matter how much they attacked, their efforts did not seem to be making a difference. When the team was close to succumbing, a streak of light suddenly cut across the monsters. A large number of undead fanatics in a cone-shaped area died instantly. Everyone was stupefied by this scene at this time. Everyone could not help but shift their gaze towards the cloaked Feng, the origin of this phenomenon. Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Is this the person that caught Autumn Goose's eye? Fallen Wind was astounded at the sight. He was a level 40 Guardian Knight, as well as the lead MT of the team. He had been fighting at the front line all this time, so he knew very clearly just how powerful these undead fanatics were. If there was just one of these elites, anyone on their team could easily solo it. Although the undead fanatics possessed great strength, far surpassing even that of their team's level 40 Berserker, Autumn Goose, their attack speed and reaction speed were not particularly fast. Given enough space, even an MT could slowly wear one down by themselves. However, it was terrifying if they had to go up against over 10,000 of these elite monsters. The tide of undead fanatics surrounding them gave them no room to maneuver whatsoever, so they had no choice but to clash directly against these elites. Moreover, the undead fanatics possessed 200,000 HP, above average HPs for level 50 elite undead. In addition, the inherent magic resistance of undead was very high. Even when someone in their team used an AoE attack spell, they only managed to deal around minus 2,000 damage to the elites. Even after multiple applications, they barely did any damage to the undead fanatics. It was only a matter of time before the team would get annihilated yet. With just a single swing of his sword, Feng had vaporized nearly 1,000 undead fanatics aside from Fallen Wind. Everyone else in the team was stupefied by Feng's performance as well. Autumn, just how did you get acquainted with such a monster? A level 39 female Cursemancer asked softly. I met him when I was doing a quest with Rain. Back then, just like you guys, we thought that guild experts were merely pampered players. When Autumn Goose recalled how she had the same thoughts that the members of the Wind God Spear had right now, she could not help but feel ashamed of herself hearing the conversation between the Cursemancer and Autumn Goose. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo felt a surge of pride overwhelm their earlier anger. I said it before, right? Big Brother Yi Feng is very powerful. Some time ago, Big Brother Yi Feng managed to kill a level 50 field Great Lord with just me and Rain in the party. It is naturally not a problem for him to deal with these level 50 elite monsters right now, Blue Bamboo said proudly, puffing out her chest. Although they had relied mainly on Feng's 2 personal guards to defeat the level 50 Great Lord, Blue Bamboo considered the personal guards part of Feng's strength. After all, she had never seen anyone else with the ability to recruit such powerful personal guards. He managed to solo a level 50 field Great Lord with just you 2 magical classes. That's impossible, right? Previously, even after our Wind God Spear had gathered a team of 100 players, we managed to defeat a level 40 field Great Lord only after utilizing many rare tools. Everyone from the Wind God Spear was shocked by Blue Bamboo's revelation. The feat of killing a level 50 Great Lord was much more amazing than directly wiping out hundreds of undead fanatics after entering God's domain. They had fought against plenty of monsters. Hence, they knew full well just how frightening a level 50 field Great Lord could be. Current players simply had no chance of contending against such a boss. Level 50 was a major milestone. Players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class change at this level and greatly improve their attributes. Their skills could reach Tier 2 as well. Overall, upon reaching level 50, players could receive a tremendous boost to their combat power. Hence, the system had made it so that level 50 monsters were stronger than level 49 monsters by a large margin. This gap was also the reason why even a Berserker expert like Autumn Goose was no match for the level 50 undead fanatics in terms of strength. Immediately, everyone looked at Feng with astonishment. Meanwhile, when Ordinary Blade, who previously still felt contempt toward Feng, noticed thoughtful Rain constantly looking at Feng, jealousy sprouted in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely surpass you one day, Ordinary Blade swore to himself. He had only been in contact with God's domain for a short time. His strength was still rising rapidly. Besides, he had recently managed to apprentice himself to a martial arts master in the real world. Said master had even acknowledged him as a martial arts genius. With the virtual environment of God's domain practically the same as the real world, he refused to believe he would fail to surpass Feng in the future. We can't always stay on the defense. I'll open a path for us. Melee classes, protect the magical classes from the sides, and follow me. Feng said hurriedly when he noticed that undead fanatics were still pouring out from the walls of the distant passage. Magical classes, don't bother attacking. Try to use movement speed reduction and imprisonment skills as much as possible. After Feng was done speaking, he cast Firestorm ahead of Hema. Towering Inferno promptly devoured everything. Although the undead fanatics possessed high magic resistance, Feng's killing ray doubled his damage towards dark creatures. As a result, by the time Firestorm's duration ended, none of the undead fanatics caught within the range of the flames remained alive. Unfortunately, as this place was the trial of God, regardless of how many monsters players killed here, they would not receive any EXP. Similarly, the monsters here also did not drop any loot. The only thing players could gain from fighting against the monsters here was skill proficiency. Generally, players would receive rewards only after they cleared a stage Feng. However, got an additional benefit from killing these undead fanatics previously. When he used Lightning Blade to kill the undead fanatics, he discovered that Icarus's heart had absorbed plenty of life force after he had used the Holy Grail to evolve Icarus's heart. The necklace no longer required him to kill bosses to upgrade it. Instead, he only needed to kill players and absorb their life force. The only downside was the amount of life force required. Currently, he needed 5,000 units of life force to upgrade the necklace to epic rank. Although Feng had killed plenty of players after evolving Icarus's heart, he had also used the necklace's skill numerous times, particularly when he was opening treasure chests and killing bosses. Each use cost him 100 units of life force. He had practically used up all of what he had collected. Hence, he had never been able to upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank during this time, however. For every 2 or 3 undead fanatics he killed, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force actually increased by 1 after just 2 attacks. Feng had gained over 800 units of life force. The rate at which he was gathering life force right now was much faster than when he was killing players, following which Feng activated both Defensive Blade and Thunder God's Descent. He then started brandishing his swords, executing Sword's Orbit as he slaughtered his way forward. The undead fanatics might have had an advantage in strength over Feng's team members, but the same could not be said for Feng himself when comparing strength attributes. Feng, who possessed a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment, only needed a single attack to send the undead fanatics flying. In terms of speed, he was many times faster than the elite monsters. Before the monsters could even touch him, his swords would have already struck their weak points. Repelling them, Feng was like a meat grinder when he went up against the endless undead fanatics. His swords madly devoured the elite monsters charging at him. With no exception, all undead fanatics within 15 yards of Feng would have their HPs reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. Numerous undead fanatics had their 200,000 HPs depleted completely, following which Icarus's heart's accumulated life force rapidly increased. In just a few moments, the counter had crossed the 1,000-unit threshold. Autumn, is he really a player? The members of the Wind God Spear following behind Feng gulped involuntarily. They could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Everyone had already seen for themselves just how strong Feng's basic attributes were. Even the level 50 undead fanatics were no match for him in terms of strength. He could easily send the elites flying with a casual attack, however. Being able to make it so that not a single monster could get within 10 yards of himself was impossible just by relying on attributes. Combat techniques and experience played important roles as well. While players could improve their basic attributes through equipment upgrades, combat techniques and experience could not be easily improved. This was also the Wind God Spear's greatest point of pride, that the various large guilds were all busy raiding dungeons to upgrade their weapons and equipment. They did not place much attention on improving their techniques and accumulating combat experience. Hence, the Wind God Spear would manage to safely break away the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds time after time and continue existing with relative ease until now. Previously, when the members of the Wind God Spear witnessed Feng killing hundreds of undead fanatics with one attack before, the most they felt was shock. After all, that was something he achieved through relying on powerful items and skills. However, now that Feng was using an inconceivable combat technique to slaughter the elite monsters, the feeling everyone felt when they looked at Feng was no longer that of shock but admiration and worship. Instead, many members on the team had already become deeply mesmerized by the sword's orbit. If not for the undead fanatics constantly charging at them, they would definitely place all their attention on observing Feng's technique with such a sword technique. I'm afraid that even one sword of the 8 sword heroes can't compare to him. When Fallen Wind looked at Feng, his eyes blazed with the urge to fight in the entire Dark Knight Empire. The number of experts that receive his acknowledgement could be counted with his fingers. Among them, one sword, whom the secret pavilion had dubbed one of the 8 sword heroes, was someone Fallen Wind admired greatly. Now, the number of people he admired had increased by one more if not for the undead fanatics. He really would have wished to fight Feng to his heart's content if he keeps on using such a powerful combat technique. Will his stamina and concentration be able to handle it? Autumn Goose asked somewhat worriedly as she looked at Feng. It was not an ordinary player. Previously, when she had gone up against the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds, she had also encountered players wielding special combat techniques. While these special combat techniques were indeed powerful, they also had a fatal flaw. They were extremely taxing to use. Utilizing a special combat technique was akin to sprinting all out. The burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration was many times greater than jogging in God's domain. Even if players only had 1 HP remaining, they could still move freely so long as they did not receive heavy injuries. However, when players' stamina and concentration fell below a certain level, they would no longer be able to enter combat if Feng exhausted his stamina and concentration right now. The consequences would be unimaginable in reality. However, Autumn Goose's concerns about Feng were unnecessary while Sword's orbit did indeed place a huge burden on Feng's stamina. The technique's consumption of concentration was minimal. Moreover, before using Sword's orbit to defend against these undead fanatics, Feng had already activated the basic Tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30, maximum stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. The additional 30 fortitude reduced his stamina and concentration consumption significantly. Coupled with the increase to his maximum stamina, Feng could persist for much longer than Autumn Goose thought. Moreover, even if Feng's current stamina and concentration could not last him until they reached the distant temple, he still possessed the Blood Refining Stone. The Blood Refining Stone was something he obtained from the Blood Refining Passage. It could absorb the life force of powerful monsters and turn this into blood energy. He could use every 100 points of blood energy he accumulated to produce a drop of life essence. When consumed, the life essence could increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed rapidly for 2 hours. Moreover, the effects were stackable up to 3 times. This was an item Feng always kept on his person. Although not every elite or above monster provided him with blood energy, after long periods of accumulation, he now had 827 drops of life essence. He did not need to worry about running out of stamina and concentration anytime soon. Time passed quickly. Whenever everyone thought that Feng's stamina would not hold up, Feng would consume life essence. However, the recovery speed provided by a single drop was not enough. Only after consuming 3 drops would his recovery speed exceed his consumption speed. As Feng continued slaughtering the undead fanatics, the amount of life force Icarus's heart accumulated increased rapidly. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points. By the time the team arrived before the dazzling Golden Temple, Feng had long since accumulated 5,000 units of life force without hesitation. Feng upgraded Icarus's heart, necklace, epic rank, equipment requirement. All attributes 120 level 40. Level 100, currently level 44. All attributes plus 44 luck plus 18. Additional skill 1, Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 50 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown. 30 minutes luck, duration, and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 200 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Additional skill 2, God's Blessing. Forcefully upgrades all lifestyle classes learned by the user by 1 rank, up to a maximum of Master rank, for 1 hour. Cooldown. 5 hours duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 500 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Passive skill, Life Storage. Player can accumulate up to 10,000 units of life force. Current amount, 0/10,000. Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the improved attributes of the epic ranked Icarus's heart. Although Icarus's heart did not receive much of an improvement in terms of basic attributes, It was definitely a godly item all players would want to have, setting aside the increased luck attribute Icarus's heart provided. Just the necklace's ability to forcibly upgrade a lifestyle class's rank could easily skyrocket a lifestyle player's worth. Particularly during this period when lifestyle players were still low-leveled, being able to upgrade an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, even if it was only for 1 hour a day, would help a trading firm massively. Currently, sure, Feng could not help but wish he could fly back to the Candlelight trading firm right this instant. Unfortunately, he first needed to clear the trial of God. When everyone arrived before the temple, they were still thinking of a way to shake off the undead fanatic's pursuit. However, once everyone entered the main hall of the temple, the mob of undead fanatics suddenly transformed into mists of blood before vanishing into nothingness. There are no signs that those monsters had ever existed. Are we safe? Blue Bamboo looked at her surroundings. After failing to find even a single undead fanatic in the vicinity, she automatically breathed out a sigh of relief. Had the battle dragged on any longer, her mana would have definitely run out before. In order to keep everyone's HPs above a safe margin, she had never once stopped casting her healing spells. On their way to this temple, she had consumed over a stack of intermediate mana recovery potions. Not only were intermediate mana recovery potions expensive on the market right now, but their supply was also very low. The ones that appeared in trading firms or auction houses would sell out almost instantly. After all, mana was the second life of magical classes. Without mana, magical classes were no different from rubbish. Hence, those who played a magical class would always carry around 3 or 4 bottles of basic or intermediate mana recovery potion at the very least. She had obtained these intermediate mana recovery potions using the guild contribution points she had earned with great difficulty. Now, however, she had used up half of her stockpile in just this short time. Truly a disheartening situation just when everyone thought that they were finally safe and could obtain the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the towering altar located at the very back of the main hall. The steps of the staircase leading up to the altar suddenly released red beams of light, which then formed in a 3-meter-tall, fully armored undead guardian, dark creature, chieftain, level 50. HP 2, 400, 000/2, 400, 000. Although there were only several hundred undead guardians standing on the staircase, a far cry from the endless flood of undead fanatics from before, everyone could clearly sense that these undead guardians were many times more powerful than those elite monsters currently. 3 undead guardians stood on each step of the staircase, and if the team attempted to lure any one of the chieftains, no doubt the other 2 undead guardians would follow. In other words, the team had to go up against 3 undead guardians simultaneously. At the very least, their team's average level was 10 levels lower than the undead guardians. In addition, each level 50 undead guardian could most likely rival a level 40 high lord in strength. Only their HPs were lower with so few players on the team. Going up against 3 level 40 high lords at the same time would be extremely difficult. It seems we won't be able to clear this stage without defeating those guardians, Feng said. He could not help but wet his lips as he looked at the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the staircase. This was not his first time challenging a trial of God. However, having a lucrative reward like the 7-colored treasure chest appearing in the first stage of the trial was definitely a first for him. Chapter 995, Guardian. Hellscythe ___ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 995, Guardian. Commander, these undead guardians are too close to each other. Even if we lure them over, we'll have to fight a minimum of 3 at a time, Deathwind said, frowning. While he might be able to hold his ground against a level 40 high lord for a short time, he couldn't handle 3. He would be lucky if he did not die instantly. Meanwhile, their team only had 2 MTs, himself and the team's leader, Fallen Wind. However, even an expert like Fallen Wind couldn't hold off 2 undead guardians simultaneously. Starfish, can you handle kiting one? Fallen Wind asked as he turned to a lean, muscular ranger. The ranger class possessed high movement speed. In addition, the class had quite a few control skills. Rangers were perfect for kiting monsters. Starfish happened to be one of the top-ranking rangers in Wind God's Spear. If Starfish could lure one Guardian away from the team, the MTs could handle the rest. If control skills work on these monsters, it should be doable, Starfish said after observing the hall. He had plenty of space to run, so kiting the undead Guardian shouldn't be a problem for him. I don't think control skills are effective against them. None of our control skills worked on the undead fanatics. Only the elementalists' ice walls slowed them down. The stronger undead Guardians should have the same settings as the undead fanatics. Autumn Goose said that other team members agreed with Autumn Goose's deduction generally. Unless a control skill were very high-tiered, it would have no effect on boss-level monsters. We don't have another choice. Use a Tier 2 summoning scroll, then, Fallen Wind said. Gritting his teeth, he had thoroughly prepared to tackle this quest. The Tier 2 summoning scroll was one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Tier 2 summoning scrolls were rare, and he had only brought 4 with him suddenly. Feng offered a suggestion. No need. I can handle one of them. However, we will need to prioritize killing mine. Are you sure? That's a level 50 chieftain we're talking about. Fallen Wind questioned. As high as Feng's basic attributes were, this should not be higher than a level 50 chieftains. Moreover, a swordsman was not an MT. The class's impact resistance and damage reduction were far weaker than the tank classes. I can handle it, Feng said. Shrugging, Commander, leave it to Brother Yifeng. While he might be a swordsman, he is even more capable as a tank than I am. The shield warrior Death Wind piped in during one of their last meetings. He had watched Feng tank a level 44 Lord-ranked Ice Cheetah. A lot of time had passed since that day. Feng's equipment had definitely improved during this period. He should have no problems tanking a level 50 chieftain. Right, I'll have to trouble you with it then, Fallen Wind said. After hearing Death Wind's confidence and witnessing Feng's shocking performance earlier, Fallen Wind could not help but believe in Feng. Once everyone knew their responsibilities, the team began to move to start things off. The Ranger Starfish stretched his bow into a full moon and fired 3 arrows at the undead Guardians patrolling the staircase's first layer. Not only did his arrows hit all 3 undead Guardians, but the arrows also struck the 3 chieftains when they were furthest from the second level. As a result, the attacks had not attracted the second level's Guardians. The instant the arrows struck the 3 undead Guardians, a damage of around -500 points appeared above each of their heads. Their defense was frighteningly high. Aside from the high defense, these chieftains were also very fast. When they moved, they were as swift as cheetahs. If not for Fallen Wind using Justice Roar in time, pulling the 3 undead Guardians aggro, Starfish would not have been able to escape as the 3 undead Guardians turned towards Fallen Wind. Death Wind used charge from another side. The shield warrior then slammed his sword into the nearest undead Guardian. Pung. Undersir. The sharp sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. The undead Guardian had blocked Death Wind's slash with its greatsword, not receiving a single point of damage. On the other hand, the impact forced Death Wind to retreat by 2 steps, and a damage of over -5,000 points appeared above his head. The shield warrior instantly lost a quarter of his HP. Everyone watching was appalled. Among the MTs in Wind God Spear, Death Wind's equipment was only second to Fallen Wind's. He was also a level 40 MT, yet not only had the undead Guardian discovered his sneak attack, but it also had more strength than any of them had expected. Its strength rivals a level 40 strength-based High Lord, and its reaction speed is incredibly high. Melee players, approach it with care. Don't try to fight it head-on. Fallen Wind hurriedly shouted. Understood. The melee players promptly answered. Tensing, a level 40 strength-based High Lord could kill any class except for plate armor classes instantly. Not to mention a strength-based High Lord with such quick reactions. In their opinion, Death Wind had timed his attack perfectly, yet the Guardian had still blocked his blade. If they crossed weapons with the chieftain, they would lose far more than 5,000 HP. Just before the other 2 undead Guardians reached Fallen Wind, a streak of red light struck one of the chieftain's sides. 43. 246. The terrifying critical damage rendered everyone speechless. Starfish's attacks had only dealt around -500 damage, yet this attack had inflicted over -40,000. Moreover, the impact had sent the undead Guardian flying, its body slamming into the ground instinctively. Everyone turned toward Feng, the source of the attack, mixed feelings filling their hearts as they looked at the swordsman underscore. Its magic resistance, sure, is high. Underscore Feng frowned at the undead guardian that he had hit others might not realize it, but the skill he had used was Flame God's Fury, a sure kill skill. In addition, his sacred sword doubled his damage against dark creatures. Yet his attack, even after achieving a critical hit, had only inflicted over minus 40,000 damage. One could just imagine how high the undead guardian's defense and magic resistance were. Feng's terrifying damage instantly drew the undead guardian's aggro. Raising its greatsword, the chieftain leaped into the air and landed before Feng suddenly. Crimson flames burst from the undead guardian's originally silver greatsword as it swung the weapon at Feng in a horizontal arc tier 1 skill, Flaming Cross Slash. Crap, this monster actually knows a sure kill skill. Seeing the towering pillar of fire, the other players realized that this was many times stronger than the Berserker's Flame Slash. They could see how much range the attack had from the height of the flames. This attack was impossible to dodge. Coupling this skill with the undead guardian's horrific strength, even an MT like Fallen Wind would be hard-pressed to survive the attack underscore. You want to compare brute force? Underscore Feng chuckled. He then activated Flame Burst suddenly. The sacred sword in Feng's hand released a blinding light. As if he wielded a miniature sun, he swung Killing Ray at the incoming pillar of fire violently. Chapter 996, New Guild. Hellscythe underscore Fluffy Goblin Chapter 996, New Guild. Dot. Fallen Wind shouted when he saw the undead guardian's pillar of fire. The guardian's attributes were no laughing matter. Now that it used Flaming Cross Slash, it had an attack range of at least 30 to 40 yards. With such an attack range, the guardian's attacks could reach over half of the team's members even after casting Protection Blessing on himself. Fallen Wind doubted he could survive this attack. Even if he did, he would be very close to death. As for his team members, if they didn't have skills that granted invulnerability or damage immunity, they would not be able to survive the attack at all. Doomed. Everyone felt the threat of death loom over them. Although they tried to dodge the undead guardian's Flaming Cross Slash, the chieftain's attack speed was simply too high. By the time they turned to run, the undead guardian had swung its pillar of fire horizontally as the pillar was about to devour the team. Feng's sacred sword released a brilliant glow boom. The massive pillar stopped abruptly as it struck the ground, scorching the earth black and gouging a 2-meter deep trench. Overall, however, the pillar of fire hadn't damaged the team. Only Feng had been thrown like a cannonball due to the impact. He crashed into one of the temple's support pillars before he slid to the ground. The other players gaped at this scene despite receiving the undead giant's terrifying attack. Feng had only lost around 2,000 HP. When Deathwind had received one of the undead guardian's attacks, the shield warrior had lost over 5,000 HP. Yet despite receiving a far more powerful skill, Feng had only suffered minuscule damage, although most of the players hadn't seen exactly what had happened. Fallen Wind hottest, the undead guardian's attack had descended. Feng struck at the chieftain's greatsword, sliding the blades along each other and altering the weapon's trajectory slightly. In doing so, he forced the chieftain's skill to an abrupt end. Not only had he managed to save half of the team from instant annihilation, but he had also reduced the impact on himself significantly. However, this feat was easier said than done. The undead guardian had immense strength and top-class attack speed and reaction speed. Finding the perfect location to strike against such a powerful monster's attack was harder than threading a needle. Feng's counterattack had been far from risky. Had he deviated in the slightest, he would have failed to save his team members and paid for his mistake with his life. While Fallen Wind was confident in achieving a similar feat, he wouldn't have been able to do so as easily as Feng. That is the rumored flowing water realm. After seeing Feng's powerful deflection technique, a flash of inspiration struck Fallen Wind. Feng's attack had also blown away the roadblock that had hindered his progress when Feng had executed Sword's Orbit. Fallen Wind could only tell how powerful Feng's combat technique was. He could not understand the technique's underlying principles. However, the technique Feng used to counter the undead giant's attack had fully displayed the properties of the flowing water realm, which helped Fallen Wind finally understand why he had been stuck in the refinement realm all this time. Reaching the refinement realm required precise control of one's body. The flowing water realm, on the other hand, required precise control over the opponent's body. Until now, Fallen Wind had focused too much on his own body, so he hadn't truly observed his opponents and understood them. However, after seeing Feng effortlessly deflect the undead giant sword, he finally understood that he didn't have to spend so much energy on his own movements. Rather, he needed to put that energy and focus into his opponents. Although this situation had only changed his views slightly, Fallen Wind's aura began to change rapidly. Unlike his previous battle-ready state, his aura relaxed. "Contain Commander, be careful." Autumn Goose shouted a warning as she noticed Fallen Wind slipping into a daze. There was still an undead guardian looming before Fallen Wind. If the Guardian Knight did not deal with the chieftain properly, it was very likely to kill him. Just as the undead guardian before Fallen Wind swung its greatsword, the Guardian Knight lifted his massive tower shield pump. The descending greatsword slid across the shield smoothly before smashing into the ground. Although the blade had scored a deep trench in the ground, Fallen Wind had only been forced back a step, a damage of over -2,000 points appearing above his head. The impact had only taken 1/10 of his HP. "Commander, did you?" Autumn Goose's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although it wasn't as refined, Fallen Wind had used almost the same defense technique that Feng had employed. Seeing Feng easily handle his undead guardian in the distance, Fallen Wind bitterly commented, "Sure enough, it's difficult. However, the flowing water realm really is something. It's no wonder why I couldn't defeat one sword. This is the most I can handle for now. I'll have to adapt to this new sensation." Now, he could barely estimate the undead guardian's attack trajectory to defect it. Even so, it made his fight against the chieftain a lot easier. Fallen Wind's sudden rise in strength alleviated the healer's burden slightly. They could now shift more focus to keeping Deathwind alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the team launched their attacks against Feng's guardian. As the seconds ticked by, the undead guardian's HP decreased 70%, 60%, 50%. No matter how much the undead guardian retaliated, Feng neutralized one of its attacks after another. Finally, after a pained shriek, the undead guardian, which had 2,400,000 HP, exploded into a blood mist and vanished from the large temple. The players released sighs of relief after the undead guardian disappeared. Icarus's heart absorbed a large amount of life force, climbing from 0 accumulated units up to 30, although we won't find any loot or gain any EXP here. This is a good place to collect life force. Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw his stored life force after Icarus's heart had risen to epic rank. Its description no longer stated whether life force could be collected from players or monsters. It simply stated that it was capable of storing life force. In other words, he should be able to gain life force from both. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from lower-level players and monsters. Learning that the undead guardians would provide so much life force, it would be a waste if he did not take advantage of this situation to farm them properly, following which Feng rejoined the battle and dealt with the remaining undead guardians gradually. Unknowingly, 2 days passed outside the trial. The team finally defeated all of the undead guardians and arrived at the top of the staircase. "We're finally here." Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Contrary to expectations, the temple's undead guardians could respawn. A few new ones would appear every once in a while. The team had fought day and night, afraid that they wouldn't keep up with the chieftain's respawn rate. Only after 2 days did they finally reach the top of the staircase. Unknowingly, Feng had also filled his life force storage. Once he returned to the Candlelight trading firm, even forging the magic light set equipment would be a trifling task. Meanwhile, God's domain had undergone massive changes. Particularly in Starmoon Kingdom, something had happened that had shocked the entire kingdom. The first-rate guild Ouroboros officially disbanded, and a new guild had absorbed its members. This new guild was called Blackwater. Furthermore, as the Blackwater Guild appeared before the public for second-rate guilds, and over a dozen third-rate guilds merged with Blackwater. Blackwater had also formed a strategic alliance with Heaven's Burial and declared all-out war against Zero Wing. Chapter 997, Castile Armor Kit. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 997, Castile Armor Kit. The alliance between Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had a huge impact on Starmoon Kingdom's players originally. Heaven's Burial's influence in Starmoon City rivaled that of the Star Alliance. Now that it had joined hands with Blackwater, who had annexed Ouroboros, it took control of Starmoon City. Even the Star Alliance would not dare to challenge Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Almost all of the high-resource maps within the Starmoon City region had fallen under the two guilds' control. If anyone unaffiliated to these guilds trespassed in these maps, regardless of whether they were there for monsters, field bosses, or herbs and ores, they would run the risk of falling prey to these guilds' players, dying upon discovery. As a result, the other guilds now struggled to survive in Starmoon City. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. To independent players, though, nothing much had changed. To begin with, they never visited high-resource areas, as these maps always belonged to some guild. Normal leveling spots were their bread and butter. Moreover, even if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had joined hands, the two guilds wouldn't have enough manpower to occupy every map. That the various large guilds were trying to monopolize high-resource areas because they could send their members there to level quickly, maintaining their level advantage. At the same time, they could harvest plenty of raw materials. Large guilds had no interest in monopolizing normal areas aside from obtaining Ouroboros. The Blackwater Guild had annexed many other large guilds as well in one night. Blackwater had taken control of nearly 30 NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom when Aqua Rose notified Feng of the news. He, too, had been surprised. He had never expected the Blackwater Corporation would actually be this swift and decisive. Moreover, it had annexed so many guilds without self-imploding. The Corporation's guild could still function in an orderly manner. In fact, it had already begun to recruit new members in the various NPC cities. Usually, a guild needed to spend quite some time to stabilize its rule after taking over an ordinary NPC city before it could begin its recruitment. Even Zero Wing was no exception. The fact that the Blackwater Corporation had achieved such a feat showed just how frightening its foundation was. This sudden development gave Aqua Rose a massive headache just when Zero Wing had earned its title as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild and was about to expand and became a giant like the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater even publicly declared war on Zero Wing, stating that it would not rest until only one of their guilds remained. Sadly, this was only the beginning. Their guild members were dying like flies in the fields. As Blackwater grew stronger, field battles between Zero Wing and Blackwater's members occurred more frequently. This would definitely affect their guild members' leveling speed. However, Blackwater's actions had not particularly surprised Feng in the past. Despite the Blackwater Corporation joining God's domain so late in the game and with only half of the strength it had during its peak, it had nurtured its guild to become a super guild. The main reason for its success was its powerful foundation. It also had an advantage that other corporations lacked. Now that the Blackwater Corporation had joined God's domain at its peak, this performance was no surprise. While Feng rested at the top of the staircase, Aqua Rose contacted him again. Guild leader, a short while ago, Blackwater's Blackwater Trading Firm and Heaven's Burial's Heavenly Trading Firm have begun to drop their prices. They have also introduced two new, highly competitive products. One is the Castile Armor Kit, and the other is the Mana Mixture. Although they aren't selling these items in high quantities at the moment, many of Candlelight's customers have begun to turn to the two trading firms for products. Aqua Rose reported worriedly. Should we lower our prices as well? After all, we have more advanced lifestyle players than these two firms combined. Our production cost is slightly lower than theirs. Within these 2 short days, the Blackwater Corporation had rendered Aqua Rose speechless. Every move the corporation made disregarded cost. Blackwater was simply using overwhelming force to deal with Zero Wing. Now, it had begun to move on the Candlelight trading firm. If Zero Wing lost this revenue source, it would only be a matter of time before it fell to the Blackwater Corporation. Now that she was in this predicament, Aqua Rose had to admit that while guilds with starting capital were amazing, guilds with both strength and capital were incredible. Blackwater even produced its own armor kit and potion. Even the Candlelight trading firm's advanced lifestyle players hadn't accomplished this. The cast steel armor kit was much stronger than the basic strengthened armor kit. Each cast steel armor kit increased defense by 180 points. It could already rival the intermediate mana armor kit. As for basic attributes, it increased roughly the same amount as the basic strengthened armor kit. However, the basic strengthening armor kit could not replicate one aspect of the cast steel armor kit: damage reduction. With each kit that players bound to their armor, they could reduce the damage they receive by 1%. As players could bind a maximum of 3 kits, one could gain a maximum of 3% damage reduction. Although 3% did not seem like much, the kits would perform magnificently against bosses. An MT's ordinarily passive skill only provided 5% damage reduction. Unfortunately, such passive damage reduction skills were extremely rare and precious. These skill books easily sold for 10 gold or more. However, even at that price, these skills were hard to find. Guilds and workshops normally kept these for their own use. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, skills would never be outdated. Many skills were still useful after players reached level 200, unless, of course, players found a stronger replacement. However, doing so was easier said than done. As for the mana mixture, it was invaluable to magical class players when consumed. The mana mixture increased a player's maximum mana capacity by 10% for 2 hours. While the potion did not possess a cooldown, its effects would not stack. Mana was magical class's second life source. The importance of being able to raise one's mana capacity by 10% went without saying. Healers, in particular, would increase their healing abilities by 10% with a 10% mana boost. They could last longer in dungeons. With the revelation of these two products, Candlelight instantly lost nearly half of its customers. The Candlelight trading firm wasn't worried about a price war. The two exclusive products, however, posed a huge threat. In addition, with the Blackwater trading firm and the Heavenly trading firm working with each other, their shops covered far more ground than Candlelight. With this, the increase in their market share would be even more frightening. Do you know their prices? Sure, Feng asked casually. These two items had also appeared in God's domain in the past. However, they hadn't appeared this soon. Heaven's Burial had relied on these items as trump cards to take control of Starmoon Kingdom in this life. Feng hadn't expected Heaven's Burial create these items so soon. Currently, they're selling each cast steel armor kit at 1 gold, 50 silver, while 1 bottle of mana mixture costs 12 silver. Moreover, as they created these items personally, they can produce as many designs and recipes as they want. As more people learn these designs and recipes, their production volume will increase. Aqua Rose said the selling them so cheaply? Feng's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that these two items had sold for a considerably high price in the past. Heaven's Burial hadn't been so consumer-friendly. Chapter 998, Confidence. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 998, Confidence. Cheap. A hint of doubt flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. Although players could earn more money now, their daily expenditures were increasing just as fast as was their reliance on various tools when grinding monsters. After all, nobody wanted to die, wasting several days of effort. In the fields, ordinary players would have to save for quite some time before they could afford a bottle of mana mixture. The cast steel armor kits, which cost 1 gold and 50 silver, were simply a luxury item. Only fairly powerful teams, independent experts, or those who bought coins with credits could afford the kit. What is their sales volume? Feng simply chuckled at Aqua Rose's confusion. Not bothering to explain, both the mana mixture and the cast steel armor kits were considerably good items at this stage of the game. They were also player creations, so they could be mass-produced. However, how could such valuable items not have drawbacks? If one pointed out these items' greatest drawback, it would have to be the items' required crafting materials. There were also the low production success rates to consider in the past, although Heaven's Burial had opened the market using the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures. Due to the item's low production volume, the guild hadn't been able to dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market completely. Based on Feng's understanding, both items required rare materials. With the few materials available in Star Moon Kingdom, it was impossible to produce large quantities of these items. In addition, based on the rumors of the past, it seemed that even advanced forgers only had a 20% success rate with the cast steel armor kit. The mana mixture's production success rate was roughly the same to outsiders. A 20% success rate might seem high, but the lifestyle players involved in producing the items knew how low the success rate really was. With a 20% success rate, they would only have a chance of succeeding once out of 10 tries. Most of the time, they failed to produce anything at all. With lifestyle players' current standards, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial wouldn't even come close to covering the production costs if they sold the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures at such a low price. In fact, for every item they sold, the firms took a major loss. Already sent people to investigate. Currently, they're selling roughly 10 cast steel armor kits in minor cities, while there are roughly 30 to 40 kits available in each major city. It's the same case for the mana mixture. Aqua Rose gave Feng a rundown of the situation after glancing through the investigation reports she had received. Based on these numbers, it was obvious that these two items were not easy to produce. Either that, or the guilds had very few people who could produce them. Since they want a price war, we'll play along. Reduce the price on everything except for the lightstones. Lower our prices to match theirs. Feng chuckled, although the Candlelight trading firm had earned plenty from the basic strengthened armor kits and mana armor kits. The lightstones, which were essential items that could be produced in large quantities, were the main reason for Candlelight's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. The total profits from their other items was just slightly more than what the firm earned from the lightstones. Meanwhile, the designs for lightstones mainly dropped around the level 50 large-scale team dungeon, the Towers of Death. Current guild players had not reached that area yet, so no one else had gotten their hands on the lightstone forging designs. Due to its affordability, the lightstones had a competitive edge. Unless the two trading firms got their hands on the lightstone forging design or an exclusive product that they could mass-produce, Candlelight's position would be hard to shake. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was no longer Zero Wing's main revenue source. Now, the guild relied on the teleportations houses leading to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the monster repellent scroll, monsters tried to invade Raven's town more frequently, now invading the town once per day. In 2 short days, Zero Wing had earned a total of 12,000 magic crystals. With the teleportation houses, these magic crystals easily transformed into a mountain of shiny gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of the magic crystals, they earned close to 6,000 gold every day. The Candlelight trading firm's current income was nowhere near to catching up with the teleportation houses, I understand. Also, guild leader, when will you be returning? I've already found several companies who wish to meet with you to discuss our cooperation. After all, you are asking for a large investment. They could easily establish their own guilds or invest in multiple large guilds with that kind of money. They're also not very optimistic about Star Moon Kingdom's current state of affairs. Now that Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, other guilds could attack and capture it at any time. They have expressed their concerns, and they hope that you can provide some assurance. At the moment, they are only willing to consider your offer until they have a clearer view of the situation. When the Sun and Moon Group had taken the lead, many major companies were desperate to cooperate with Zero Wing, even after hearing Feng's conditions. However, due to the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance and Stone Forest Town's protection period ending, these companies had become cowardly. At this point, she could only name a few companies that were willing to work with Zero Wing. Moreover, this was only due to the revelation that the Sun and Moon Group had joined hands with the guild, insinuating that there were profits to be gained. Otherwise, these companies would have long since ghosted them. They want assurance? Feng smiled disdainfully. Sternly, he commanded, "Tell them this. If you want me to reassure you, sure, but you must sign the cooperation agreement first. Otherwise, don't bother." The Star Moon Kingdom city building order was a core secret. Aside from himself, only Aqua Rose knew of its existence. If this information got out to the public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng had no doubts that even super guilds wouldn't be able to sit idle if they learned of this matter, much less the Blackwater Corporation. They would try to eliminate Zero Wing at all costs. At that time, Zero Wing would be on a one-way trip to hell. Currently, Zero Wing only dared to provoke super guilds because the latter had already deemed that dealing with the guild was a waste of energy. Moreover, if they weakened themselves in the process of dealing with Zero Wing, other super guilds would have an opportunity to strike. However, the city-building order was enough of a temptation for the super guilds to take the risk, whether it was in the real world or a virtual reality game. Even an innocent man would find trouble with enough money. Feng still had much to prepare. He still needed to build his strength. Otherwise, he would have started the city's construction long ago. Feng's words left Aqua Rose dumbfounded. If she really relayed this to the company representatives, they would most likely explode with anger. But she also understood why they couldn't reveal their trump card. However, there were too few companies that were both trustworthy and capable of investing such a large sum. If they chased these people away, it would be very difficult to find other collaborators within a short time. After all, Star Moon Kingdom's situation had changed. Don't worry about it. Just tell them, Feng said, shaking his head. If it didn't work out, he'd find someone else to work with. All right, then. I'll contact them right away, Aqua Rose said, sighing. She had to admit that Blackwater's timing was truly horrendous. Had the corporation established its guild a few days later, Zero Wing would be in this predicament. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted the representatives of the several major companies. Inside a certain high-class restaurant's VIP room. Miss Aqua, our companies understand your current predicament. Hence, we have thought of another method. If Zero Wing is willing to hand over 60% of its shares to our management, our companies will invest 2 billion credits. What do you think? A tall, thin man proposed. The upper echelons of the other companies nodded their agreement with the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance. Zero Wing wasn't as attractive as it had been. Regardless, it was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, so it still had some value. Aqua Rose was stunned. She had not expected these companies to change their minds so quickly and try to strike at Zero Wing while the iron was hot. 2 billion credits was a lot of money. It was enough to purchase prime corporate real estate in a major city center in the real world. One could even establish a large guild with plenty to spare. However, Zero Wing was no ordinary large guild. It was a large guild capable of challenging super guilds. Currently, its foundations and number of lands were only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. It was also the ruler of White River City, Star Moon Kingdom's most populated city, and controlled the strategic Stone Forest town. Zero Wing was worth far more than 2 billion credits, including its potential. Even an offer of 20 billion was an insult. I think you have misunderstood something. Zero Wing is not selling any of its shares. Here is our previous proposal. If you're not willing to sign it, Zero Wing won't force you. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Aqua Rose said, smiling. After placing the agreement on the table, she turned and left the VIP room. Without hesitation, Aqua Rose's extraordinarily calm performance stupefied these company representatives. The Blackwater Corporation had already allied with Heaven's Burial to deal with Zero Wing. Just where did Zero Wing find the confidence to speak to them like this? Aqua Rose's behavior is out of line. She dares to treat us like this. Has she forgotten that she approached us, not the other way around? Now, she isn't even willing to offer any guarantees. Does she think Zero Wing is a super guild? I want to see just how long Zero Wing will last. Once Zero Wing's funds run out, it will come running back to us. That's right. We're not in a rush. I refuse to believe that anyone other than fools or spendthrifts will be willing to work with Zero Wing. When the time comes, we only need to spend a little money to take over Zero Wing. The several representatives sneered. In their opinions, Zero Wing only behaved as such because of its pride. Once the Blackwater Corporation gave Zero Wing a beating, the guild would crawl back to them, begging for help. Chapter 999, Divine Treasure Chest. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 999 Divine Treasure Chest. Star Moon City. After dismissing Ouroboros, Blackwater took over the guild residence compared to Ouroboros' residence. Blackwater's was far more lively. Among the players moving about the residence, quite a few were only between level 10 and level 20. However, not a single person looked down on these low-level players. These players' auras were different from ordinary players. They all felt hostile. Their bodies were also tall and robust. Despite such low levels, even level 30-plus ordinary players avoided them. Who are these people? They've just joined the Blackwater Guild. Yet despite such low levels, they have been inducted into the guild's Blackwater Legion, which the guild has been heavily cultivating. You might not know this since you've just joined Blackwater, but they are all experts from the Blackwater Corporation. Although their levels are low, their combat standards are very high. A few elite members even challenged them to a level-adjusted match. In the end, these people defeated the elites in 2 or 3 moves. A few of them are even stronger than Ouroboros' original experts. What? They're actually stronger than Ouroboros' experts. Of course, in Ouroboros, I was also an elite member. To convince us that joining the Blackwater Guild was the right decision, the Blackwater Corporation had allowed Ouroboros' experts, who were displeased by the change, to challenge its experts. In the end, Blackwater's experts won every match. Afterward, Ouroboros' experts were demoted from core members to elite guild members. Elite members like myself were demoted to normal members. If we want a promotion, we have to take Blackwater's new test. And here I thought that the Blackwater Guild lacked experts after forcefully taking over Ouroboros. I never thought that it would have so many experts so soon. Once these experts catch up in levels, won't the Blackwater Guild easily become the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom? I know, right? Initially, I had been rather worried about the sudden change. Now, however, it seems that remaining in the guild was the right decision. Blackwater has more potential than Ouroboros ever did. Even the Star Alliance's members avoid us in the fields. Many Blackwater members discussed their guild situation as they relaxed in the residence. They were quite confident about Blackwater's future. Blackwater's residence, Guild Leader's Office. Entering the Guild Leader's office, the bald, middle-aged man greeted Abandoned Wave respectfully before reporting. Guild Leader, there's movement in Zero Wing. Aside from the Lightstones, they've lowered their prices to match ours. Moreover, not long ago, I've received news that discussions between Zero Wing's Vice Guild Leader, Aqua Rose, and several major companies have failed. With this, Zero Wing won't receive any major funding. Only the Sun and Moon Group remains a problem. There is nothing to worry about with the Sun and Moon Group. They have their hands full with Twilight Echo. Furthermore, now that more players are reaching level 40, guilds are in urgent need of funds to supply their members with mounts. Sun and Moon doesn't have much to spare for Zero Wing. What we need to focus on now is exhausting Zero Wing's funds and forcing the guild to take the first swing. After that, we will deal Zero Wing a fatal blow. Abandoned Wave laughed. He then asked, how is the material delivery going? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has already sent the materials. They will last us a relatively long time. In addition, the pavilion sent an additional 20 advanced lifestyle players, stating that these people can help us mass-produce the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures. Should I reject their offer? The bald man asked. No need. Isn't it just a few designs and recipes? They can have them. It won't affect our operations in any way. In fact, I have been trying to figure out how to obtain more advanced lifestyle players. Blood Dragon is simply helping the Blackwater Trading Firm. With this, it will be much easier for the Blackwater Trading Firm to corner more of Starmoon Kingdom's market. Abandoned Wave shook his head and laughed coldly. However, we can't let the pavilion learn those designs and recipes for nothing. Have the pavilion sign an agreement. After learning the designs and recipes, they have to remove Zero Wing's branch guild from Lake Heart City immediately. I don't want Zero Wing to have any chance of making a comeback. Understood. I'll get it done right away. The bald man bowed before leaving. Inside the Trial of God's temple, Feng and the players from Wind Godspear were trying to think of a way to deal with the undead commander that had suddenly appeared before the 7-color treasure chest. The undead commander wore exquisite golden armor. 2 long swords, radiating cold, area hung from the commander's waist. Despite standing quite a distance away from the undead commander, the team members could feel the chill from the 2 swords. As long as the team came within 100 yards of the undead commander, they immediately gained the debuffed chilling field, which reduced their movement speeds by 50% and their attributes by 20%. In addition, their stamina consumption and the frost damage they received doubled. Undead commander, dark creature, Great Lord, level 50 HP 27, 000/27 000/000. For a level 50 Great Lord, the undead commander's HP was relatively low. However, the Great Lord's chilling field gave everyone a headache. Their levels were already lower than the undead commanders, but now that their basic attributes had decreased by 20%, they were even less of a match for the Great Lord. They also had to deal with double the frost damage. Even a level 40 MT like Fallen Wind couldn't tank the Great Lord. If nobody could tank the undead commander, they would have no way of clearing this trial. Sure enough, a 7-color treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. Feng smiled bitterly as he observed the undead commander in the trial of God. Every stage would provide rewards. This reward came in the form of treasure chests. However, depending on the trial's rank, the treasure chests would differ. Generally, the best that would appear in a 4-color trial was a 5-color treasure chest. The best in a 6-color trial would be a 7-color chest. Based on rumors Feng had heard, a 7-color trial's top reward was a Yin Yang treasure chest, also known as the Divine Treasure Chest. According to the official forums, the Divine Treasure Chest was even superior to a Legendary Treasure Chest. Unfortunately, no one had ever managed to open a Divine Treasure Chest. Even after a decade in God's domain, the 7-color treasure chest before him was definitely the highest-ranking treasure chest Feng had ever encountered. Commander, should we use a Tier 2 summoning scroll and give it a try? Autumn Goose suggested as she watched the 3-meter-tall Great Lord. No matter how she thought about it, they could not handle the undead commander without a Tier 2 summoned creature with their current level. The Tier 2 creature they summoned would also be level 50. In other words, they would have a level 50 Lord tank. Although she did not think that a Lord could survive against the undead commander for long, they had 4 Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Fortunately, if they died here, they wouldn't lose an entire level like they would in the outside world. Like dungeons, they would only lose 10% experience if they died in the trial of God. They could afford to try. I guess that's our only choice. I'll use the summoned creature to test the undead commander's strength first. If it seems doable, we'll start the raid immediately, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the trial and pray for a lenient punishment. Chapter 1000, Near-invincible skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1000, Near-invincible skill. May I know what Brother Yi Feng thinks of this plan? Fallen Wind turned to ask Feng, who quietly observed the undead commander. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the strength and leadership abilities Feng had displayed during the past 2 days had earned him Fallen Wind's respect. If not for Feng, they wouldn't have reached this point. They might have been forced to use up their summoning scrolls against the undead fanatics. Hearing Fallen Wind's query, Wind God Spear's members stared in shock, looking like they had seen a ghost. What? The commander actually knows how to ask others for their opinion. After joining the Wind God Spear, everyone learned that their commander, Fallen Wind, would never ask for someone else's opinion, regardless of whether they were raiding a dungeon or adventuring in the fields. He always found a solution by himself. However, when they thought about it, they saw nothing wrong with this situation. After all, none of them could compare to their commander's experience or abilities in the entire Dark Knight Empire. Fallen Wind was famous for both his strength and leadership. Very few people in the Empire qualified to offer him guidance. However, it was reasonable that Fallen Wind would ask for Feng's opinion, given the strength the swordsman had displayed. After all, among the Dark Knight Empire's many experts, they could not think of one that was more capable than Feng. My opinion. Feng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Fallen Wind to ask this of him. After some thought, he answered, "We don't understand enough about the undead commander right now. It is best if we let the summoned creature fight the Great Lord until its last breath and collect as much information as we can. We will then draft up a raid plan. In any case, the trial of God doesn't have a time limit. Unfortunately, by doing so, we will be wasting a Tier 2 summoning scroll." The team members had mixed feelings about Feng's suggestion. After all, a Tier 2 summoning scroll was incredibly precious. Moreover, a Tier 2 summon creature will be helpful during the fight against the boss. Alright, let's do that then. Everyone, step back, Fallen Wind said. While Fallen Wind also understood the value of a Tier 2 summoning scroll, his team members lacked leadership experience. Their considerations were short-sighted. They usually looked out for themselves and ignored the team's overall situation. They were not in a team dungeon. They could not afford to lose. If they disregarded the team's survival for a single Tier 2 summoning scroll, they might throw away their chance of clearing this stage. Although taking a risk and dying once might seem inconsequential, everyone had forgotten about a particular death penalty: the loss of equipment durability. They were trapped in the trial of God. Who knew how long they had to fight to clear the trial? The more deaths a player suffered, the faster their equipment's durability would run out. If their equipment's durability hit 0 midway through the trial, they would have to switch to weaker spares. How would they clear the trial of God then? After Fallen Wind finished speaking, he took out a golden magic scroll and activated it. Everyone immediately widened the distance between themselves and the undead commander. As for Feng, 2 hid in a corner. The level 50 undead commander was foreign to him. If they charged in a battle without analyzing the boss, they would easily team wipe. Without a doubt, sacrificing a Tier 2 summon creature to analyze the undead commander's combat style and skills was the best decision. Fallen Wind summoned a level 50 Lord ranked Thundercloud Tiger. Thundercloud Tiger. Elemental creature. Lord. Level 50 HP 9, 000, 000/9, 000/000. The Thundercloud Tiger was much larger than the undead commander, standing well over 5 meters. Blue lightning arched around the tiger's body, giving it a very handsome and fierce appearance under Fallen Wind's command. The Thundercloud Tiger charged at the level 50 Great Lord. When the Thundercloud Tiger was within 40 yards, a greenish light glimmered in the Great Lord's eyes. Unlike its previous red glow, the undead commander's current gaze felt eerie and horrific. Moreover, the instant it opened its eyes, its chilling field expanded to 200 yards. The already cold temperature around it dropped further. Suddenly, the undead commander waved its hand. Icicles sprouted from the ground and pierced the Thundercloud Tiger's massive body, forcing a pained cry from the Lord. 32, 814-31, 974-32, for 27. The massive icicles dealt horrific damage. This scene sent chills down the player's spines. Before the Thundercloud Tiger had even reached the undead commander, its HP had already begun to fall. Against the commander's icicles, the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP was a joke. What kind of skill is that? Is that really a Great Lord? How are we supposed to raid it with that kind of skill? Fortunately, we're 300 yards away from it. If we hadn't moved, it would have killed it before we could fight back. Everyone was stupefied when they saw the icicles. How was this a dual sword-wielding boss? It was a magical turret with infinite ammunition. Anyone that rushed at it would be throwing their lives away. They doubted that they could even land a hit before the undead commander annihilated them. It's just a Great Lord. But it possesses a domain skill? Feng was shocked. Domain skills were extraordinarily rare. This held true for both players and monsters. Any monster that had learned a domain skill was practically invincible among the same level and tier. Unless they had a death wish, players should take the long way around such a monster. However, after giving it some thought, Feng realized that it wasn't unreasonable. The treasure chest before him was a 7-color treasure chest. How could the final monster guarding it be a simple level 50 Great Lord? Fortunately, the Thundercloud Tiger had plenty of HP. Despite the significant movement speed reduction, it reached the undead commander before using the Tier 2 skill Thunderclawboom. The Thundercloud Tiger's Thunderclaw struck an icicle that had suddenly appeared, shattering it. However, the undead commander, who stood behind the icicle, remained unharmed. The Great Lord hadn't even drawn its swords yet. It waved its hands gracefully before more icicles lanced into the Thundercloud Tiger, although Fallen Wind controlled the Thundercloud Tiger to the best of his ability, launching one attack after another. The undead commander had no interest in fighting the Lord. It focused on evading the Thundercloud Tiger's attacks and using its icicles to deal damage very quickly. The Great Lord whittled down the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP to a critical low. With no other choice, Fallen Wind canceled the summoning and allowed the Thundercloud Tiger to disappear, dispelling the majority of the aggro he had on the Great Lord. As for the remaining aggro, he dealt with it swiftly by using an isolation scroll and the Cleric's Disperse spell. Once he dropped the undead commander's aggro, the Great Lord returned to its original position and reverted to its calm state. It is simply too powerful. Not only does it have such a powerful skill, but its intelligence is also high. Defeating it is impossible. The corners of Autumn Goose's mouth twitched as she stared at the motionless undead commander, although she had seen more powerful monsters than the undead commander. This was the first time she had seen a boss with such an outrageous skill. If they did not have an appropriate method to cope with these icicles, they would have no hope of defeating the undead commander. Everyone began to consider giving up on the trial Big Brother Feng. Do you have any ideas? Are we really going to just give up? Blue Bamboo turned to Feng, who was in deep thought. Chapter 1001, Monster Grades. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1001, Monster Grades. In Blue Bamboo's opinion, the undead commander was terrifyingly powerful. However, for reasons unknown, she felt an indescribable sense of security whenever she stood beside Feng. She always felt like Feng had some sort of solution to her problems. The undead commander's fighting style resembled the kiting method that players commonly used. It was simply toying with players as if they were random monsters. This was the first time she had seen a monster use such a combat method. Hearing Blue Bamboo's question, the other team members shook their heads and laughed. Not one among them was an ordinary player. In a large guild, they would be top-class experts. They had faced plenty of powerful bosses before. However, the undead commander before them was, without a doubt, the most powerful Great Lord they had encountered so far. Unlike other Great Lords, which were strong in terms of attributes, the undead commander was strong in terms of combat techniques. Fallen Wind had controlled the Thundercloud Tiger personally. Even if the Thundercloud Tiger could not defeat a Great Lord of the same level, it should have been more than capable of dodging the boss's attacks with a combination of its powerful attributes and Fallen Wind's operation skills. However, even a Thundercloud Tiger under the control of Wind God Spear's #1 player had been helpless against the undead commander's icicle attacks at this point. Even Fallen Wind felt helpless against the undead commander. Nobody knew more about undead commander's power than him. The undead commander was strong in both attributes and skills. Unfortunately, its combat techniques were even more frightening despite him having already reached the flowing water realm. Even if he couldn't control the Thundercloud Tiger as smoothly as his own body, the Tiger's combat standards should be significantly stronger than most of the team's experts. Yet the undead commander had predicted his moves. The icicles had been able to adjust their attack trajectories as if they were alive originally. Fallen Wind had thought he had misunderstood. However, after numerous attack and dodge attempts, he was certain that the undead commander had definitely reached the refinement realm. He had never encountered a situation like this before. When he realized this, goosebumps had covered his body. Aside from cooperation between players and targeting bosses' weaknesses, the reason that players could defeat monsters with far superior attributes was their application of combat techniques. With combat techniques, players could display their true power, something that monsters were incapable of doing. Yet, the undead commander's combat techniques were stronger than the majority of God's Domain's expert players. The boss this team faced was like a refinement realm expert with the attributes of a level 50 Great Lord. With such a huge difference, even a team of 1,000 level 50 players would be child's play for a monster like this. Not to mention their team of 21, even someone monstrously strong like Feng couldn't contend with the undead commander. Unless they were all promoted to their Tier 2 classes right now, they had no chance of defeating the undead commander. While I do have a plan, executing it is a little too costly, Feng said, frowning at the undead commander to God's Domain's current players. A monster with the combat standards of a refinement realm expert might be inconceivable. But Feng had long since grown accustomed to such things. The monsters and NPCs in God's Domain were different from those in other virtual reality games. The higher tiered and leveled a monster or NPC was, the more profound their combat techniques would be. Otherwise, once players gained their Tier 3 classes, wouldn't defeating great lords of the same level be too easy? However, the reality was that, even after obtaining their Tier 3 classes, many players were no match for great lords of the same level. Some players even struggled to take down lords of the same level. As their levels increased, monsters' combat standards would improve. Hence, players' combat techniques were extremely important in God's Domain. This was also the reason that Feng was in a hurry to establish Wing's own training center. Without a sufficient number of experts, even raiding team dungeons would be a massive problem. Not to mention gaining better equipment. However, encountering a level 50 boss that had reached the refinement realm was a first even for Feng. Generally, ordinary guilds only had one option when they encountered such a boss: give up. There were no other options. If one were weaker in both attributes and combat techniques, what could they expect? As for large guilds, aside from Zerg tactics, using a magic barrier was the most common method of dealing with a boss like this. After suppressing the boss with a magic barrier, guilds would bombard the boss with all sorts of precious tools. Brother Feng, do you have a plan? Fallen Wind turned to Feng, shocked. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. A 6-color trial of God's punishment was no laughing matter. He would rather give up his treasures than submit his people to the system's punishment. In response, Feng nodded and asked, yes. May I know how many Tier 2 magic scrolls you have? Tier 2 magic scrolls? Fallen Wind quickly counted the magic scrolls he and his teammates had brought with them. Proudly, he answered, altogether, we have a total of 52 Tier 2 magic scrolls. Among them, 3 are summoning scrolls. In God's Domain, the most common magic scrolls were Tier 0. Tier 1 magic scrolls were much rarer, and Tier 2 magic scrolls were even more so. Most top-tier 100-man independent teams were lucky if they carried 10 Tier 3 magic scrolls. 52? After some thought, Feng said, aside from the summoning scrolls, hand me your Tier 2 scrolls. I'll leave these 9 with you. Once I have the undead commander's attention, use them. Saying so, Feng handed 9 9-star Polar Domain scrolls to Fallen Wind. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star Polar Domain could easily suppress a level 50 Great Lord. Although Fallen Wind had no idea what Feng intended to do, he handed over all of his Tier 2 magic scrolls, keeping the summoning scrolls. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well give it a try. If they succeeded, they would walk away with massive profits. However, after Fallen Wind accepted the 9-star Polar Domain scrolls, he was shocked. Intermediate magic array scrolls. Fallen Wind stared at Feng, who gradually approached the undead commander. In disbelief, even basic magic array scrolls' value could rival Tier 2 summoning scrolls. However, unlike Tier 2 summoning scrolls, one needed many copies of a magic array scroll to use it. Even until now, the Wind God Spear had only collected half a set of basic magic array scrolls. They couldn't use the scroll's magic barrier. As for intermediate magic array scrolls, they weren't even available on the market yet. They were so rare that, until now, Fallen Wind had never seen one. They were no less rare than Tier 3 magic scrolls, yet Feng had casually pulled 9 from his bag. They were even identical. Even large guilds couldn't afford to expend so many. Not to mention an adventurer group like the Wind God Spear. The rest of the team was just as shocked when they saw the intermediate magic array scrolls. Not only was Feng so strong of his own right, but he also had such precious tools. Following which, Fallen Wind distributed the 9-star Polar Domain scrolls to 9 of his team members. He then instructed them to spread out and stand ready. There is no need to be nervous. After I damage the undead commander, you guys need to close in. Once you reach the maximum range, wait for my command, Feng said in the team chat after confirming their positions understood. The 9 people relaxed when they heard Feng's calm and confident tone. Once everyone was ready, Feng activated Power of Darkness and Thunder God's Descent. He then transformed into a blur as he dashed towards the undead commander. He was so fast that, before anyone realized he was gone, he was within 50 yards of the undead commander. Chapter 1002, Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1002, Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. So fast. Even the Thundercloud Tiger wasn't that fast. Was he not using his full strength before? Everyone was stunned by the afterimages that Feng left behind. With such speed, getting a lock on Feng would be difficult, not to mention hitting the swordsman with ranged attacks. Even the speed-type High Lords they had encountered before were not as fast as Feng the undead commander is making its move. Autumn Goose grew nervous when the undead commander suddenly opened its eyes. Feng's ability to damage the Great Lord would decide the fate of this raid. If he could hit the Great Lord, he could pull the boss's aggro. With this, everyone else would be safer while deploying the 9-star polar domain. On the other hand, if Feng failed to hit the undead commander, there was a good chance that boss would target the 9 scroll wielders as they approached. They would be especially vulnerable when they activated the magic array scrolls generally. When players activated a magic array to suppress a boss, they would attract the monster's attention. If one of the scroll casters died, their efforts would be for naught. Previously, when Fallen Wind had controlled the level 50 Thundercloud Tiger, he had not been able to deal a single point of damage. Although Autumn Goose thought highly of Feng, she felt a horrific aura that nearly stopped her heart when the Great Lord opened its eyes. She stood well over 100 yards away from the undead commander. Yet fear took over her body when the Great Lord's gaze fell upon her, and her instincts screamed at her to run. The pressure felt as if she were facing a Grand Lord rather than a Great Lord. Autumn Goose wasn't the only one who felt like this. The other team members also felt a powerful sense of impending doom. Suddenly, the undead commander turned to Feng. It waved one of its hands towards the swordsman. Xiao! 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 Instantly, 5 massive icicles sprouted from beneath Feng's feet. Treating Feng's ghostly speed as if it were nothing, the undead commander accurately pinpointed Feng's movements of the 5 icicles. 3 limited Feng's range of activity, while the remaining 2 attacked the swordsman directly. Without suspense, the icicles pierced through Feng's body. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Fallen Wind couldn't believe his eyes. The undead commander's attacks had not been this accurate when against the Thundercloud Tiger. When it had attacked, it had left plenty of space of the tiger to maneuver. Now, however, Fallen Wind could not find any loopholes in the Great Lord's attack. Seeing the undead commander's glimmering green eyes, Fallen Wind suddenly felt as if he'd been toyed with. The undead commander had not used its true strength yet. No. Feng is still alive, Thoughtful Rain firmly stated as she watched the 2 icicles where Feng had been. That's not possible, right? Those icicles hit him. There is no way he is still alive after that kind of damage, Autumn Goose said as she shot Thoughtful Rain an odd look. She couldn't understand Thoughtful Rain's determination. Look at the team's status window. Thoughtful Rain explained, how is he unharmed? Everyone was surprised when they looked at the team's status window. As Thoughtful Rain had said, Feng was still alive. In fact, his HP was full. As the team members wondered what had happened, the undead commander began to gesture with its hands. Rapidly, icicles shot from the ground, one after another. The Great Lord's attack rate much faster than it had been against the Thundercloud Tiger. After a moment, the originally barren terrain had transformed into a forest of ice. Yet the undead commander's gestures didn't stop. It was even starting to retreat. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Blue Bamboo asked, watching the boss with wide eyes. All she could see is the undead commander launch random attacks, filling the battlefield. She refused to believe that such a powerful boss had suddenly lost its mind. While the other team members wanted to answer Blue Bamboo's questions, they didn't know what was going on either. Brother Feng is fighting the undead commander. Only, Our eyes can't perceive him. Fallen Wind said uneasily as they were relatively far away. He couldn't see the battle clearly either. However, based on the undead commander's movements, he could tell that the Great Lord could sense Feng. I get it. He's using void steps, Thoughtful Rain declared. After hearing Fallen Wind's explanation, realization dawned on her. Void steps was a footwork technique that only Zero Wing's core members had an opportunity to learn. It was also the specialty technique of Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. However, this advanced footwork technique was complex. Even now, she didn't even understand a fraction of the technique void steps. Thoughtful Rain's explanation confused the players from the Wind God's spear. Even Autumn Goose felt as if she and Thoughtful Rain lived in different worlds. Hadn't she been the one to guide Thoughtful Rain in the past? Following which, Thoughtful Rain explained the footwork technique as best as she could. What? Zero Wing's core members get to learn an advanced technique like that. Wind God Spears members were flabbergasted to them. Learning combat techniques was a dream. They had no access to that kind of training. And yet, in Zero Wing, the guild's core members were handed the opportunity to learn such powerful maneuvers. Wind God Spears members suddenly envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to battle maniacs like them. Nothing was more tempting than improving their combat standards. Even legendary weapons and equipment were not as valuable as void steps in their opinion. After all, weapons and equipment were external. As long as one was strong enough, they would, sooner or later, obtain these items. However, combat techniques were a different story, as everyone from the Wind God Spear admired Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. The undead commander stilled its hands abruptly. It unsheathed the two sword from its waist and appeared to swing one of them at empty air. Boom. Suddenly, the clang of metal on metal echoed throughout the battlefield. The resulting shockwave unbalanced Fallen Wind and the others from over 100 yards away. Meanwhile, a figure appeared where the undead commander had aimed its attack. This figure was none other than Feng. He sent its strength a little too high. Feng was inwardly shocked. He had used parry to block the undead commander's attack. Although he had not received any damage, the sturdy stone floor beneath him had shattered. The shock of the impact had also numbed his hands. The undead commander had far more strength than a level 50 Great Lord should have. Based on Feng's estimation, it has as much strength as a Grand Lord at the very least. Fortunately, he had activated Power of Darkness before engaging the boss. Without the boosted attributes, he would have been dead on the floor. However, he had achieved his goal. Scram. Feng then launched Dragon Breath at the undead commander. A beam of silver light devoured the Great Lord. Caught by surprise, the undead commander failed to evade the attack and received over minus 30,000 damage. Moreover, he had triggered Dragon Breath's knockback effect, shoving the undead commander back by 10 yards, following which Feng took a silvery gray, dilapidated magic scroll from his bag. The instant he unfurled the magic scroll, the surrounding mana flow froze. Tier 3 magic scroll, mana seal. Chapter 1003, Advanced Title. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1003, Advanced Title. After seeing the Tier 3 magic scroll in Feng's hands, the green flames in the undead commander's eyes flared. It could obviously feel the threat from the mana seal as it raised its swords and slashed forward. Numerous icicles emerged beneath Feng's feet, dense enough that dodging them was nearly impossible. However, predicting the move, Feng activated Defensive Blade and fended off the attacks. He then began to chant the scroll's incantation as Feng finished the final verse. More than a dozen small, silver magic arrays appeared around the undead commander, surrounding the Great Lord. Although the undead commander tried to escape the encirclement, silver chains shot out from the magic arrays that bound the undead commander. As the chains tightened around the undead commander, its chilling field vanish move. Feng shouted in the team chat. The Tier 3 spell, Mana Seal, could only silence one target. Although its effects wouldn't last long against a Great Lord, it should be able to hold out for 4 or 5 minutes at Feng's command. Everyone snapped out of their daze. The 9 people wielding the 9-star polar domain scrolls rushed to surround the undead commander before activating their scrolls simultaneously immediately. The surrounding mana surged towards these 9 people, forming a purple-gold magic array beneath each player's feet roar. Sensing the battle's shift, the flames in the undead commander's eyes raged. It turned to charge towards the closest caster Yuri too late. Feng smiled as he pointed the abyssal blade at the undead commander abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the boss, although the Great Lord tore the chains like paper. They still managed to delay the undead commander. The brief moment allowed the magic arrays to merge, forming a golden magic barrier seeing the 9-star polar domain. The undead commander released an angry roar. However, no matter how much it struggled, its attributes decreased rapidly under the magic barrier suppression in the blink of an eye. The undead commander's maximum HP had fallen from 27 million to 12 million. The Great Lord's attributes had been reduced by more than half. I sent this magic array a little too strong. These players were nearly speechless. They had seen large guilds use magic arrays to suppress field bosses before. Generally, a basic magic array was considered relatively powerful if it could reduce a Great Lord's attributes by 20%. However, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the undead commander by over 50%. Moreover, this magic array only required 9 people to activate. Compared to the 9-star polar domain, the magic arrays they had seen before were nothing but garbage. Although their team had sacrificed 9 members to maintain the magic array, the undead commander was now significantly weaker. Even a shield warrior Death Wind could tank the Great Lord. Not to mention the Guardian Knight Fallen Wind. Use all of your tier 2 summoning scrolls. Have a summoned creatures tank the boss. Everyone else attack from the sides. Feng hurriedly commanded while he dodged and blocked the boss's attacks. Although the undead commander had lost over half its attributes, it still had a Great Lord strength. Even after activating a Berserk skill, Feng received over minus 1,000 damage when he blocked the attacks. Moreover, this was after he had redirected a portion of the attack's power. Otherwise, he would have taken over minus 2,000 damage were he using the scrolls now. Isn't that wasteful? Some of the team members were reluctant to stop talking nonsense and use them. Fallen Wind shot his team members a glare. Some had begun to think that they could rest easy. However, Fallen Wind knew that this was far from true. The real battle was just beginning. The undead commander's attributes and skills were indeed powerful. However, what made this boss truly powerful was its combat standards. Even though the Great Lord's attributes had been reduced, its basic attributes were still far higher than players. It was more than capable of relying on its techniques to slaughter them, following which 3 tier 2 summon creatures were summoned and charged at the undead commander. Despite all 3 summon creatures being level 50 lords, when they reached the undead commander and launched their attacks, the undead commander dodged 2 of them effortlessly. As for the third, the undead commander struck its vital points and sent it flying, devouring over 20,000 of the summoned creatures' HP. Instantly everyone's jaws dropped. Why is it still so strong? Autumn Goose was a little dumbfounded. Not only had the 3 summoned creatures failed to damage the undead commander, but one of them had also taken damage. At this point, she started to doubt that their summoned creatures' lords, although the 3 summoned creatures hadn't inflicted any damage, they had affected the Great Lord's actions slightly. This gave Feng an opportunity to strike the undead commander's joints, dealing a critical blow, 12-16. It seems that this is quite effective. Feng smiled when he saw this damage. Although the summoned creatures hadn't performed as well as he had expected, they still alleviated his burden. In addition, the other team members bombarded the undead commander, whittling down the Great Lord's HP 80%, 70%, 60%. Everyone's attacks were well organized. The more they fought, the more confident they became. Time passed quickly. When the undead commander's HP fell to 30%, the Great Lord's wicked laugh echoed in the players' ears. Green flames then covered its body, and the mana-sealing chains binding it shattered, one after another. Sensing the mana leaking from the Great Lord's body, everyone shuddered. The undead commander's chilling field once again flooded the battlefield. Unfortunately, the chilling field was also more powerful than it had been. Everyone's attributes instantly fell by 30%, increasing the gap between the players and the monster before them. Give it everything you've got. Fallen Wind knew that this was the crucial moment. Immediately, he used the Berserk skill power of Judgment. Power Judgment was a Berserk skill unique to Guardian Knights. Upon activation, it increased the user's defense by 200% and strength and endurance by 100%. However, it only lasted 90 seconds and had a long, 10-hour cooldown. The rest of the team also activated their Berserk skills, using this opportunity to close the gap. Unfortunately, their actions bore minimal effects as the undead commander madly brandished its swords. One icicle after another exploded from the ground. With one wave of attacks, the Great Lord had claimed a life. The players maintaining the 9-star polar domain also received splash damage. Nobody could get near the undead commander at this moment. Feng activated Wind Rider, dodging the undead commander's icicle attacks as he retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls. Activating them swiftly. Unlike the other team members, he wielded a sacred sword. His damage with magic scrolls doubled against dark creatures as the Tier 2 magic scrolls activated. Horrific damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the undead commander's head. Unfortunately, the Great Lord also claimed one player's life after another. By the time Feng had used all the Tier 2 magic scrolls Fallen Wind had given him, the undead commander only had around 1 million HP remaining. However, aside from the members maintaining the 9-star polar domain and Feng, only 4 players still lived. These were Fallen Wind, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo. All 4 had very little HP left. If not for Blue Bamboo activating Power of Darkness and increasing her healing capacity, they too would have long since succumbed to the icicle attack. Suddenly, Feng's Power of Darkness came to an end, possibly because it had realized the players were at their wits' end. The undead commander began to chant an incantation. A giant magic array then appeared above the battlefield. Descent. This the Tier 3 curse. Frozen Hell? Seeing the magic array in the air and sensing its power, Feng recognized the undead commander's spell immediately, his expression darkening. Why does it know a Tier 3 curse? When Fallen Wind and the others sensed the magic array's power, they knew that they were doomed. Feng then threw caution to the wind as he activated both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He also activated Instant Strike, appearing before the undead commander and sending a violent blow down on the Great Lord's head. Boom. When a streak of blue light struck, the attack planted the undead commander's face into the floor, creating a small crater beneath it. 126-718. Not only had Feng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, but his powerful damage had also interrupted the Great Lord's casting. However, Feng was far from done. Streak after streak of blue light passed through the undead commander's fallen body. Although the Great Lord tried to defend itself with its icicles, the blue lights shattered the frosty lances. By the time Instant Strike ended, the undead commander had less than 200,000 HP remaining. Lifting Killing Ray high, Feng used Flame Burst on the heavily damaged undead commander. 15 dazzling flames devoured the undead commander, burning it until nothing was left except for its suit of golden armor system. Congratulations. You have killed the Immortal, rewarding the advanced title Spirit Slayer. Chapter 1004, 4-star treatment. Is it dead? Is he really a human? He actually gave the undead commander such a violent beating. Everyone stared at the undead commander's ashy remains, astonished. The undead commander was simply too powerful. While inside its chilling field, the team had been forced to deal with the icicle attacks. Although the attacks aimed at them were not as strong or fast as those targeting Feng, one mistake could lead to an instant death. They had no leeway to launch their own attacks, either, as it had taken everything they had just to stay alive. If not for Feng's continuous assault on the Great Lord, None of them would have survived this ordeal in advanced title. After sheathing his swords, Feng stared at the system notification before him in shock. He had intended to save some of his strength to deal with the following trial of God stages. However, he hadn't expected the Undead Commander's Tier 3 curse. Had he allowed the Undead Commander to finish the spell, the situation would have been unredeemable. Hence, with no other choice, he had used two full Berserk, suffering a long period of the resulting weakened state now. However, it would seem that it had been worth killing the Undead Commander with his own two hands. There were all sorts of titles in God's domain, and different titles provided different effects. Titles were also divided into ranks, with basic titles at the bottom, followed by advanced titles, epic titles, and legendary titles. For the majority of God's domain's players, obtaining even a basic title was exceedingly difficult. Even so, many players still sought them because of the convenience they offered. Take the Demon Hunter title, for example. It gave Feng the perks of a noble in God's domain's major cities. There were also titles like the basic Tyrant title, which increased a player's combat power. If even basic titles provided such useful effects, there was no need to mention advanced titles. Only, obtaining an advanced title was far more difficult in the past. Many large guilds had willingly offered epic items in exchange for clues leading to advanced titles in Feng's previous life. One of the 10 great Grandmaster alchemists, Silent Wonder, had only obtained her unshakable position because of the advanced title, Alchemy Inheritor. Aside from benefiting lifestyle classes, many players had only managed to complete their Tier 4 class change due to advanced titles. When Feng had been stuck at the peak of Tier 3, he had similarly sought clues regarding advanced titles. Unfortunately, he never found anything after all. Advanced titles were no less rare than fragmented legendary items now that he had just obtained one. How could he not be surprised? Following which, Feng clicked to check the Spirit Slayer's information. Spirit Slayer, advanced title. The proof of vanquishing the immortal. When equipped, this title suppresses nearby dark creatures. All dark creatures within 200 yards will fear the holder, preventing weak dark creatures from approaching. Dark creatures within 100 yards will suffer a 20% decrease to their basic attributes. Holder of the title will also enjoy 4-star treatment when interacting with the Adventurers Association. What an amazing title! Feng was breathless when he finished reading the title's introduction. It's no wonder why those experts from large guilds were so desperate for an advanced title. That Spirit Slayer suppression effects against dark creatures was one thing, but the rise in position one enjoyed with the Adventurers Association was over the top. The Adventurers Association's importance to players was self-evident. The majority of the quests players received were from the Adventurers Association. This was especially true for guild players. As players received and completed more quests from the Adventurers Association, they gained more reputation with the association. Only after obtaining 500 reputation points would one be considered an official member of the Adventurers Association. Before this, players were only outer members. Their status with the association and the way they were treated was average at best. However, after becoming an official member, players received far more benefits. One of the most obvious changes were the ranks of the quests they could receive. As outer members, players were usually limited to basic quests. Very rarely would they receive advanced quests. It was common knowledge that more difficult a quest was, the greater were its rewards. After becoming official members, players received plenty of advanced quests. This was also why many independent players have been able to manage in God's domain relatively well without joining a guild. Also, after becoming an official member, players activated the Adventurers Association's star rank system. Official members started in the 1-star position. Only after completing a sufficient number of 1-star quests could they challenge the promotion test to become 2-star adventurers. 2-star adventurers were the equivalent of Adventurers Association's elite members. Needless to say, they enjoyed far more benefits. 3-star adventurers were equivalent to core members, while 4-star adventurers were equivalent to the Vice Branch Association Masters, and 5-star adventurers were equivalent to Branch Association Masters. In the Adventurers Association, the Branch Association Masters were the equivalent of the War Gods Temple's branch temple leaders and the magistrates in major NPC cities. Meanwhile, The Spirit Slayer title allowed him to enjoy a 4-star position in the Adventurers Association. In the past, the furthest Feng had gotten was the 3-star status. After all, gaining a rank promotion in the Adventurers Association took more than completing quests. One also needed to be strong enough to pass the association's test now that he was considered a 4-star adventurer. Even NPC City's major nobles would have to treat him with great respect. He could even enter a palace freely. Feng was inspired. Thinking of new plans for the future, although he knew many of God's domain's secrets, uncovering these secrets required sufficient standing and special conditions. Now that he had the Spirit Slayer title, he could do more. As the battle with the undead commander came to an end, Blue Bamboo and the other healers began to resurrect the dead in the trial of God. Players would not be sent out of the trial upon death. If no healers were available to resurrect them, the system would respawn them at the trial starting point after 30 minutes. While Feng carefully considered his future plans, Blue Bamboo walked over and asked eagerly, "Big brother Feng, we've mostly recovered. Should we activate the treasure chest now?" Now that the Guardian boss was dead, the magic barrier protecting the 7-colored treasure chest had vanished after the long fight to defeat such a powerful boss. The team was eager to learn what rested in the treasure chest that this boss-guarded Feng had contributed the most to the boss's defeat. The team had also relied on Feng to get this far. Hence, the honor of opening the treasure chest fell to Feng. No one disagreed with the decision. "I'll open it." Then, Feng laughed. In reality, it did not matter who opened the treasure chest, as the trial of God tested all of them. Unlike ordinary treasure chests, which only provided a few items that players were required to share, the treasure chests at the end of each stage rewarded each player based on their contribution, following which Feng approached the 7-colored treasure chest and slowly lifted its lid. A golden light escaped the treasure chest. A 7-colored stone tablet then floated up from the chest. As the golden brilliance dissipated, words appeared on the 5-meter-tall, 7-colored tablet. This tablet would evaluate players' performances in the stage. Everyone stared, entranced, as the first name appeared on the stone tablet: Team Leader. Fallen Wind Evaluation. B rank reward: 1 basic strength fruit, 1 secret silver mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. Chapter 1005, Divine Artifact. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1005, Divine Artifact. Holy crap! As expected of the commander, everyone gasped when they saw their team leader's evaluation. Aside from the rarity of a fine gold treasure chest, the secret silver mastery book alone was a treasure that many experts dreamed of. Players usually only obtained 8 mastery points every 5 levels. Meanwhile, if players wished to raise their basic weapon damage, they could only do by increasing their weapon mastery. However, aside from the few points they earned when they leveled, there were very few means to obtain mastery points. Even Wind God Spears members, who frequently accepted all sorts of dangerous quests, could only earn 1 or 2 mastery points from super rare quests or unique quests, or by obtaining a bronze mastery book if they were lucky. Hence, even now, they possessed few mastery points. Only a few among their adventurer team had reached the advanced standard, which allowed them to deal 20% more weapon damage. Meanwhile, the majority of the team's level 35 players were only at the intermediate standard. If their weapon mastery reached 150 points, they would reach the basic master standard, increasing their weapon damage by 30%. A bronze mastery book provided anywhere from 5 to 25 points. In reality, however, most of the books only awarded mastery points in the single digits. Very few awarded more than 10 points. A secret silver mastery book gave between 20 and 100 points. Even if Fallen Wind were unlucky, he should earn at least 30 or so points. If he were lucky, he might get enough points to raise his weapon mastery from the advanced standard to the basic master standard, gaining a 10% boost to his damage commander. What are the strength fruit's effects? Autumn Goose asked curiously, seeing as the fruit had been included with a secret silver mastery book and a fine gold treasure chest. It should be roughly as valuable as these 2 items. Let me take a look. Fallen Wind as he opened his bag. Examining the basic strength fruit's introduction, he was shocked. This fruit can actually raise its consumer's strength attribute permanently. Basic strength fruit upon consumption player permanently gains anywhere from 5 to 20 points in the strength attribute. A maximum of 5 basic strength fruits can be consumed. This reward is so awesome. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw the fruit's introduction. Tier 1 players only gained 8 free attribute points with each level up. Upon consuming the basic strength fruit, a player could gain at least 1 level's worth of attributes. The team's gazes shifted back to the floating tablet. Anticipation filling their eyes. Feng was also slightly surprised. He had never imagined that the 7-color treasure chest rewards would be this abundant. Moreover, that had only been a B-rank evaluation. The system's evaluations were not fast. After Fallen Wind's name, evaluation, and reward were displayed, it took quite some time before the next person's name appeared. Death Wind evaluation. C-rank reward. 1 mysterious iron mastery book and 1 secret silver treasure chest. Gunfire evaluation. C-rank pass reward. 1 mysterious iron mastery book and 1 mysterious iron treasure chest. Autumn Goose evaluation. C-rank excellent reward. 1 mysterious iron mastery book and 1 fine gold treasure chest. Thoughtful Rain evaluation. C-rank peak reward. 1 basic intelligence fruit, 1 mysterious iron mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. The system was quite meticulous in its evaluations. The majority of the team's players only received C-rank pass evaluations. Among the 20 players who had been evaluated thus far, only 2 had received fruits. Although these players were slightly disappointed by their evaluations, they still watched the stone tablet currently. Only Feng's evaluation remained unknown. However, even after a long time, the system still evaluated his performance. With his performance, he should get an A-rank evaluation at the very least, right? That is my guess as well. He might get an A-rank excellent or even peak. I wonder what kind of rewards he will get. If the reward for B-rank is a fine gold treasure chest, the reward for A-rank should be a dark gold treasure chest. Ever since I started playing God's Domain, I've never seen a dark gold treasure chest. I have heard that dark gold treasure chests have a chance of containing epic items. If I had an epic item, I could brag to my friends in the real world for an entire year. Everyone looked forward to seeing Feng's evaluation and rewards. Finally, after 5 minutes, the stone tablet displayed the name Feng. Feng evaluation. S-rank peak reward. 1 rainbow fruit, 1 dark gold mastery book, 1 epic treasure chest, and 1 skill book for the tier 4 sure kill skill. Chilling Field's peak? What? An epic treasure chest. I actually got to see the rumored epic treasure chest. This is too much for my heart to take. The rewards Feng had earned stupefied everyone. In their opinions, an A-rank evaluation was already out of their reach. They had never dreamed that Feng's performance would earn an S-rank evaluation. The difference between their strengths was truly massive. Even Feng was a little surprised. He had heard of S-rank evaluations before. However, he never imagined he would, one day, obtain such an evaluation. Moreover, his rewards were abundant. The skill book for Chilling Field was already enough to drive countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 players crazy. After all, domain skills could only display their true potential at Tier 4. Meanwhile, the domain skill Fire Dance had learned was not even close to Tier 4. It was only considered a half-baked domain skill. Moreover, Feng had personally experienced just how powerful the Chilling Field skill was. If not for the undead commander being a great lord and capable of only displaying the standards of Tier 3 class, they wouldn't have had any chance of victory. This is the rumored rainbow fruit? Feng opened his bag to examine his rewards, his heart pounding furiously. The rainbow fruit was the size of an apple. However, it radiated the dazzling 7-colored light. The fruit was soft like jelly. Just by holding it in his hands, Feng could smell an intoxicating scent from the fruit. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact in God's domain. It was far rarer and more valuable than even the legendary fruit of life. It was one of the fruits that provided the largest boost to a player's attributes. Feng had only read about the rainbow fruit in books. He had never actually seen one before. He never considered that he could obtain one in the trial of God. Rainbow fruit, a fruit that has absorbed the power of God. Upon consumption, players can obtain a permanent increase of anywhere between 15 to 40 points to all of their basic attributes and hidden attributes. EXP gain will also increase by 10%, and death penalty will be reduced by 10%. In addition, the rainbow fruit can be given to an NPC. When consumed by NPCs, the fruit will significantly increase their attributes and growth potential. A maximum of 3 rainbow fruits can be consumed. What an intense boost. Feng's jaw hung open after he read the introduction. It's no wonder why the books called it a divine artifact. Chapter 1006, Attack Type, Domain Skill. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1006, Attack Type, Domain Skill. When Feng retrieved the rainbow fruit from his bag, he had not bothered to hide its attributes. The fruit's fragrance immediately drew everyone's attention after the team members read the rainbow fruit's description. They were rendered speechless compared to the rainbow fruit. The fruit's fallen wind and thoughtful rain had obtained were nothing in God's domain. There were other items capable of permanently increasing a player's basic attributes as well. However, even now, none of them had ever heard of items that could permanently increase a player's hidden attributes. Players could not put points into the 4 main hidden attributes by simply leveling up yet. The 4 main hidden attributes happened to be extremely important to expert players. The Wind God Spear had gathered in Lakeheart City because of a dangerous quest that might reward a weapon or piece of equipment that would increase a hidden attribute. I am afraid that even an above average epic weapon won't be enough for this rainbow fruit. What are you even saying? If I had a rainbow fruit, I wouldn't trade it for an entire set of epic equipment. Those are hidden attributes we're talking about. Moreover, that fruit can increase anywhere from 15 to 40 points. Who knows how many quests we'd have to complete to get that many. Giving the fruit to a personal guard wouldn't be a bad decision either. NPCs are far more powerful than players of the same level and tier. If you can increase an NPC's growth potential to Dark Gold rank, you'd basically have a boss monster that could grow. Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Promoting your class to the next tier is always going to be more difficult than the last. For the sake of one's future, no matter how I think about it, one should consume the fruit themselves. After all, if you're strong enough, would you ever need to worry about getting good items in the future? The team discussed the rainbow fruit. Enviously using the fruit on oneself or giving it to their personal guard were both good options. If they try to claim that they weren't jealous, they would be lying. However, Feng had already proven that he qualified to own the rainbow fruit, following which Feng stored the rainbow fruit. He had no intentions of deciding how to use the fruit right now. After all, he was still in the trial of God. Clearing the trial of God was still a problem. On the off chance that they failed, wouldn't he have wasted the rainbow fruit? As for the epic treasure chest he had obtained, it was locked. He couldn't open it right now, as it required 21 magic stones. As for the Dark Gold Mastery Book, Feng had no intentions of using it right now either. Even if he used it, he wouldn't gain anything. The Dark Gold Mastery Book provided anywhere from 50 to 300 mastery points. Unless he gained over 100 mastery points from the book, he couldn't upgrade his one-handed sword mastery from the basic Sword King standard to the intermediate Sword King standard. The only item left was the tier 4 Sure Kill skill. Chilling Field. Feng had no idea what sort of dangers awaited him. Meanwhile, Chilling Field could increase his combat power significantly, far more than what the rainbow fruit right now. After all, the hidden attributes would only be useful in the long term. They provided very little short-term gains, following which Feng clicked to learn Chilling Field. Chilling Field Tier 0, Level 1, requires 400,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0. Level 2, coverage radius of 30 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of Frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses contain 70% of user strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 160% damage, while other targets will receive 100% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field will suffer a 10% attribute decrease, 20% movement speed decrease, and 10% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 2 hours. It's already so powerful at level 1. Feng was surprised he had seen Fire Dance's domain skill, Waterbinding. As a Tier 3 sure kill skill, it was considered a pseudo-domain skill. It simply could not compare to Chilling Field regarding control capabilities. Waterbinding was superior to Chilling Field. However, Chilling Field had the absolute advantage regarding offense and defense in God's domain. Domain skills were divided into many types. There were attack types, defense types, and control types, among which were more detailed subcategories, such as single target or AoE attack types. The same was true for defense types. To put it simply, all domain skills had their own strengths and weaknesses. There was no issue of weak or strong domain skills of a particular tier. It was only a matter of how suitable a domain skill was for a player. Obviously, Chilling Field was an AoE attack-type domain skill. As for Waterbinding, it was a control-type domain skill that could only affect 2 targets at a time. In addition, the EXP required to level Chilling Field was double that of Waterbinding. It would not be easy to upgrade it to Tier 4, however. Feng did not pay too much attention to that right now. Immediately, he upgraded Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2. Any further, and his level would fall from level 44 to level 43, losing him the effect of the free attribute points he had gained and allocated when he reached level 44. When a player's level decreased in God's domain, they would not lose the free attribute points they had gained and allocated from leveling up. Instead, the points would be temporarily inactive. Only after said player recovered the level would the points become effective again. They would not gain new free attribute points when they reached the level for a second time after upgrading Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2. The skill's attributes underwent an earth-shattering change. Chilling Field Tier 1, Level 2 requires 400 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1, Level 3, coverage radius of 50 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of Frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses will contain 90% of user strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 260% damage, while other targets will receive 150% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field's range will suffer a 15% attribute decrease, a 30% movement speed decrease, and 20% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour, 30 minutes. As expected of a domain skill. With this skill alone, no player of the same tier and level will be my match in a one-on-one. Feng was speechless after reading the skill's description. Only now did Feng understand why players who had learned domain skills in the past were practically peerless among the same tier. Players of the same tier, without their own domain skill, had no way of coping with such a skill. One would only have a chance of winning if they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. If one could upgrade a domain skill to Tier 4, even escape would be difficult. Feng had experienced this himself. After all, domain skills would no longer restrict the player's movements after reaching Tier 4. After Feng learned the domain skill, he instructed the team to rest for a few hours. In any case, the Trial of God didn't have a time limit. He could also use this opportunity to recover from the weakened state he had earned from activating twofold Berserk. After the team recovered and had prepared to challenge the next stage, they approached a massive teleportation array in front of the stone altar. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a system notification system. You have completed the first stage. Do you wish to leave the Trial of God? If you leave, you will be teleported out of the trial and will not incur any punishment. If you continue, you will be teleported to the second stage's individual challenge. Chapter 1007, Lively White River City. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1007, Lively White River City. Hearing the system notification, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't this the Trial of God? Didn't the information say that we won't be able to leave without clearing all of the stages? They had found a lot of information on the Trial of God on the official forums. Until now, every person that had challenged the Trial of God had only had 2 options to leave the trial. Either they gave up, or they cleared it. This sudden development made everyone wonder if this were a trap set by the system. They could not help but hesitate in making a decision. Big Brother Yi Feng, do you think this is a trick? Blue Bamboo asked Feng instinctively. In her opinion, there was nothing in God's domain that Feng did not know about. Thoughtful Rain also turned to Feng. Generally speaking, the game didn't use system notifications to set up a trap for players. However, for reasons unknown, she felt as if only Feng's answer would assure her of this. Seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's hopeful gazes, Feng smiled bitterly as he said, God's domain system notifications will not lie to players. We were also transferred into the trial of God forcefully rather than through the normal procedures. This is probably why the system is allowing us to leave halfway through the trial. In reality, when Countess Katie Green had teleported them into the trial of God, Feng had been shocked. The trial of God was like an otherworld. Moreover, the gods had created this otherworld. Even demigods could not transfer players into the trail forcefully, much less an empire's countess. Normally, players could only enter the trial of God through a spatial connection point. Moreover, this spatial connection point was unstable. Not only did it appear randomly, but it would also disappear after a certain amount of time, regardless of whether or not players had entered. Only gods could transport a player into the trial of God by force. How could the Countess of a mere empire achieve such a feat? According to Feng's conjecture, the Countess must have used some kind of item. Take the Bible of Darkness, for example. The Bible could activate a gate of darkness, allowing players to travel to the Dark Denver. However, such an item should have some flaws. For example, they could leave the trial of God after completing one stage. Commander, do we leave? Or continue? Autumn Goose asked hesitantly as she looked towards Fallen Wind. The trial of God's rewards were abundant. After obtaining the secret Silver Mastery book, Fallen Wind had finally pushed his shield mastery to the basic master standard, which significantly increased his damage reduction and defense capabilities. If they continued clearing this 6-colored trial, they would emerge transformed. At that time, no one within the Dark Knight Empire would be able to afford to underestimate the Wind God's spear. Even those super guilds and super first-rate guilds would have to be cautious when dealing with the adventurer team we were leaving. Fallen Wind declared, If not for Brother Yi Feng's help, we wouldn't have even cleared the trial's first stage. We are lucky that it's giving us the chance to leave. Although the trial of God awarded more with each cleared stage, the same was also true for the stage's difficulty. Accurately determining one's strength was one of the basics of being an expert. Moreover, the system had clearly stated that the next stage would be an individual challenge. They would not find any more loopholes to exploit and would have to rely on their own strength. If he had to guess who on his team could clear the second stage, he was sure that only Feng was capable of doing so. Everyone else, including himself, had no hope of clearing the trial. Why should they risk suffering the system's severe punishment? The team agreed with Fallen Wind's proposal. They all felt that greed had gotten the better of them, and they had forgotten the reason they had come this far. Turning toward Feng, Fallen Wind asked in a very friendly tone, Brother Yi Feng, the Wind God's spear intends to leave. May I know what you plan to do next? Me? After giving it some thought, Feng said, I'll leave as well. Although the trial of God's rewards are tempting, I still have many matters that I need to attend to. Since that is the case, let's add each other as friends. If not for Brother Yi Feng's help, we wouldn't have left this place in one piece. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will give my all to assist you, Fallen Wind said. He then sent Feng a friend request, hoping that he could become close friends with this swordsman. It was also thanks to Feng's display that he had finally entered the Flowing Water realm, which he had struggled to reach for many years. Among the many guild experts he had met, none had truly earned his admiration. Feng was the first expert he looked up to. He didn't even feel this way about one sword of the 8 sword hero. Feng instantly accepted Fallen Wind's friend request. In the past, the Wind God Spear had been an apex adventurer team in God's domain. Although its fame was not as widespread as adventurer teams like the Midnight Tea Party and Owl, which even super guilds feared, they were still one of the few apex adventurer teams in the game. Gaining an ally like the Wind God Spear would definitely help Zero Wing's development in the future. If those super guilds found out that Zero Wing had formed a deep relationship with 2 of God's domain's future apex adventurer teams, They would most likely try to annihilate Zero Wing at all costs, although the fact that Feng possessed a city-building order in his hands was already enough of a reason for super guilds to target his guild following, which, with Feng taking the lead, everyone teleported out of the Trial of God. He then returned to White River City with Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo after seeing Feng's group off. Fallen Wind glanced at his team members, addressing them seriously. You witnessed today's situation for yourselves. Following this, Wind God Spear must work even harder. None of us can afford to be cocky anymore. God's Domain is a far more amazing game than we assumed. Nobody knows just how many hidden experts are here. Although the Wind God Spear fared relatively well in the Dark Knight Empire, in the end, the Dark Knight Empire was only one of many empires in God's Domain. It was truly laughable that they took pride in their current achievements. The adventuring players nodded in response to Fallen Wind's words, setting Feng aside. They could already see how powerful Zero Wing was as a guild based on Thoughtful Rain strength. Moreover, Zero Wing's core members had the opportunity to learn advanced combat techniques. This was not something their Wind God Spear could hope to compete with. Before this, they had all been proud of their ability to pick fights with large guilds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Ever since Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing, the atmosphere in White River City had become somewhat tense. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members roamed the city. There were also plenty of players hidden under black cloaks. These people had a predator's gaze when they looked at Zero Wing's members. If not for the severe consequences of attacking another player within the city, there was no doubt that these people would have already made their move. Zero Wing's guild residents. These red players are getting increasingly brazen. They are bold enough to eye Zero Wing's members openly on the streets. What can we do? I don't know what Blackwater did, but it has persuaded many dark guilds to join hands against Zero Wing. Not only do we have to be wary of ambushes from Blackwater's teams, but our elite parties also have to look out for sneak attacks from red players. Those bastards only know how to use cowardly tactics. Once they see us rush at them, they scatter and flee. If I get my hands on them, I'll give them a good beating. A few core members in Zero Wing's residence angrily discussed the situation. Chapter 1008, Different Playstyle. Hellscythe Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1008, Different Playstyle. After leaving the Trial of God, Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City originally. Feng had intended to pay Countess Katie Green another visit. However, after recalling what the Countess was capable of, he decided against it. He did not have the time or energy to risk getting sent into the Trial of God once more. In any case, if the Countess didn't expect his return, she wouldn't have a reason to flee. Moreover, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible upon returning to the guild residence. However, Feng was greeted by a depressing atmosphere. The residence's main hall was far less lively than it had been. There were also fewer players around the quest boards. The former vigorous atmosphere that surrounded the guild residence was gone. It was hard to imagine that Zero Wing had fallen so far in just a few short days. One could see how powerful the Blackwater Corporation's foundations were. Fortunately, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. There were a large number of the guild's members here. It was not easy for Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing in the field. After all, Blackwater needed a lot of manpower to develop the many cities under its rule. The most it could afford was to send the guild's top experts in a war. Both sides needed to spend plenty of coins on rewards and remunerations. A guild's top experts were strong, so their chances of dying were much lower. They were also more capable of killing more enemy players. This was one of the most common methods employed in wars among guilds. In the end, each guild's resources would determine the outcome. Whoever lasted longer would be the winner in the past. This method had destroyed many small guilds. Large guilds had more resources and funding. They also had more experts. Small guilds could not afford such a taxing war. The Blackwater Corporation really is impressive. In just a few days, they have won over so many of Starmoon Kingdom's dark guilds. Feng could not help but frown as he overheard various conversations as players loitered in the main hall. It seems that I can't let the Dark Gods Legion continue its expedition in the Undead Gorge. Are those dark guilds very strong? Thoughtful Rain asked curiously. The Dark Gods Legion was Zero Wing's strongest legion. If he recalled the Dark Gods Legion, it would impact the Legion's development. Wars between guilds generally lasted a very long time. Having the Dark Gods Legion waste its time on skirmishes around White River City wasn't a good idea, Mitchum. They're very strong. Unlike regular guilds, dark guilds have an abundance of battle maniacs who love PvP and plundering weapons and equipment from other players. They're very familiar with field battles. Moreover, the skills they learn, the weapons and equipment they wear, and the techniques they possess all focus on PvP. Most importantly, the conditions to join a dark guild are far stricter than regular guilds to join a regular guild. You only need to pass the guild's test. However, dark guilds are different. Not only do you need to pass the guild's test, but you also need to complete the systems test. The systems test? Thoughtful Rain was even more confused now. This was her first time hearing about such a thing. The systems test to join a dark guild isn't exactly difficult. You are only required to kill 10 players who are no more than 3 levels lower than you. However, remaining in a dark guild is far more difficult. The system will periodically task you with killing a certain number of players and NPCs. By doing so, you'll gain a large amount of EXP and various weapons, equipment, and tools. If you fail, however, you'll be expelled from the Dark Guild. Because of that, players who remain in the Dark Guilds are incredibly strong. In addition, unlike regular players, Dark Guilds members are very discreet. They're not easy to deal with. This is also why regular guilds usually avoid provoking them. Feng explained slowly. In the past, many guilds have been forced to disband because they have provoked powerful Dark Guilds. Unlike regular players, Dark Guild players did not kill monsters to earn EXP, weapons, equipment, money, and other necessities. Instead, they earned EXP from the players they killed. They also earned kill points, which could be traded for weapons, equipment, various tools of slaughter, money, and such. Dark guilds could easily afford prolonged wars between guilds. It was just another day at the office. This was how these guilds continued to exist in God's domain. Despite so few dark guilds in the game, and so few members following which, Feng notified Aqua Rose and called for a war meeting. As soon as Feng announced for the meeting, every Zero Wing member burst with excitement. Yes. Our guild's upper echelons are finally going to make a move. I wonder what the guild plans to do this time. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It would be awesome if the guild leader leads us into a decisive battle. It won't be easy to find a battle like that. Haven't you seen that the other party has no intentions of starting a head-on fight? They're trying to whittle us down, bit by bit. Moreover, thanks to those dark guilds, it is becoming more difficult to start a team battle in the field. Zero Wing's members expressed their opinions as they discussed Feng's call for action. Some were hopeful, while others worried. In a level 40 desert map near Starmoon City, large groups of level 20-plus players engaged in battle. Every one of these players wore the Blackwater emblem surrounding. These level 20-plus players was over 100 level 35-plus players currently. Roughly 30 level 35-plus MTs stood side to side, blocking an advance of demonic ants and great demonic ants. At the rear, groups of elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners launched AoE attacks at the monsters. The scene was spectacular. Demonic ant common. Level 45. HP 50 000 / 50 000. Giant demonic ant, special elite. Level 46. HP 550 000 / 550 000. One demonic ant was not much of a threat. However, demonic ants never acted independently. They generally swarmed with hundreds, sometimes thousands, of their companions. Moreover, demonic ants didn't offer much loot, and the EXP they gave was average at best. Ordinary teams usually avoided them rather than wasting their time. However, demonic ants were one of the best monsters to grind for levels. The leveling speed here is not bad. Continue luring monsters. The more, the merrier, Abandoned Wave commanded as he sat leisurely behind the wall of players, enjoying a glass of wine as he watched his experience bar rapidly rise. A short moment later, the level 20-plus players behind him leveled up again. Their leveling speed was so fast that it could render elite players speechless suddenly. An indifferent man in a black cloak, with most of his face covered in black bandages, appeared beside Abandoned Wave. The few level 40 experts guarding Abandoned Wave instantly tensed, glancing at the indifferent man. Abandoned Wave raised his hand and said, "No need to panic. He's one of ours." Hearing this, the level 40 experts relaxed slightly. However, fear filled their gazes as they looked at the indifferent player. After all, none of them had sensed the man before he revealed himself. If he had come here with ill intent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Why are you here?" Abandoned Wave asked the bandaged man curiously. "My side's preparations are almost complete. I'm here just to give you these items. When the time comes, your men won't need to worry about friendly fire." Chapter 1009, Moon God's Robes. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1009, Moon God's Robes. A large group of independent players had gathered before Heaven's Burial's majestic guild residence in Starmoon City, everyone quietly waiting to take the guild's entrance exam. In the past, such a situation would have been unthinkable for Heaven's Burial. Now, however, this had become a regular scene, and the city's inhabitants were used to it. Suddenly, these waiting players heard loud neighing. Everyone turned towards the sound. "Wow, so many mounts. Are those common mounts?" "Those are war horses. I heard that war horses are bronze rank at the very minimum. Heaven's Burial is so amazing. It has so many war horses. I have to join Heaven's Burial no matter what. If I get a bronze mount, all of the time I've invested into God's domain will worth it." In the next moment, over a dozen players atop various kinds of war horses entered Heaven's Burial's residence, arousing the crowd's envy. Particularly, the sight of the valiant, heroic beauty leading the group etched itself into everyone's minds. Not only was this beauty fully geared with top-tier equipment, but her white warhorse also wore a set of silver armor. She looked like a war goddess as she rode into the residence. All throughout Starmoon City knew this goddess's name, the Ice Witch, Daybreak Fog. Daybreak Fog had earned this title by defeating one of the Star Alliance's 100-man elite teams in front of a dungeon by herself. The Star Alliance had sent many experts to deal with her, including Red Feather, a player on the God's Domain's experts list. In the end, however, Daybreak Fog had defeated all of these experts single-handedly. Even Red Feather, while she killed the Star Alliance's members, she had displayed her exceptional technique with ice-type spells. She had transformed the dungeon's entrance into a winter wonderland with an ice-type, large-scale destruction spell. After she used the spell, not one player, aside from herself, had lived to see that snowy world. As a result, some players had started calling her the Ice Witch. Over time, as the tale of that battle had been retold, all of Starmoon City's players had begun to refer to her as the Ice Witch. "She's too beautiful. If I get into Heaven's Burial, I want to work under my goddess." Keep dreaming. Lady Fog is the commander of Heaven's Burial's Ice Fog Legion. Only the elites among elites are allowed to join that legion. It's not even certain that you'll be accepted into the guild with your standards, much less joining the legion. Among the many independent players crowded before the residence, many only sought to join Heaven's Burial because they had been captivated by Daybreak Fog's charm. Otherwise, they would have joined Blackwater instead. After all, Blackwater's guild was backed by the famous Blackwater Corporation. Upon entering Heaven's Burial's meeting room, Daybreak Fog directed her gaze towards Singular Burial, who sat in the guild leader's seat, and asked curiously, "Guild leader, why have you recalled us so suddenly?" Many of the guild's upper echelons were also present in the meeting room. Aside from the several lifestyle class masters, these members were mostly level 40. If an ordinary player were here, they would tremble with fear. Among the level 40 experts present, everyone was considered a top tier in Starmoon Kingdom. Even the guild leaders of other large guilds had to treat them with respect. "Take a seat. I'll explain soon," Singular Burial said as he pointed towards the vice guild leader's seat. Hearing Singular Burial's words, Daybreak Fog's confusion grew. Practically every upper echelon was here. Only a few preoccupied members were missing. Yet, Singular Burial's comment seemed to suggest that they were waiting for someone. What's going on? When Daybreak Fog reached her seat, she noticed an additional, empty seat beside Singular Burial. This seat had been placed parallel to the guild leader's seat. Daybreak Fog wasn't the only person who wondered. The rest of the upper echelons were also curious. In Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial was their one and only leader. He had single-handedly supported the entire guild. No one sat as his equal. That hadn't even changed when Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, had visited. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the meeting room's heavy doors swung open. Who is she? Everyone turned towards the doors, discovering a peerless beauty. The dazzling young woman wore a set of luxurious purple robes that reached the ground, vividly highlighting her graceful curves. The girl had silky black hair that reached her willowy waist. Every step she took felt as if she were stepping on their aspirations, inadvertently driving their gazes to the floor. How does such a person exist in this world? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened in shock. She had never dreamed of this world having such a beautiful girl. Even Daybreak Fog acknowledged that she was no match for the girl's beauty, and she could not help herself from being captivated the instant this young woman appeared. She had become the center of attention. Is she wearing the moon god's robes? The cleric Flame Blood commented, shocked when he saw the young woman's luxurious, purple robes. Everyone else heard the comment. They were also shocked. Ordinary players might not know what the moon god's robes were, but the equipment was relatively famous in Blackwing City's high-class auction house. As epic ranked mage robes, the starting bid was already a whopping 4,000 gold. Its price could already rival that of an epic weapon. In the end, however, a mysterious player had purchased it for 7,600 gold. Many players had ridiculed this mysterious player. After all, this player had spent so much money to compete with the NPC nobles over a single piece of epic equipment. Had that person spent a little more money, they could have afforded a major city's golden land. It would have been easy to earn back the cost. Then they had never dreamed that such a peerless beauty had been the mysterious player who purchased the moon god's robes. These guild members instantly activated their identification skills, hoping to discover this beauty's identity. However, even after using advanced identification skills, they had failed to learn anything. Sorry for the delay. I had some matters to deal with. The young woman apologized after taking her seat. Since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Miss Ling Jingxian. She has come here to discuss the raid on Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial said, respect filling his voice as he introduced Ling Jingxian. Although the introduction had been simple, everyone was shocked. Singular Burial's respect for Ling Jingxian was one thing, but they had not expected that their discussion would involve raiding Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Guild Leader, are you really planning to do this? Flame Blood asked, slightly confused. There were no NPC towns close to Stone Forest Town. If they attempted to raid Stone Forest Town, they wouldn't be able to dispatch reinforcements quickly. On the other hand, Zero Wings members could utilize the guild transfer scroll to reach the town in an instant. Even when they died, they would revive inside the town. To put it simply, this town was easily defensible. Although Stone Forest Town's protection period was over, players could hire NPC guards. Although the levels of enlisted NPCs would not be as high as the level 150 NPC guards hired during the protection period, recruited NPCs were still 10 to 15 levels higher than current players, with Stone Forest Town being one of Zero Wing's primary revenue sources. After its protection period had ended, Zero Wing had hired 500 level 50 and above tier 1 NPC guards to defend it. In addition, many of Zero Wing's members were garrisoned in the town. Zero Wing had also constructed basic mana pulse cannons, which the guild had used in its war against the Star Alliance. Around the town in the last war, Zero Wing had introduced everyone to the weapon's attack range and destructive power. Hence, raiding Stone Forest Town would not be easy. It was likely that they would have to sacrifice a significant number of players to take the town. The other Heaven's Burial members also turned to Singular Burial, wearing confused expressions while They had considered raiding Stone Forest Town before. It was too early for that. God's domain was only starting to transition into the era of mounts. They should wait a little longer. I understand your concerns. However, I have already considered this problem. Since we're going to make a move, I am confident in our success. Singular Burial chuckled. However, I would like to invite Miss Ling to elaborate on this point. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Ling Jingxian. Questioning looks filling their eyes. We received news that Zero Wing has recently contacted several major companies to gain financial support. In addition, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has begun to move against Zero Wing and is dealing with Zero Wing's branch guild in Lakeheart City. In response, Zero Wing has dispatched quite a number of their members to the Black Dragon Empire. Hence, the guild's member population in Stone Forest Town has decreased significantly. However, most importantly, Zero Wing has begun to show signs of activity in White River City. They have even recalled their guild's strongest Dark Gods Legion. As long as Zero Wing is focused on hunting down Dark Guild members, the latter will think of a way to pin down Zero Wing's main forces for as long as possible. After that, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial can take the opportunity to attack Stone Forest Town. Ling Jingxuan's explanation had caught these upper echelons' interest. If Zero Wing pitted everything it had to defend Stone Forest Town, they would never be able to capture the town. However, now that Zero Wing's members were scattered, it would be a piece of cake to take Stone Forest Town with the strength of both guilds. I have a question. Daybreak Fog suddenly declared. If Zero Wing's members use their guild transfer scrolls, they can easily gather in Stone Forest Town. Regardless of how fast we assemble our forces, we're not faster than Zero Wing. As if she had expected this question, Ling Jingxian took out over a dozen old, tattered scrolls, displaying them on the table. Those are. Curiously, everyone examined the scroll's introduction. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped. None of them could believe their eyes. A sealing magic array. This magic array would seal off an area for a certain amount of time, preventing the players from teleporting out of or into the area. This was a godly tool for raiding towns and cities. If Zero Wing could not teleport players into Stone Forest Town, with the small number of players garrisoned in the town, they could successfully raid Ida. As long as they took Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its main source of income. Meanwhile, their two guilds who captured Stone Forest Town would enjoy the town's massive profits. With this shift in power, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing was annihilated. I'll leave the sealing magic array in your hands. I hope that you can construct it quickly. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll be taking my leave. After Ling Jingxian said so, she left the meeting room under everyone's watchful gazes. Fog. You and everyone else here, get ready. I've already arranged for the advanced lifestyle players that will be required to construct the sealing magic array. You will protect them until they have finished their work. Do not let anyone disrupt them. Singular Burial commanded, sternly. Guild leader, leave it to us. Everyone excitedly replied that the sealing magic array was powerful. However, it possessed major flaws. Players needed to construct the magic array's cores in various locations of a map. Moreover, the magic array cores would disturb the surrounding mana, which would, in turn, cause nearby monsters to gather and attack the cores. Hence, players were needed to defend the cores. This was why Singular Burial had called Heaven's Burial's upper echelons back to seal a map as large as Stone Forest Towns. They needed to construct at least 14 magic array cores. In other words, they needed to defend 14 separate locations. If they mobilized too many players at once, it would attract Zero Wing's attention. Hence, dispatching experts to defend these locations was the best option. When the time came, they simply needed to replace these experts with a large number of elite players. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, after Feng recalled the Dark Gods Legion, he had Fire Dance rally the guild's experts and elites, officially announcing their crusade against the dark guilds in Starmoon Kingdom that targeted their guild. Every player in Starmoon Kingdom noticed this sudden announcement. In a few short minutes, Feng's post rose to the very top of Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. This is insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. Zero Wing is awesome. It has openly declared a crusade against Starmoon Kingdom's dark guilds. With their temper, these dark guilds won't let this rest. All hail Zero Wing. Zero Wing's latest declaration dazzled God's domain's ordinary players. Not only was Zero Wing at war with two of the kingdom's giants, but it had also declared war on the dark guilds, which most players tried to avoid. Only a lunatic would make a move like this. The various guilds were even more shocked by Zero Wing's declaration of war. Ordinary players might not realize the truth about dark guilds, but they were perfectly aware. Although dark guilds had very few members, these people were extremely obstinate. Dealing with large guilds like theirs was just another day at work for these people. Moreover, even if these players died, their dark guilds wouldn't compensate them for any losses. They would only have themselves to blame for not being strong enough. Speaking of the survivability of dark guild players, they were much stronger than regular guild members. Most importantly, unlike regular guilds, dark guilds did not possess a permanent base of operations such as a guild residence. Instead, they operated like independent players. A simple bar was enough of a base for them. They could easily move between towns controlled by the forces of darkness. Hence, it was very difficult to launch a concentrated attack against dark guilds. Regarding sustainability, regular guilds were even less of a match for their dark cousins. Dark guilds players could level up by killing other players. This was not an option for regular guild players. If an extended war occurred between a regular guild and a dark guild, the latter would only exhaust their enemy to death. Hence, regular guilds generally overlooked dark guilds as none of them wanted an unnecessary confrontation. Logically, Zero Wing should have been more focused on dealing with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial after it realized that its enemies had hired dark guilds to take action. After all, dark guilds were merely hired guns. It was easy enough to hold them at bay. Once their employers were gone, they would go back to their normal lifestyle. Yet, not only had Zero Wing ignored Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, but it had also provoked the various dark guilds deliberately. Zero Wing's priorities were clearly skewed. Chapter 1011, High Alert Mode. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1011, High Alert Mode. A measly guild like Zero Wing dares provoke all of our dark guilds? They must be tired of living. If we don't annihilate Zero Wing, the other guilds will start to think that we're weak. I had only planned to humor the Blackwater Corporation. However, now it's personal. Our dark guilds will not rest until Zero Wing's name has been erased from Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after Zero Wing announced its crusade, the various dark guilds' upper echelons issued their response. Originally, there hadn't been many dark guild players in White River City. However, after Zero Wing's declaration, cloak players began to flood into the city. Moreover, Zero Wing's members experienced more ambushes in the fields around White River City. Guild Leader, now that the members from the various dark guilds have gathered, our guild's parties can't leave the city. Only larger teams have any sense of safety in the fields. Some of those dark guilds have even begun to boldly stalk our guild residence's entrance, trailing anyone who leaves and finding an opportunity to ambush them. Aqua Rose reported. Frowning, she didn't understand what Feng was trying to do. They could deal with a single dark guild. Now, however, members from over a dozen dark guilds had gathered in White River City. The city was practically a hub for red names now. Yet, Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. As long as these red players wore cloaks and disguised themselves with various items, they could easily trick the NPC guards. Even if they were discovered, as long as they escaped to the fields, they would vanish without a trace. Although she had dispatched Zero Wing's core members to kill some of these dark guild players, they barely made a scratch. If they continued this war of attrition, these dark guilds would wear Zero Wing down. Furthermore, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial were watching their guild closely. The V gathered in White River City. Nodding, Feng smiled and said, "We should celebrate. With this, we won't have to waste time looking for them." Aqua Rose was confused. Despite the increasing number of enemies, Feng thought this was a good thing. However, Feng did not bother to explain. He simply led Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to the Adventurers Association. In the end, dark guilds were still dark guilds. They were no different than street rats that were forced to hide in dark corners. Now that they were acting so bold inside an NPC city, they had to pay the price low, sir. How may I be of service to you today? The blonde NPC beauty behind the counter asked as she watched Feng's group approach. Hello, I wish to purchase a blood aura crystal. Also, I want to activate White River City's high alert mode. Feng said neither Aqua Rose or Fire Dance had any idea of what was going on. They had never heard of the blood aura crystal or the so-called high alert mode, sir. You'll need to be at least a 2-star adventurer to purchase the blood aura crystal. As for activating White River City's high alert mode, you need to be a 3-star adventurer to apply for that. The NPC beauty explained. Will this identity be enough? Feng chuckled as he switched to the Spirit Slayer title. The Spirit Slayer title was an advanced title that allowed him to enjoy 4-star benefits in the Adventurers Association. His status was equivalent to that of a Vice Branch Association Master, so it is Lord Spirit Slayer. Here is the Blood Aura Crystal. As you are a 4-star adventurer, you will receive a 30% discount. You may purchase the Blood Aura Crystal for 700 gold. As for applying for the city's high alert mode, you must pay a 1,400 gold application fee. Upon seeing Feng's title, the NPC beauty adopted a more respectful tone and posture as she spoke with Feng. All right, Feng said. He then handed 2,100 gold to the NPC. Both the Blood Aura Crystal and the city's high alert mode were red players' nemesis. This was why players from the various dark guilds avoided NPC cities. The Blood Aura Crystal could detect players' blood aura within a certain range. Only players who had killed other players or lawful NPCs had a blood aura. It was similar to PvP players' red names. It also took a long time for a player to get rid of their blood aura in the past. The Blood Aura Crystal had been commonly used to target dark guilds. Only current players had not discovered this yet. The Blood Aura Crystal was also very expensive, and only 2-star adventurers could purchase and use EDAs for the high alert mode. To put it simply, it would prevent all players within White River City from equipping black cloaks to hide their identities. The patrolling NPCs would also wield an advanced detection stone that would pick up on dark creatures' auras and red players' blood auras. At the same time, players within the city would not be able to use teleportation items. With this mode, there were only 2 ways to leave the city: the teleportation hall and the city's entrance. However, high-tiered NPCs guarded both locations. Without the black cloak to hide their identities, red players had no escape. Lord Spirit Slayer, your application has been approved. High alert mode will last for 3 natural days. You will have to wait another week before you can reapply for this mode. The NPC beauty respectfully informed Feng. After the NPC finished speaking, a system announcement rang throughout White River City. White River City system announcement. The city has temporarily entered high alert mode. All teleportation tools will no longer function within the city. The system announcement repeated 3 times, dazing White River City's players. What's this high alert mode? Did somebody trigger a special quest? As the city's players wondered about the system announcement, every player wearing a black cloak was revealed. What's going on? Why isn't my black cloak working? The Dark Guild players camping outside Zero Wing's residence panicked at this sudden development. Without their black cloak's hide effect, the high-tiered NPCs would easily see through their disguises as red players. They were as good as dead if they were caught inside an NPC city. Guards are coming. Don't worry. They're only patrol guards, not high-tiered NPCs. We just need to be careful. Once this high alert mode ends, we can leave the city safely. You're right. Only advanced identification skills can see through our disguises. Just as these red players started to relax, the patrol guards over 200 yards away charged towards them. Without hesitation, the NPC guards began to slaughter these Dark Guild players. For a time, battles broke out across White River City, shocking the city's ordinary players. After a few minutes, all Dark Guild members within White River City were dead. Not one had survived the NPC guards' onslaught. However, this was not the worst part. It was common knowledge that, in White River City, the punishment for attacking another player was quite severe. If the city's NPCs caught these Dark Guild members, who had killed countless players, these players' only real option was to delete their accounts and start all over. Chapter 1012, Profitable Investment. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1012, Profitable Investment. Haha. Now that Zero Wing has provoked so many dark guilds, I can't wait to see how the guild gets out of this. Even I'm starting to pity Zero Wing. Gentle Snow can't get her priorities straight, either, refusing to join Underworld. I wonder how much she's regretting that decision. Young Master Feng, should we head to White River City and take care of Zero Wing's members too? That's a nice idea. Now that so many guilds are targeting Zero Wing, we can disguise ourselves and use this opportunity to rake in some profit. If we can get rid of 10 or so Zero Wing core members, we can upgrade everyone's equipment. If we're lucky, we might even get a cut of White River City. My position in the organization will rise again, and I won't have to listen to that damnable woman anymore. Currently, Feng Xianxia led a team to grind level 42 mine gnomes, using them to power level to level 40. However, as his team lacked good equipment, they couldn't afford to venture too far into the mine. If they could upgrade their equipment, they could increase their grinding speed. However, when Feng Xianxia thought about how he had been forced to lead this team personally, he was indescribably frustrated. He had been one of Underworld's middle managers. Now, however, he had been reduced to leading a team to grind monsters. This was all due to Underworld's upper echelon's sudden focus on Yulan. They had even transferred Maple City's management, as well as 5 other major cities, to Yulan. This was a nightmare, just you wait. When Zero Wing falls, I'll poach Zero Wing's top players and regain possession of Overwhelming Smile. Feng Xianxia inwardly chuckled. Zero Wing's elite members and experts were extraordinarily strong. If Zero Wing were defeated, these people would refuse to join guilds like Blackwater or Heaven's Burial. At that time, he simply needed to offer an appropriate price to recruit them. After making these people his own, Underworld's upper echelons would have no choice but to focus on him. When Feng Xianxia and his team reached White River City, they were astounded by what they saw. The NPC guards were slaughtering numerous players inside the teleportation hall. In the face of the level 180 guards, level 40 expert players were infants. The NPCs only needed one hit to defeat each player. One cloaked player, who had just teleported into the city, died before he had even realized what had happened. What's going on here? Chills ran down Feng Xianxia's spine as he looked down at the Dark Guild player corpse. Beside him, Feng Xianxia wasn't the only player who wondered what was happening. Many other guilds that had teleported to White River City to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament were stupefied inside the spacious teleportation hall. Several hundred disguised red players had died. The scent of blood lingered in the air. White River City had become a forbidden ground for red players previously. Everyone had thought that these Dark Guild players were too arrogant in the city. Now, however, they pitted these players. Any red players the NPC guards killed would be jailed in White River City's confinement room to await their punishment after they resurrected. With the crime values these Dark Guild members possessed, it would be a miracle if they were not locked up for over a month. Rescuing these players from White River City's confinement room was nothing more than a dream. Level 200 Tier 3 NPCs guarded that room, and they would instantly kill any and all players that didn't belong. However, if these players weren't rescued, mainstream players would have long since surpassed these players' levels and equipment by the time the prison sentence was over. It would be very difficult to catch up. At the very least, they would need to spend several months grinding endlessly as for deleting their accounts and starting all over again. Although they could level up quickly if high-level players power leveled them, they would never catch up to mainstream players in a month without some leveling secret. Of course, regaining their levels was one issue, but what about their reputation? What about their weapons and equipment? What about the wealth they had accumulated? Young Master Feng, are we still going to take on Zero Wing's members? South Wolf, who is currently level 38, asked hesitantly. Zero Wing was definitely involved in White River City's sudden development, and anyone that said otherwise was lying. If Zero Wing was already capable of this, who knew what else the guild could do? Let's investigate the situation first. Feng Xianxia felt somewhat unsteady at this moment. He could not forget the level 40 expert who had teleported in beside him, dying after a single strike. Elsewhere, The various dark guilds' upper echelons were dumbfounded when they heard the news of this sudden development. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why are White River City's NPCs slaughtering our members like madmen? This was the first time these dark guilds had encountered a situation like this. The NPC city that they had been able to move through freely was now a forbidden land. Over half of the members they had dispatched to White River City were dead. Only a small minority were still active in the fields near White River City. This was an unprecedented blow to their dark guilds. The death of their members was nothing to them. However, if their members were confined for over a month, this would severely wound their guilds. Damn it. Zero Wing, set us up. Contact the other dark guilds immediately. From now on, we cannot let anyone from Zero Wing survive. If they show themselves, kill them all. Starmoon Kingdom's various dark guilds swore to fight Zero Wing until the bitter end. What did you say? Over half of the dark guild members have been locked up in White River City's confinement room. How is that possible? Didn't they have their disguise tools? Abandoned Wave's expression froze when he received the news. He could not bring himself to believe it. While dark guilds were not strong in a head-on battle, their survivability and ambushing capabilities in the fields were top-notch. This was precisely the reason that he had paid a massive price for these dark guilds to whittle down Zero Wing's strength. Yet now, over half of them had been killed and jailed in White River City. With this, it had become far more difficult to deal with Zero Wing's members' guild leader. What should we do now? Now that over half of the dark guild players have been locked up, the threat on Zero Wing has been reduced significantly. Moreover, some of the regular guilds that intended to strike Zero Wing have decided on the wait-and-see approach. The middle-aged, bald man